Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if genius Harry Potter was Chronomancer Prodigy? Join Patreon for early access and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 plus content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. So, it's not some sort of army, ready to hunt down purebloods and take out the ministry? Daphne asked, having heard such a rumor. Why would we take out the purebloods or the ministry? Harry scoffed. If it wasn't for them classifying werewolves as dark creatures and forbidding them from finding decent employment, we'd never have so many recruits. Thanks to them, we're expanding globally and raking in profits. The purebloods basically handed us a resource that we're tapping for all it's worth. Apparently Sirius was making forays into the other countries, where intelligent creatures weren't given their fair rights, either. Harry suspected it had to do with Vila. Harry wanted them to specifically recruit vampires. He thought that they would make the perfect couriers for nighttime halls. He could see it now. Werewolves switching places with vampires, once the sun set, and their business never standing still. They'd still need to come up with a way to feed the vampires, but Harry had a couple ideas about that as well. That's why he intended to start a blood bank somewhere down the line. People donating blood would definitely draw the vampire crowd, he suspected. Harry really didn't know what jobs would be best for Vila, though. Maybe fashion or modeling. So, you're using the broken system to your advantage? Hermione asked. It sounded like she was insulted. Just like the house points, yes. Harry said proudly. I can't change the rules or laws, Hermione, but if they are enforced by law, we can only use what we've been given to work with. The Ministry is happy, because they don't have to work with dark and dangerous creatures, and we get a happy group of devoted and proud lycanthropes. They are proud? Hermione asked. But it's a disease, right? It's a magical ailment, I suppose. Harry allowed. But when you can control the side effects of a disease that gives you perks the rest of the time, you tend to enjoy the perks more. How do you control the side effects? Hermione pressed. She didn't think he'd answer her. Can you all keep this to yourselves? Harry asked seriously. When they all nodded, Harry said, Magical transport. They go to a secure location where the moon is not out or set and the sun has risen and never see a full moon. Is that legal? Hermione asked. It sounded like the perfect solution, though. Not in the slightest, Harry said with a smirk. But since the locations they go to are hidden magically, the Aurors can't find them and arrest them. We had to find special ways to hide the transport, but so far we've managed. The fact was that Harry had stolen the vanishing cabinet in his first week and Sirius and Remus had been busily reproducing the effects, after a break-in at Borgin and Burke's, since it worked a lot like the mirror magic by connecting two places. The bikers all used shrunken boxes, which they would hide magically, and then they would enter and close the box, appearing in an identical copy in a Fidelius-protected location. The bikes could fit inside these boxes, obviously, since none of them would leave them behind. So, the werewolves that work for you never change? Pansy asked, a thoughtful look on her face. Nope, Harry said proudly. So, they'll never make more werewolves? Daphne asked, catching on. I suppose you're right, Harry said, not having thought of that. We'll have to discuss that with the wolves. Perhaps we can find a safe way to transfer the illness to new people. But that's horrible, Hermione objected, as those that knew about werewolves looked at Harry in confusion. Why? Harry said. They only ever experience the good part of it. I'm thinking of becoming one myself one day. You are thinking of willingly becoming a werewolf? Parvati asked in shock. Of course, Harry exclaimed. Who wouldn't want to be stronger and faster, with reflexes to match, and be able to smell fear and other emotions? Those do sound like useful things, Harry, but to allow yourself to be classified as a dark creature willingly would force you out of the magical world, wouldn't it? Neville asked. He knew how werewolves were treated and why. I never intended to stay part of the magical world anyway, Harry said easily. Do you have any idea how far behind magical culture is? He turned to Padma, the Ravenclaw, and asked her, Padma, What is the value of pi? Value of what? Pi, Padma asked. How about this, then? How would you work out the surface area of a circle? Harry tried. Why would I need that? Padma asked back. Why would anyone need that? Pi equals 3.14159266535, and so on. Hermione interjected, having memorized pi to the 10th decimal. You use it in the formula pi r superscript 2 to calculate surface area of a circle. She finished happily. Well done, Hermione. Harry congratulated. You've been studying ahead, haven't you? Hermione blushed at the praise, but then defended herself. Well, I'm only trying to catch up with you. Why would we need to know such things, though? Pansy asked. Math and science aren't even taught in Hogwarts. Harry said. What you just heard was something that is universally true, even in the magical world. If I transfigured something to take a different shape but don't want to have the transfiguration revert, I'd either end up with extra of the substance or need to add some, or make the structure smaller or hollow. Knowing how to work out the surface allows you to work out other things like the volume, which you could then use to know exactly how things would turn out before you even used magic. Surface times height. Hermione supplied the formula. If the circle was the top of a cylinder. Exactly, Harry said with another smile at her. The fact is, science and math affect things you never even knew about. If you increase the concentration of hydrogen and oxygen molecules in an area, why do you end up with condensation on the sides? He held up a hand, when Hermione made to answer, stalling her. What happens when you move faster than the speed of sound? Or theoretically, what happens when you move faster than light? Faster than light? Neville asked. You can't. Light in instantaneous, almost 300,000 kilometers per second. Hermione supplied. It just seems instant because it moves so fast. And it hasn't been proven yet, but supposedly you'd be traveling backwards in time if you could move faster than light. Where did you learn that? Harry asked, intrigued. Hermione blushed again. Science fiction. I went to the library and looked into the facts after I read about it in a book. That's where I got it too. But I like the movies better. Harry chuckled. Then he turned back to their friends. By understanding how the world works, you gain power over it by being able to manipulate it better. It's because of science that I'll be the first wizard in space. So you're going to leave the magical world? Daphne asked. This worried her. Harry was so advanced, if he chose to quit school, he could easily spend the rest of his life outside the magical world and they would never see him again. She'd only just found him. She didn't want to lose her friend. I'm not planning on leaving tomorrow, Daphne, Harry said with a kind smile. I'm just looking at the future. Who knows? Maybe I'll find something to do in the magical world to keep me here. But until then, I'm planning on enjoying exploring what I can do while I'm still here. I can't fly around a magical spacecraft in front of muggles after all. There will always be a need to keep that secret. There were a few sighs of relief, even from Neville, and Hermione suddenly spoke up. So, when were you planning on taking Neville to a shopping center? I, for one, want to see how a pureblood reacts to the modern world. She had a smile on her face, even as she hid her own worries. If Harry was leaving the magical world, chances were she'd not want to stay. He was her best friend. Oh, I'm sure we can arrange it in a couple of weeks. Harry allowed. I'll be building my spacecraft first thing when I get home. They started chatting and planning the outing, to which everyone invited themselves, except for the Patil twins. They would be back home with their parents and didn't know if they'd be allowed to join. Just yet. The next day, after the feast, where Ravenclaw did end up getting the house cup, breaking the Slytherin streak, they all convened back on the train. Ron didn't bother showing up this time, preferring to stick with the other boys from their dorm. They all chatted happily about their holiday plans, and Harry divulged a slight bit about his plans for the ship. Specifically, the design. A flying saucer? Hermione asked incredulously. But why? Statute of secrecy, Hermione. Harry said. If anyone wants to report a flying saucer, they'd be setting themselves up to become a laughingstock. We're actually hoping to see a couple of photos in the tabloids. Harry chuckled. Then he got a thoughtful look. Maybe I'll abduct Sirius in full view of people? Why not just make it invisible? Hermione offered. We don't know how magic will be affected in space, Hermione. Harry said. If we don't take precautions, we could be arrested for putting the magical world in danger. I suppose that makes sense. Hermione relented. I'm assuming you have other backup plans for the other functions as well? We'll be taking every precaution. Harry confirmed. If I may, Daphne asked, interrupting them. I have a couple of questions. Shoot, Harry said. What's a flying saucer? And what is a tabloid? Pansy asked for her. A flying saucer is linked to supposed alien spaceships that appear in the sky sometimes. People that see them call them unidentified flying objects, or UFOs for short. Harry supplied. Newspapers that would report on such things are never really believed, and they are called tabloids. If you read a tabloid, you'll find Sasquatch sightings and mythical creatures appearing in them all the time, along with stories of alien abductions and being probed. Aliens? Padma asked. There are people that believe that there are aliens or extraterrestrials that come from other planets outside of our solar system. Hermione supplied this time. The idea has fascinated people for thousands of years, and UFO sightings go back as far as the ancient Egyptians. It was probably just magicals. Magic wasn't a secret back then. Daphne supplied. Muggles will believe anything. I don't think so, Hermione said. There were scrolls discovered from back then that described the appearance of fiery discs of light hanging in the night sky. Hermione Granger, Harry said with a look of interest. Are you telling me you are a believer? Well, nothing else makes sense. Hermione defended herself. It would be pretty arrogant to believe we're the only intelligent life in the universe, right? Especially considering the age of the universe. Age of the universe? Padma asked. Nobody could know that, right? 13 billion years. Harry and Hermione confirmed simultaneously. Closer to 14 billion. Hermione added. How could you possibly know that? Pansy asked incredulously. Science. Harry and Hermione said together again. The movement of stars and using what we know about the speed of light. Most of what we see in space is the Milky Way galaxy. There are galaxies further out. Harry finished. There are also stars that we see that has already burned out, but their light is still traveling to us, so we don't even know. Hermione added. Apparently, we only see about a third of the night sky when we look up, because the atmosphere affects the light as well as the gravity of the planet. There was silence from the rest of the compartment then, until Neville said, I'm kind of excited to go into space with Harry one day. I know, right? Harry said. Maybe we'll meet some aliens? I was more thinking about seeing what can be seen when there's nothing interfering. Neville said. Since when are you going with him? Hermione asked. The other girls also seemed interested, since he asked. Harry shrugged. But I want to go too. Hermione said. You'll have to ask your parents. Harry said, before turning to Neville. You too. Sorry, mate, but I'm not facing Lady Longbottom if I end up getting you killed. I also doubt my family will want me taking other children my age. Not without a lot more training. And they're fine with you going on your own? Parvati asked. They couldn't stop me. Harry said with a smirk. Actually, they'll probably insist on coming with. Except on the full moon, obviously. Once we've tested everything though, I'll probably end up dropping a house on the moon, so that I can go up there whenever I want. Your transport magic will go that far? Faye asked. She had been taking things in as they spoke, but she wanted to know this. Perhaps she could go visit the moon one day? She wasn't as close to Harry as the other girls, but they included her in everything they did as a group anyway. Lavender Brown was also usually with them, even though it was more in an effort to maintain her friendship with Parvati. We'll find out, Harry said. Probably before the end of second year. I can't believe I'm sitting in a compartment with a boy who casually mentions that he plans on owning property on the moon. Hermione said, shaking her head. There was a bit of laughter at that, but mostly due to shock. Harry hadn't planned on saying as much as he had, but he trusted the people with him. You can tell your parents about my plan to go to space, but the plans for the moon are a secret, so don't go telling people, he said anyway. He needed to make sure they knew to keep quiet about it, even if he talked openly about it in the group. Any moon house they ended up building would be under Fidelius anyway, along with a few other protections. specifically from asteroids and the sun. Harry didn't worry about people knowing about his plans for space in general, since he doubted they'd be able to copy what he had in place. It would take knowledge from the mundane world, and so far, he'd yet to meet a magical with the same plans or ideas as him. The conversation wound down and they started talking about safer topics, like how Draco was such a different person these days. Hufflepuff had done him some good, it seemed. He still didn't have many friends, but he seemed to have made at least some, and he was doing pretty well in class. Nothing spectacular, but definitely more mild than he used to be. Pansy had spent some time with him in the past, and apparently he looked up to his father quite a bit. Harry wondered how Christmas had gone and what his father thought of him now. It wasn't long before they reached the station again. Harry was planning on meeting all of the parents today, since they all had their children's diaries counterparts. He was happy to see the Patil parents, both standing there waiting for their daughters. He allowed them to greet first and then approached. "Good afternoon, Lord and Lady Patil. It is an honor to meet my friend's parents," Harry said. "Mr. Black," Lady Patil said with a nod at the boy. She was smiling at him. "Surely, you haven't forgotten us meeting last time?" "Of course not, Lady Patil," Harry said with a smirk. "How could I forget my friend's beautiful mother? I was just trying to be proper, since I have yet to meet Lord Patil." Lady Patil smiled at him, and Lord Patil seemed to take it in the right manner as he smiled as well. "You are not wrong to follow tradition, but I have to admit, my wife is unforgettably beautiful," he said, looking at his wife before turning back to Harry. "It is good to meet you, Mr. Black. You have brought much joy to my family with your gifts, and for that, I thank you." "It was no hardship," Harry said. "My friends deserved no less. I would be a poor friend and gentleman if I didn't offer this much, to see to their comfort and peace of mind." "You are a good friend, Harry," Padma said easily, before turning to her father. "He is always very courteous and has helped us a lot in his time at school." "I know," Lord Patil said. "Your messages home often speaks of his quick mind and how well he treats all his friends. I just wonder how such an intelligent young man didn't end up in Ravenclaw." "I asked the hat to place me with the Gryffindors," Harry said easily. "Their common room is high up on the castle and I wanted to enjoy the view." Then he smiled conspiratorially and leaned closer. "I also heard from my guardians that they threw the best parties. How could I not want to go there, considering both my parents and guardians went there?" "And you call Professor McGonagall Auntie Min all the time," Parvati added with a knowing look. "Sure," Harry allowed. "There is also the fact that I didn't want to disappoint her by going to another house." "Are you related to Professor McGonagall?" Lady Patil asked. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. "We'd heard about them," Lord Patil stated, with the humor leaving his face. "I was very satisfied to hear that they were still in prison for how they treated you. Aunt Petunia will probably be released in the next year or so," Harry allowed. "I suspect she has been a model prisoner, since she'd want to get back to her son. Uncle Vernon, on the other hand, has always had quite the temper. I doubt he's been able to stay out of trouble." As he said it, he rubbed at his one arm, the one that had been broken. He didn't really care about that anymore, since he hadn't needed to experience it twice and it happened more than 20 years ago from his perspective. But he knew he'd need to act it up a bit for the parents. "Disgusting examples of humanity," Lady Patil said with some disgust on her face as she stepped closer and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "I am glad that Lord Black was able to take you in. While he's an outrageous flirt, he seems to have taught you well in being more respectable." "That would be Uncle Remus," Harry said. "He's very soft-hearted and kind." "Ah, yes." Lord Patil jumped on the opportunity to change the subject. "The COO of Marauders Incorporated. He has been the topic of much conversation these last few months." "Yes. What's this we hear about an army of werewolves traveling the world and spreading the influence of Marauders Incorporated?" Lady Patil asked. "Uncle Remus is a werewolf, as you know," Harry said. "He was bitten as a boy and wanted to help the werewolves since they are all spurned from the magical world. He remembers his own troubles and wanted to lessen their suffering, and in doing so gained an army of loyal soldiers." A voice interrupted them. Harry saw Daphne and Pansy with 4 other adults, who had walked over to meet them. Harry recognized Lord Parkinson as the speaker, a loyal Death Eater, once Voldemort returned last time around. Lord Parkinson, Harry said respectfully. Lord Potter. The man nodded back. He doesn't like being called that, Daddy. Pansy interrupted, a smile on her face as her father smiled down at her when she called him Daddy. He prefers Mr. Black, or Harry, for his friends. Your father was only following tradition, Harry said easily before turning back to the rest and bowed slightly. Harry Black at your service. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Lord Parkinson's face only showed emotion for his little girl, but that faded when he turned back to Harry. As I was saying, he continued, an army of werewolves? I heard about that rumor, too, Harry said. Uncle Remus didn't recruit them for anything other than the service they are rendering for the company. They do seem to be quite loyal, though. Sirius's voice joined them as he walked up. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and said, Hey there, pup. Sorry for being late. I got caught up with the Grangers when they spotted me earlier. They send their greetings, by the way. They've left already? Harry asked, disappointed that they would leave without greeting him. Apparently they're taking Hermione to France this holiday, and they didn't want to waste any time, Sirius said, before he looked up at the assembled parents. Apologies for the late introduction. Sirius Black. Lord Black, the other parents said, nodding at him. As I was saying, Sirius continued, the wolves are our couriers. Their enhanced strength and pack-minded personalities do make for the best security we could ask for. Remus did it for their well-being, but I wanted it for their strengths. I would be a poor businessman if I didn't use every advantage I could find, after all. From what we hear, your business is doing quite well, Lord Greengrass stated. You seem to have a Slytherin mind, even if you had the Gryffindor personality as a child. My family didn't really give me much of a choice. Sirius aloud. So you do consider the werewolves an army? Lord Parkinson asked with narrowed eyes. In their capacity as protectors of our goods, perhaps. Sirius aloud. They are never in one place long enough for us to see more than a couple of them at a time. If we wanted to bring them all in to form an army, we'd be losing business, and that can't be allowed to happen. The parents seemed relieved at his statement. It seemed the purebloods really had believed the rumors. They could all understand money and power, and how they work together, though. If forming an army would cost them both, they couldn't see it happening. This had been Sirius's intent, of course, so he nodded at them in understanding. I heard you had plans to extend your reach to other countries soon, Lord Patil asked. Any chance that those plans include India? Of course, Sirius said. We intend to be an international entity before the next school year starts. And your clients? Lord Greengrass asked. Mostly muggles, really? Sirius said easily. If you want to make money, you have to consider the size of your client base. There are more muggles in the world than magicals, after all. How do you hide the use of magic? Lord Patil asked. Trade secret, I'm afraid, Sirius said with a smile. We've been hearing that a lot at school. Daphne giggled. Harry tends to do things that he won't explain that both gain and lose house points. When we ask him how he does some of those things or knows things he shouldn't, he always says trade secret. All the friends said together, it's better than invoking the law and saying it's family magic all the time. Harry shrugged. I'm not ready to receive so many requests for marriage contracts yet. With how well business is going, I have no doubt some parents are already starting to plan for that. Sirius said. We'll need to discuss that at some point, Harry. But I'm 11, Harry complained. They had discussed this. They were actually using this opportunity to place the idea in all the parents' heads. I don't need to marry for many years. It's tradition for parents to handle such things, Sirius said. But, as your guardian, rather than your father, I will take your opinion into consideration, he promised. After all, I wouldn't want to pair you with someone you don't like. You do have to understand, though, as my chosen heir, you'll need to consider what we've talked about before as well. The gathered parents had thoughtful looks on their faces at that. It seemed the idea had not slipped by them. They also knew what having multiple lordships meant, and why Sirius wouldn't be discussing that in the open, and only referenced it as something they had discussed in the past. Fine, Harry grumbled. Sirius smirked at the boy and ruffled his hair, knowing he hated it, and looked up at the parents. I'm sorry to cut this short, but we really need to leave. Much to get done this holiday. He turned back to Harry. Say goodbye to your friends, Harry. Harry took a moment to comb a couple of fingers through his hair, but then he turned to the Patil girls and greeted them like he normally did, with a hugging above their hands. Daphne surprised him by pulling him into a hug and thanking him for looking out for them. Pansy, not to be outdone, followed her lead. The parents had obviously spoken to their daughters and knew the boy looked out for them at school, so allowed it. Lord Parkinson's eyes only narrowed for a moment, though he seemed to be thinking of what Harry had prevented, since he nodded to himself as if making a decision. Thank you for what you did for Pansy, he said to Harry. I appreciate your protecting her. Harry's face darkened. She's my friend. If I hadn't protected her and Daphne, I couldn't forgive myself. Harry had heard through Remus and Sirius that the offending boy had not survived jail. He'd not even made it to trial. He had apparently committed suicide, leaving a note and asking for forgiveness. They suspected one of the lords currently in their presence of having arranged it. The Greengrass family also thanked Harry, with looks of gratitude. When Harry bid them farewell, they all nodded and waved, and then Sirius led the way out of the station for them. Harry spotted Neville, speaking with his grandmother, and decided to go greet them as well. His familiarity with Neville seemed to impress his grandmother, and Harry extracted a promise to stay in contact and mentioned a visit, so that the idea had time to settle with her. And that was the end of the introductions. Soon Harry and Sirius arrived home, and he ran off to the basement, where he would start production of his vessel. He didn't get a lot of time, though, since he was soon called for dinner. Since they had stayed in contact, there wasn't much to catch up on, except for informing his guardians about the plans to visit his friends. The first couple of weeks went by quickly. Harry had needed to secure a few more sites on properties they had either purchased. Harry didn't like the idea of stealing even abandoned properties, but when abandoned and/or condemned buildings were used, he didn't really mind all that much. Considering they could use magic to demolish the sites and rebuild, or simply repair what was there wasn't much else for Harry to do, besides focus on his own project. He did convince Sirius to still pay for the properties, though. Considering what demolition would cost normally, the properties were still quite cheap. The hull of the ship had been easily built, with transfigured metal and mirrors acting as windows, which Sirius had purchased from a scrapyard. Using magic, they had restored the rusted metal to pristine condition. Transfiguring the craft, which looked like an oval, with a hatch that opened vertically down, making stairs to enter when it was open, was reasonably simple. Harry had even created landing gear that could retract. The difficult part had been controlling it all with magic. Sure, he could magically do everything, but he wanted someone else to be able to do this by using the control systems he had built for it one day. Making the illusionary displays to show the outside of the ship was simple as well. This would allow them to see when things worked and didn't. He had to create a compartment where things could be placed and to be released as well. His biggest problem was making a suit to exit the craft. Creating an internal hatch system that would allow someone to exit the craft without exposing it to the vacuum of space would be done by transfiguring extra metal around the person. It really wouldn't be a one-man mission once in space, specifically because they still didn't know how magic would work in space. Therefore, he needed to make his first mission into space an exploratory one, where he could test things that he'd need to be able to do to complete the next part of his mission. What happens with low-powered spells? What kinds of spells are affected, if at all? What is the maximum speed he could reach in space? All of these questions and more went on a list. Harry decided to have a discussion with Hermione about it later, so that he could make use of her intellect. Chances were she'd already have a list. By the time he'd completed the spacecraft and solved most of the problems he had encountered, 3 weeks had passed. Hermione's help was invaluable, since she'd apparently actually had a list of things to check with him. The girl seemed frantic to ensure he didn't get himself killed. He resolved to do something nice for her in recompense. For now, though, he was prepping for the first flight into space. There were a couple of people who had wanted to be there and had insisted on being contacted. The list included the entirety of the study group, a few of their parents, the heads of house from Hogwarts, especially Flitwick and McGonagall, and Poppy Pomfrey in case something went wrong. Pooch would be furious if he didn't invite her, too. Normal flight had already been tested and Harry had had some fun flying his new UFO at night around Roswell and scaring the living ugh out of some of the local believers. He had only become visible for a couple of minutes, lighting the ship up so that it would look like what they expected and flew around erratically before making it look like he was going for a crash landing and disappearing again. They had yet to see the report in any of the tabloids, which was disappointing, but Sirius and Remus had had great fun from their seats as Harry moved them around while a monitoring spell showed them the illusionary reaction of the locals that were looking up at them gaping. The day of the first space flight, the guests started to arrive. The first one there was Poppy, as she had decided to come the night before, not trusting Harry to keep his enthusiasm from making him launch early. McGonagall had shown up early the morning of the test, along with Flitwick and the other staff from Hogwarts who had been invited, and the other guests started to trickle in around 9 a.m., since the test was supposed to start at 11 a.m. or 5 a.m. Texas time, where Harry would be taking off, not that anyone but them knew it. Severus Snape and Sirius Black ignored each other entirely, but Remus was friendly enough to welcome him and thank him for the support he was giving Harry in school. The next to arrive was Hermione and her parents, who had taken the day off, not wanting to miss the crazy stunt. Hermione was secretly very happy that they had decided to come, since, if Harry was successful, they'd be more inclined to allow her to join him on the day he went to the moon. Next, the Patil family showed up, with the Patil twins hugging Harry in greeting, having felt left out when Daphne and Pansy had done so at the train station. Lord and Lady Patil looked skeptical about Harry's chances for success, but wanted to show their support for the intelligent young man, since he was obviously important to their daughters. Said daughters completely believed he would succeed, though. Next were Daphne and her mother. Both of them looked excited about the idea of space travel. Harry didn't really mind that the parents knew. Daphne must have gone on about it for a while, once they got home. Lord Greengrass sent his apologies for not being able to accompany them. He had other plans for the day. Pansy followed shortly after, accompanied by her mother. Her father was apparently busy with the same thing Lord Greengrass was. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Amelia Bones was the head of the DMLE and couldn't normally take time off, but she was interested in what Black and Lupin were up to with Marauders Incorporated, so she had made an exception and she and her niece were the next ones to arrive. The fact that she wanted to see the project the Black boy had been working on all year and the excitement Susan showed had only made her more curious. Neville was the last to arrive, with his eccentric grandmother. She didn't believe what Neville had told her, and was asking questions about why people would lie to the boy. When she was assured that the plan was, in fact, for Harry to take a flight into space, her eyes grew wide and she placed a hand on Neville's shoulder, as if to keep him away from the crazy people. They still convinced her to come with them, but she refused to leave Neville's side. He sent an apologetic look at Harry, who nodded to him in understanding. Once everyone was gathered, they had them enter a sitting room, which was actually in a room that would transport them to location in Texas, where Harry's spacecraft was located. After everyone had tea and discussed what was about to happen, they exited the room through another door, which would only appear if the room was in the other location. That had been one of Remus's suggestions, which had worked out rather well. "Where are we?" Amelia Bones asked, noting that it was suddenly dark outside. The humidity and the smell of the air had also changed. "We're in location in Texas," Remus said. "There are reasons, including keeping this all secret. It's around 5 a.m. here. You transported us across the pond without telling us?" Madame Longbottom asked incredulously. "It was done this way to keep the method of our transport and the location of our testing site secret," Harry said. "We can take you back at any time and we assure you that it is safe here." "But how?" Amelia demanded. "Trade secret, I'm afraid." Harry smirked. "He means family magic, Aunt Amelia," Susan said, rolling her eyes at Harry's cocky smile. "He uses the same excuse every time. Personally, I think they've been claiming any advancement they make as family magic, since we can't ask about that by pureblood tradition. For all we know, we just walked through a magical portal and didn't know it." The other guests were thoughtful after that and looked back at the room, which was attached to a reasonably small house. Her estimation might just be correct from what they could tell. The guests followed Harry to the craft. Flitwick was bouncing in excitement after he scanned for all the magic in evidence on the ship and asked questions that nobody else would have thought or know to ask. Harry tried to be patient, but he wanted to avoid the sunrise, which wasn't too far off, so he ended up having to interrupt Flitwick mid-question as he continued to ramble on about what he had learned. They were soon shown to a control room where two large images appeared, one of the inside of the craft and one showing the forward view. They watched as Harry walked into the rather spacious inside of the small ship and sat down on the captain's seat, buckling up with the many straps. There really only was one seat with access to the flight controls, and he was currently sitting in it. There were more seats arrayed around him, but they were just couches and things that they had stuck to the floor so that they didn't fly about. "Can you hear me?" Harry asked. "Loud and clear, Harry," Remus said. He was now just a spectator like the rest, but they'd try and stay in contact as long as they could. They still didn't know how the magic would be affected out in space, but they had backups in place for everything, and he and Sirius had everything memorized so that they could remind Harry should anything go wrong and he panicked. "How are you talking to him?" Lady Patil asked. Amelia seemed interested as well. This would be a very useful tool to her people. "Family magic," Sirius said, making her nod and accept the statement without further question. Amelia was disappointed, but had expected it. It seemed the Black family had some interesting magic. "We don't know how long we'll be able to stay in contact when I get further away, but our current estimate states that you should stay in contact till at least 12,000 kilometers minimum," Harry said. It was the diameter of the planet, and they'd been able to do that before, no problem. "That's also the minimum distance we're planning for today, but I'm going to try and reach twice that if we can keep communication up." "How long do you think that will take?" Hermione asked. "It depends on how the magic is affected in space," Harry said. "Worst case scenario, a couple of hours. Best case, we have no idea, but I'm hoping for 20 minutes. If my acceleration is affected by the lack of gravity in space, I should be able to go many times as fast out there as inside the atmosphere." "Shouldn't it be the same, since you've got that anti-friction magic up to account for air movement?" Hooch asked. She had been asking questions about how the brooms worked after all. "The friction magic only stops the air from touching the flyer, but the wards still create drag against the air. Otherwise, there'd be no upper limit to the speed that could be achieved at all. The atmosphere ends about 100 kilometers above the planet, which should only take a couple of minutes to reach, but the gravity of the planet still adds drag to any movement, and that goes further," Harry said. "Once I escape the planet's gravitational pull, I suspect it will affect how much I can and can't accelerate as well." They watched as he closed and sealed the hatch with magic, transfiguring it to be seamless. Then he reinforced the structure around the hatch, since it was the weakest point on the ship. He needed to use his wand to perform the actions, but he hadn't learned the words for the spells, since he practiced most magic wandlessly and non-verbally these days. He did mutter under his breath, knowing they couldn't hear that, and hoped it would do to hide his talents. "Okay, I'm all ready to go," Harry said, as he lifted up slowly and the spectators saw the view of the front of the craft moving upward. They didn't notice the landing gear being retracted, and Harry didn't mention it either. Remus and Sirius knew he was doing that on purpose, but waited for him to give the all-clear to acknowledge that he had done it. "All systems are good to go, and I'm taking off." Harry confirmed their thought, and they both sighed, as it seemed Harry was keeping everything in mind. He should have also activated disillusionment by that time. Harry sat back and started to focus on the controls as he increased forward gravity at the same time as acceleration, while monitoring the stress on the wards that would protect from the wind. The spectators couldn't see the speedometer, nor would it make sense to them, but Harry reported anyway. "Maximum speed achieved at Mach 6, he pronounced. "Mach 6? Hooch asked. 6 times the speed of sound. That's over 7,000 kilometers per hour, Hermione said, as she watched nervously. "That fast?" Snape exclaimed. The boy was insane. What if the magic fails when he's too high up? "He's got an emergency port key," Sirius said, suddenly not caring who he was speaking to. He was also nervous. "Fun fact, the Muggles achieve escape velocity at Mach 33 in their rockets," Harry said from his side. "Over 40,000 kilometers per hour," Hermione supplied. She'd done the reading too, after all. But they didn't have magic. Their ships need to build up speed while they are still in the atmosphere, since the rockets use explosions to propel them and to create lift. Harry's ship doesn't need ballistic propulsion, like they did, so he should be able to reach space without that. 40,000? Padma asked in disbelief. Explosions? Parvati exclaimed at the same time. It's not something Muggles can do easily. It costs them millions upon millions to send only one rocket into space, and there are whole fields of study required before you are even allowed near one of their rockets. Harry supplied. They were mostly dumbfounded at the concepts, but as they watched the screen on the outside of Harry's ship grow darker and darker, the nerves started to mount and people started worrying. "What's going on, Harry?" Neville asked. "Why is it getting so dark?" "I'm leaving the atmosphere," Harry said. "Less atmosphere, less light being reflected by it. You should be seeing quite a few stars right now." It was true. As soon as Neville had said it, they started noticing the pinpricks of light, which at first looked like some kind of static. Not that he'd know what that was, but now they realized they were all stars. A couple more minutes later, Harry announced, "Congratulations, people! You're the first to witness a wizard in space." There was a cheer from Sirius and Remus as they jumped up and hugged each other. "Well done, Harry," they chorused. "This is momentous," Flitwick exclaimed. "Well done, Mr. Black. You have aimed for the stars and are the first one to reach them." The other spectators were all looking in awe at the night sky displayed in crystal clear clarity, like they were looking through a window. Most of the adults had expected something to go wrong, but the boy had succeeded, and now they were watching as he pioneered the way for wizarding kind. How could anyone achieve this, let alone an 11-year-old boy? "Do you want to see something cool?" Harry asked, looking at the mirror that showed him in the ship. "Yes," Hermione exclaimed, thinking she knew what was coming. Harry smirked at the mirror and slowed his progress until he was standing still. Then he switched to the reverse view, changing their display to it as well. "You're the first magical people ever to see this sight live." There were more mouths hanging open, as Harry activated a separate forward view and started moving away from the planet, while he watched the planet move slowly away on the large display, while he flew his ship faster and faster. Soon they all flinched as the sun appeared from behind the planet, and as they shielded their eyes, Harry activated his tinting function. "Sorry about that," Harry said, as he and the spectators all tried to regain their sight. After a couple of moments they adjusted again and could see the image of the sun, slowly coming fully into view. "Why is it white?" Neville asked. "Our sun is white," Harry said. "It just looks yellow from Earth because of the atmosphere." "Why do you think the moon looks white?" "I don't know," Neville said. "I guess I never thought about it." "Well, now you know," Harry said with a cocky smile. He checked his speedometer and started laughing. "What's happening, Harry?" Sirius asked. "I'm going faster than anticipated and still accelerating," Harry said after he calmed himself. "I'm almost at Mach 90. That's more than Hermione started. I'm going at 107,000 kilometers per hour. Harry interrupted her. "How's the feed?" he asked. "We're still getting you loud and clear," Remus said. "How long until you reach the end of the test distance?" "At current acceleration, a couple of minutes," Harry said. "How long would it take you to reach the moon at your current speed?" Neville asked. Harry scowled at him. The guests weren't supposed to know that. Neville realized it and his eyes widened in realization. "A normal flight there should take about 2 hours if what we're seeing now is any indication and we take the time to slow down properly, before we reach the moon," Harry said anyway after a moment. The cat was out of the bag. No use in trying to shove it back in. You have to take into consideration the fact that the moon isn't all that close, and for every second I accelerate, I need to decelerate before I can stop to land. So, if you can accelerate permanently, you'd have to start slowing down halfway there? Padma asked. "Exactly," Harry said. "Well done, Padma," he congratulated. Padma blushed and her father smiled proudly at her, while her mother squeezed her shoulder in support. "When are you planning your trip to the moon?" Hooch asked. She wanted to go there now, and knowing what she did, she suspected he could take the trip already. She didn't realize it was supposed to be kept secret either. "I've got a couple of things to finish before we make that trip," Harry said. "Like what?" Hermione asked. Well, right now the ship is reinforced with magic, so I should be safe, but we're still working on a form of long-range sensor so that we can detect things like rocks and stuff. Harry said. I wouldn't want to take any long voyages without the ability to avoid space debris. The problem is, it would be easier to create such a device in space, since on the planet there'd be so much to detect. I need to find the correct spells and a way to monitor what the spells detect, so that I can set it up before the flight to the moon. There are rocks in space? Faye asked. What did you think shooting stars were? Harry asked. Shooting stars. Faye answered. Asteroids are rocks and ice that form in the void of space and burn up on entering Earth's gravitational pull. Hermione recited. Stars are a whole other thing. They can't fall to the Earth. They are too far away. If an actual star somehow moved and made it to Earth, the Earth wouldn't exist anymore. But, Faye objected, the sun is the star that our planet revolves around. Faye. Harry said. Stars are immensely big. Our planet could be entirely swallowed up by a single flame from the sun, many times over. If the Earth ever got that close, though, we'd all already be dead. The stars you see in the night sky are mostly many light years away, which is why they seem so small. There was silence as that tidbit sank in. Some of the purebloods suddenly felt very small. Where did these people get this information? Pansy had no problem asking. And you learned all this from Muggles? How do they know? Science and math, Pansy. Harry said as he finally stopped his craft at the distance they had planned. Twice the distance from Earth as its diameter. They worked out the speed of light first, and then they used the movement of the stars and telescopes that can see further than any other to determine the distances. The further away the stars, the older they could judge the universe, since that light had to travel that far. He looked into the mirror, then. It seems communication is still stable. I'm proceeding with the tests, though. Deactivating communication for the duration. See you in 5 minutes. Understood, Remus said. Then the section of wall that could see Harry died. They could still see the Earth on the other side, though. Where is Harry? Madame Pomfrey asked in shock. This is part of the testing phase, Poppy, Remus said. Harry needs to test magic in and around the ship to ensure everything is working as it should. We had to disconnect, in case something causes interference, while he's working in the ship. Sirius added. The external feed will likely also be disconnected once he starts testing outside, depending on what happens. How will we know he's okay, then? Hermione's father asked. We don't, Sirius said with a sigh. We knew this part was coming though, and considering the overall success otherwise, I'm thinking he knows what he's doing. If something goes wrong, he takes the port key home, Remus said, or he activates one of many other contingencies. Sirius added. He'd likely only take the port key if something went horribly wrong and he couldn't save the craft. It was true. Harry would only take the port key if one of the many backup plans failed, but fortunately for him, he'd made the time to focus on every aspect of the flight. He jumped once when he heard an impact on the side of the vehicle. It did no damage that he could see from his side, though, and his tests confirmed that whatever it was had not opened him up to the vacuum of space, so he continued with his tests. Soon the other monitor switched off as Harry started manipulating magic outside the craft. So far, it looked like magic was slightly more difficult to control in the vacuum, but it was still doable with a bit more focus and concentration. He opened the hatch below the vehicle, where he had placed a few items that had magic and scanned them, after moving them in front of the window, to ensure everything was still as it should be. The items were contained in boxes, some of which were encased in bubblehead charms. He ran every test he had added and finally returned everything to the hatch when he was certain of his findings. Then he started back as he reactivated both mirrors. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. You took longer than we expected, Remus said, having kept time. I was hit by an asteroid, Harry said. There were gasps. Only a small one, he explained quickly. It didn't breach the protections and everything is still working fine. Relax, people. Don't scare us like that, Sirius exclaimed. I don't have 9 lives, no matter what people believe. McGonagall exclaimed as well, as she clutched her chest. Sorry, Auntie Min, Harry said even as he smiled a bit. I'm on my way back now. The smiles and relieved expressions at the mention of his pending return made him smile. It's almost like you guys were worried. Don't any of you have faith in me? I have faith in you, Harry, Hermione said. But magic in space was untested until today. You, yourself, didn't even know what could or would happen. Fair enough, Harry allowed. I'm going to be quiet for a bit now, though. I need to concentrate on not burning up on re-entry. There was instant silence at these words, and everyone was watching the displays again as Harry first approached and then entered the atmosphere, having slowed down to a crawl, compared to how fast he had been going. It was an unfortunate necessity. Soon after landing, Harry was engulfed by Hermione. "You did it!" she exclaimed in his ear. "I know, right?" he exclaimed back as he lifted and spun her around. "This is so cool. You surprised me, Mr. Black," Hooch said. "Your control and knowledge indicates a dedication to flying and exploring the possibilities of magic I don't think I could ever match. That being said, I'm not going to be satisfied until I see what you did with my own eyes." There were a few nods, mostly from his friends and only a couple of the adults, but Flitwick looked like he was going to explode as he clenched his fists and yelled, 5,000 points to Gryffindor. Thank Merlin School isn't in session, McGonagall murmured to Pomona Sprout. I don't want to imagine the damage to the school, should he decide to lose those points. Snape was nodding along, even as he looked at the craft with just a bit of wonder in his eyes. The potential of this boy could change the wizarding world. For good or evil, it seemed, with the knowledge he had. He'd have to be kept under watch at all times, in case he ended up like either Voldemort or Dumbledore, both of whom he suspected would look like footnotes in history next to what this boy might still achieve. Very well done, young man, Lord Patil was saying. You should be proud of this achievement. My daughters tell me that you have plans beyond just visiting space, but refuse to tell me what. Care to enlighten the rest of us? I'm still considering the options, to be honest, but I have one or two things I intend to do, once we've had time to set up some things I'll need in the future, Harry admitted. I'm not discussing my plans yet, though, since I want to have them properly formed before I attempt anything. Besides the moon house, he was planning on working to find a cure for lycanthropic transformation. With access to the moon, he suspected they'd be getting closer to an answer soon. And what about Marauders Incorporated? Lady Patil asked. She knew her husband wanted to find out if Harry would be taking part in it. This is supposed to be a secret, so keep it to yourselves, please? Harry asked. He got nods all around. I'm technically already part of Marauders Incorporated. Majority shareholder, more like. Sirius scoffed. Harry is a silent partner, Remus said. He donated a large sum to help us start operations. We've not yet used it all, and none of the Black family fortune was touched. Never intended to anyway, Sirius said. The majority of the Black family fortune was donated to Muggle orphanages the world over. Recently. Let the Black family's dark past pay for the brighter future of struggling Muggles. So, Harry Black is the sole financial contributor to Marauders Incorporated? Lady Greengrass clarified. Basically, Sirius shrugged. Please keep this to yourselves, though? Harry pleaded. I don't want people turning all those rumors on me. Of course, Harry. We know how much you enjoy abusing a broken system, McGonagall said with a smile at him. She soon frowned at Remus, though. You didn't clear out his vault, did you? Scene softened for platform guidelines. Good. McGonagall sighed. She saw Flitwick off casting spells at the ship. What are you up to, Phileas? Flitwick turned around and smiled nervously at the McGonagall, a rock of some kind in his hand. Nothing, he said / asked. Harry had also noted him doing something and walked up to the professor. As he approached, he saw a small dent in the side of the ship where the asteroid had likely hit. When he reached the professor, he realized what was going on. Keep it, Professor Flitwick. I'll soon have more than I can handle. What did he find? Hermione asked, having followed. The asteroid that hit the ship was stuck in the hull, it seems, Harry said. The professor was trying to hide that he was fixing the hull, likely to stop people from worrying that it had breached that far. It breached? Hermione asked in shock. Only the first layer, Harry said as he inspected the bump. The other 3 are unscratched. 4 layers? Flitwick asked. He didn't want people to deny him from going to space, so had decided to hide the fact that he was attempting to repair the hole. "Didn't we tell you we have many backup plans?" Harry chuckled as he pointed at the hole, as his magic deactivated the protections so that he could repair it and then reactivate it. The hull looked good as new. "See? I could have done that from the pilot's seat as well. It's good to know we'll need a better monitoring system though. Thanks for pointing it out. By the next trip, I'll need more eyes to help monitor." Flitwick looked like he was about to explode again. "How did you do that? Is it a rune function or some sort of transfiguration magic? Did you access a function from here? Or did you cast a spell simply by pointing?" "Trade secret," Harry said, smirking at the tiny professor. "He likes to say that." Snape drawled. He had started suspecting wandless magic a while back, though he'd never admit it out loud, though it would make sense with what had been happening in his class at the beginning of the year with the sabotage attempts. "I have my suspicions, though." They soon returned to Grimmauld Place, where they had a bit of a light snack. It wasn't really lunchtime yet, but they had a bit of a discussion as they snacked, and the adults were soon in deep discussion with Remus and Sirius, presumably about what they had been learning and what Marauders Incorporated actually traded in, since they mostly worked in the Muggle world. The fact was that Marauders Incorporated was a simple transport company. The Muggles arranged transport to publicly known locations for their transport stations and requested transport between states and countries, and their goods were transported. Nobody saw the trucks because there were none. Instead, the goods were placed in specifically runed cargo containers and shrunk. Then they were placed on the bikes, who could travel faster and more reliably between locations, bypassing truck weigh-in stations, saving time and money. The fact that they had competitive pricing and a whole fleet already, which just kept on expanding, meant that they could keep on growing their business. They had soon needed to hire more magicals, and had reached out to recent Muggle-born graduates from magical schools the world over who were more than willing to change jobs from minimum wage jobs for undereducated people in the Muggle world to delivery or packing jobs in the company. Sirius had even gotten some Vila to join. They were carers at the dormitories, where the wolves normally rested at night, full moon or not. Since the Vila were up and active during the day, they could feed and care for the road-weary wolves, and then they slept at night while the dorms were empty. All the jobs paid well, since Sirius and Remus weren't after the profit so much as helping more people, which was Harry's goal to begin with. The more money they made, the better the wolves and their carers got paid, which in turn encouraged them to work harder. Marauders Incorporated took only a percentage from the top, and then paid the rest back to their employees. Said employees then invested it in the bikes and dormitories, upgrading them to have bars, swimming pools, and even a bit of entertainment like strippers and well-endowed bartenders. Some of the Vila actually liked those jobs, and nobody messed with the Vila, for fear of their natures when they transformed into harpy, like creatures that threw fireballs when angered. It worked out rather well in the end. More Vila joined the dormitories, which soon turned into resorts, and the wolves and other employees took care of business, constructing their own command structure, with the owners at the top. The parents weren't told about everything, of course, since the inner structure and processes were all considered trade secrets, to keep their people safe and happy. All they really learned was the scope of their influence and where they operated currently and were planning on expanding next. They explained the missing information as the only way to keep the wolves safe, which was a genuine concern, since the wolves were considered dark creatures and the lords and ladies of the wizarding world didn't like hearing about them being offered opportunities to enrich themselves. The girls, Harry and Neville, had adjourned to the kitchen where they chatted about Harry's experience. Harry had forgotten to try zero gravity and had kicked himself for the missed opportunity, until he remembered he could make a room or part of one rune to do the same, so he quickly led the group up to an empty room and set to work engraving the runes. With his experience with the magic, it took him only 10 minutes and a bit of cheating to turn the entire room into a zero-gravity experience. The girls watched as Harry activated the functions and then started floating off of the ground, from where he had stood. "Cool," he said as he stopped himself with his hands on the ceiling. Neville made the mistake of walking into the room normally and shot up to the ceiling and connected hard, but since he weighed nothing, the impact didn't hurt at all. Soon the ladies joined them, but a bit more slowly. Harry was having fun spinning around and moving between the walls with just a soft kick-off from whatever surface was nearest. Some people inevitably connected mid-movement, and Neville blushed furiously, when Lavender hadn't taken her position into account and had flashed him as she flew past him. "Yeah, maybe we should have thought this through better," Harry said. "0G really isn't the place for a sundress, Lavender." Lavender looked down from her perspective and instantly realized she had been flashing Neville. She quickly gathered her dress between her legs and Harry had to slowly increase gravity to allow everyone back to the ground. Both the pureblood Slytherins and Susan had worn dresses too, but had been keeping their movements slow and controlled. The Patil twins had worn some sort of tight, stretchy, long skirt which didn't have that problem. Faye and Hermione wore pants. When they were all back down, Neville apologized, like a gentleman, for not looking away in time, and Lavender forgave him easily, saying she should have been more careful. The fact was that she had been flashing the entire room at times and Harry had paid it no mind. But Neville wasn't used to such things and hadn't been able to ignore it. Soon they exited the room and strangely people stumbled a bit, like the half hour they had spent in zero gravity had affected their balance or something. Something to keep in mind, Harry thought. They soon returned to the kitchen and then started discussing the possibility of visiting again, so that they could go to the local shopping center, as Harry had promised. It was agreed that they'd need to coordinate things so that everyone could join. By the time everyone left, it was with excitement about both Harry's success and the next time they'd visit. Chapter 7. End. See disclaimer on Chapter 1. Chapter 7. A week later, on Harry's birthday, the girls arrived at Hermione's house so that she could help the pureblood ladies dress more appropriately for a Muggle shopping center. Since purebloods had no sense for Muggle fashion, Harry hadn't told them it was his birthday, intending to surprise them with the news. Neville had arrived at Grimmauld Place, and Harry had modified some blue jeans and a button-up shirt in black, which he told him to keep open at the top. Neville, of course, didn't know about Muggle fashion either, so he just went with it. Half an hour later, they arrived at Hermione's house by taxi. Harry had wanted to give Neville the chance to get used to the sights and sounds of Muggle London. First, Hermione opened the door for them as they arrived and they saw the other ladies there, all in Muggle-friendly attire. Knowing the plan, Neville opened the door of the minivan for the girls, like a gentleman, which Hermione's mother would drive them to the shopping center in. They thanked him and all squeezed into the back seats, filling them up entirely. "In the front with me, Neville," Hermione's mother said as she got in. 20 minutes later, and a bit of struggling to find a parking spot, since it was a Friday at the end of the month, and they exited the van and looked at the great big structure that contained hundreds of shops and thousands of people. Hermione's mother, aware that the majority of the group were unused to such places, took a moment to tell them to ask directions to the information booth should they get separated, and then took them on a tour, starting at clothing shops and jewelry stores all the way through to the food courts and cinema. They looked at the titles of available movies and ended up choosing Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Harry thought it might be funny to compare what Muggles thought of vampires with what the magical world knew, even if he had hoped for a movie about space to freak the girls out a bit. They had half an hour till the next showing, so they decided to take a break and get something to eat. The meal was small pizzas and sodas, since there would still be popcorn later. They watched the movie and most of them were more impressed with the quality and sound of the movie than the concept of the movie itself, though it was nice to see a strong female protagonist, even if she was a little too scatterbrained and American for the mostly English-raised purebloods. When the movie ended, everyone in the group had smiles on their faces and wanted to watch another movie. But Mrs. Granger decided that they'd have to make plans to come again on another occasion. She needed to stretch her legs, and the fact that she knew vampires existed in the magical world gave the movie a feeling of being a little too real for her tastes. They moved back through the shopping center and entered a couple of shops. The pureblood girls were amazed with the fashion they saw and wanted to explore and look at things. Harry was paying for the trip and offered to buy them all swimming costumes, since nobody but him and the Grangers had Muggle money and he had learned the Grangers had a swimming pool. By the time they left, the pureblood girls were all talking about how scandalously one girl had been dressed or how a goth-looking girl looked like a vampire. That led to a discussion about how factually incorrect the movie had been. A lot of what Hermione's mother heard made it sound like vampires were far more dangerous than what the movie portrayed. Fortunately, it seemed that they weren't all that common in the UK, since the Aurors monitored their movements. When they arrived back at the Granger house, Hermione's mother separated the boys and girls, and Hermione showed them up to her bedroom, where they would change into the newly purchased swimming attire, while Harry and Neville took turns in the bathroom to change. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. The girls smiled through their blushes, and soon they were all in the pool enjoying the water. Everyone but Lavender had one-piece swimming costumes, but Lavender had liked the look and feel of a two-piece costume and had gotten that instead. As a result, Neville didn't come near her. It was a bit too much skin for him to handle. Harry also noticed that the girls started looking more female, rather than the undefined genderless people he had seen them as before. Hormonally speaking, it seemed that his life was about to start becoming interesting, when he realized he had a reaction as one of the girls had accidentally rubbed up against him. It was completely innocent, but his knowledge of this time of his life and the thoughts that popped up in his head were definitely something he instantly buried with his occlumency. Thankfully, he hadn't reacted physically, and he was able to enjoy the swimming experience without incident. Neville, however, seemed to be fully in the grasp of burgeoning hormones, and he couldn't keep his eyes off of Lavender, or more specifically, her chest. She had nothing to brag about yet, but the slightest upturn of her lips as she noticed him looking told Harry that she was fully aware of her reaction on the boy and was enjoying the attention. Harry just smirked and splashed Neville in the face. This quickly turned into an all-out splashing war, which seemed to distract Neville enough to get control of himself. After that, Lavender seemed to have gotten enough attention and stopped blatantly trying to get him to notice her, for which Neville was grateful. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. "What's this?" Hermione asked, wondering when her mother had bought a cake. "Neville's birthday was yesterday," Harry said with a smirk. "And Harry's birthday is today," Sirius said as he walked around a corner. "He said he wanted to surprise you." "What?" Hermione exclaimed. "I didn't even get you something." "I didn't get you a present for your birthday either, Hermione," Harry said easily. "Neville and I decided that we didn't want to make you girls feel like you had to get us something. So surprise." The girls did seem surprised, but not necessarily happy. They soon started getting over it though, when it was pointed out that they hadn't been told on purpose. Hermione still berated herself. She was sure she'd heard his date of birth at some point. Having eaten as much as they had at the shopping center, they didn't eat a lot of the snacks and cake, which Hermione's dentist parents approved of, even when they found out that magicals clean their mouths with a spell. Hermione had told them, and there was a small argument between them as Hermione asked her parents to let the school nurse adjust her front teeth, which she was slightly ashamed of, having been called names for her slight overbite for years. Harry resolved to look up how to do that so that he could teach her the spell, in thanks for her help in preparation for the first space flight. The girls sat around the lounge, and when Hermione's father put a tape in the cassette player, they were all hooked on the first ever Star Wars movie. Apparently, he was a fan of the franchise and had purchased all 3 tapes. The girls watched engrossed in the futuristic space opera. It was already 15 years old, but it was a classic. Harry kind of remembered the plot and the story, but watched it again anyway. The girls seemed more impressed with this story and started asking questions the moment the movie ended. Harry had already seen the entire series, so he stayed quiet, while Hermione's father tried to explain to them about special effects and how the lightsabers are not real, but made to look like they did, after the filming was complete. This didn't seem to satisfy the girls, though, and they turned to Harry. "Could you make a lightsaber?" Pansy asked. "I've never thought about making a real lightsaber," Harry admitted. "It would be really difficult since the science doesn't really exist. This is what you call science fiction. They use some real concepts and expand upon what is possible with fictional concepts. Lasers don't work like that." "So, the weapons they used were all fake?" Parvati asked. "Not all, not really," Harry said. "Lasers do exist, but they take longer to cut through things and they stop where their light is intercepted by physical objects. They also have no physical weight, at least not in the sense that they could hit each other and stop. You'd need some sort of force field to do that, but then the laser would do nothing because it's encased in the force field. So that Death Star thing, it couldn't destroy a planet?" Daphne asked. "Theoretically, if you could generate enough heat and light with an application of enough force, I suppose something like that could be made," Harry allowed. "But I can't imagine how much power something like that would take." "That's good to know," Daphne sighed. The idea of someone getting it in their heads to destroy the planet disturbed her. "Remember, people, This is fiction. Hermione's father spoke up. It's supposed to be a fun and epic story of good triumphing over evil. Not many people would like stories where the bad guy wins in the end. Remus said, from where he sat next to Sirius. Sirius, however, had a thoughtful look. Maybe we can try and make a lightsaber, he theorized. We just have to substitute lasers for some kind of active magical beam. Harry thought about that. The idea actually had some merit. That's not a bad idea, but how would you even go about making a beam that thin so that it would cut through things or make contact with other beams of its kind? Magic! Sirius shrugged. I'm sure you'll think of something when you have the time. After all, we don't want to be unprepared for when the evil space Dark Lords come to destroy the planet. Do we? He finished with an evil grin. The ploy worked and the kids all laughed. But Harry was still thoughtful. He knew Sirius was right. Magic should be able to do something similar, if not exactly the same thing. He'd have to think about that for a bit. The party soon broke up, as the parents and guardians in attendance started showing up to pick up the girls. Neville would be staying over at Harry's house, where Augusta Longbottom thought he had spent the entire day anyway. They didn't want to give the old battle axe a heart attack by telling her they had planned on going to a Muggle shopping center. They had never been able to find an arcade at the shopping center closest to Hermione's house. Harry would simply need to remember to take him to one closer to his house next time. The movies and the girls' reaction to them had given Harry an idea that he wanted to try out, so he disappeared into his room for the next couple of weeks. He knew well that he wouldn't be able to tell when, or even if, Lucius would even still try to drop the diary in with Ginny's shopping this time around, so he resolved to see if his changes had affected that part of the coming school year. In the meanwhile, he had other things to do. By the time the 1st of September rolled around, Harry was ready to surprise his friends again, and he met up with them at the platform. Harry was disappointed that Dobby didn't seem to try and stop him this time around. Maybe the little guy didn't know what he looked like? But that hadn't stopped him last time, so Harry wondered if Lucius had decided to keep his plans to himself this time around, with his son's loyalties now in question. Then he remembered the Fidelius. Dobby couldn't find him, and hadn't needed to intercept mail, so he didn't know where he lived or what he looked like. Knowing that made him feel better. Harry greeted the girls again and was greeted politely, but with smiles from the parents. Harry wasn't sure he liked the blushes he was getting from all the girls this time around. Sirius hadn't told him that they had all shown up with marriage proposals, but he wouldn't put it past the old dog to try and surprise him by setting up a harem for him. Whatever was happening, the girls knew about it and were staying quiet about it around their parents. The Patil twins, Daphne, Pansy, Susan, Hermione, and Neville were sitting in his compartment with him. It was convenient that it was all the members that made up his inner circle, but Harry suspected that it was no chance occurrence. Harry waited for them to be out of the station before he asked about it. So, anything I should know? He tried. About what? Susan asked innocently, even as she blushed like a 12-year-old girl. Why are all of you girls blushing? Harry asked. That's when he realized Hermione was also blushing. Harry, can we talk about your letter? Hermione asked. In private. What letter? Harry asked. This seemed to stop the blushing that was going on. You got one too? Susan asked Hermione. I didn't send any letters, Harry said. We've been talking on the boards. I didn't need to send any letters. I got one too, Neville said. He had been quiet all the time that they were on the train, seeming confused when he was told to join them again. What? The girls in the compartment all exclaimed. Okay, stop, Harry said. He turned to Hermione. May I see your letter, please? I'm getting the feeling I'm being pranked, or that someone is trying to interfere with my relationships. Hermione seemed uncertain for a moment, but finally handed him a letter. He opened it up and read, My dearest Hermione, I think I've fallen. He stopped reading immediately. Okay. I'm assuming I supposedly sent you all mail confessing my everlasting love or something? The girls nodded. He looked at Neville. What did the letter to you say? I don't think I should say, Neville said, looking at the girls. Okay, let me guess, Harry said. I told you to leave the study group? Neville shook his head. I told you to stop looking at the girls? Neville shook again. I told you to stop being friends with the girls? Neville hesitated and then nodded. Harry sighed. It seems someone is indeed trying to set me up for a breakup with my friends. I even have an idea who. Dobby, you sly little motherfucker. Harry berated in his head. When you couldn't get to me, you decided to make it so I lose all my friends at the school, by making it unbearable to be around them. The girls now looked sad and wouldn't look at him. He had to do damage control and quick. Listen, ladies, I think you are all beautiful and would make any boy happy to have you on his arm. What I will never do is choose one of you over the others. I just couldn't do that to the rest of you. So until we're older, can we just be friends and forget that whoever sent this did so? The girls still didn't look at him. Freaking! This is so stupid, Harry said as he jumped up. I'm going to fix this, don't worry. He stormed out of their compartment and went looking for Draco. He found him a couple of cars down, sitting with other Hufflepuffs. Older Hufflepuffs. Maybe they were reminding him to be a good boy after the holiday away. He opened the door and walked in. Draco, just the man I'm looking for, Harry said. I need you to come to my compartment, quick. What do you want, Potter? Draco asked with a sneer. It seemed he was reverting and the Hufflepuffs had decided a refresher course was necessary. Hey, speak politely and call him Black. You know he doesn't like being called Potter, one of the older girls said. Then she turned to him and smiled. We're just reminding him of his manners, she said. Should one of us accompany you? He's been in the presence of a bad influence, it seems. One of the boys said with a scowl at the boy, and I hate interrupting the re-education. Harry said, you guys worked wonders on him last year. Thank you. The older Hufflepuffs smiled at him. Harry could have sworn he saw a yellow crest with a badger in all their eyes for a moment. I can handle him, Harry said, pulling the boy up by the front of his shirt in one hand and lifted him off the ground. We'll be back in just a few minutes. I need to introduce him to the concept of interhouse cooperation, he said as he walked out with the boy still in one hand, lifted in front of himself. The Hufflepuffs looked at him like he was Helga Hufflepuff back from the dead, and nodded with smiles on their faces. Harry ignored the many looks as people looked after him and compartments opened behind him to look at him after he passed. Harry only stopped when he arrived at his own compartment and opened it with a thought, before he tossed the boy onto the floor at the girl's feet. Draco, Harry said dangerously. Call your house elf, he said after he closed the door and used his magic to make the windows dark, to give them privacy. Why? Draco tried. Potter was too powerful. This couldn't be natural. If only he had more time. I'm not asking again, Harry said as a window opened and Draco lifted from the floor and his head stuck out the window. Dobby, Draco called instantly, his eyes wide with fear. There was a pop, and Dobby was in the compartment. You called, Master? The elf said. He noticed Draco with his head out the window looking like he was going to jump. Then he noticed the girls and behind him the great Harry Potter himself. Order your elf to tell me if he had anything to do with the letters that were sent to my friends, Harry instructed Draco. Tell him, Draco insisted, still halfway out the window. I, Dobby tried. Let me make this easier for you, Harry said, finally remembering to take out his wand and stupefying Draco, before dropping him onto the floor unconscious. He can't hear you, Dobby. He's unconscious. You must not be going to Hogwarts, Dobby said instantly. I sent the letters, yes, so that you would not be able to have friends, to make them fight so that they cannot stand by you. You are the great Harry Potter. You have to be safe. Do you know who has the diary? Harry asked. Is it Ginny Weasley? He tried. Dobby couldn't answer, but his eyes flashed to Draco. Oh, you've got to be freaking shitting me, Harry exclaimed. His own son? Dobby looked down at the floor. Eyes cannot be telling you, Harry Potter, sir. Eyes be in trouble when he wakes up. Don't worry, Dobby, Harry said kindly. I'll obliviate him. He won't know what happened. The Dark Lord has powers. Dobby tried. Not for long, Dobby, Harry assured him. You may go home. Thank you, my friend. Let's meet again soon, under better circumstances. Okay? He offered the house elf. Friend, Dobby asked. For trying to help me, Harry said, before he looked sternly at the elf. But don't do that again, okay? Dobby promises, Dobby said with a small nod, before he disappeared again, his giant eyes brimming with tears at Harry's words. Harry cast another stupefy at the idiot boy and started searching through his pockets. Soon enough he found the bloody diary, right there in his pocket. Motherfucker! Harry exclaimed again. He was going to sacrifice his own son to see Voldemort return. How do you know this? The spectral form of Tom Riddle asked as he appeared. The girls screamed and Neville actually stood up to cover the girls closest to him. Trade secret, Harry said. Then he turned to Hermione. I'll be back as soon as I can. If I can't find the train, I'll be waiting at the station to meet you. Okay? Harry said. Okay. Hermione said. Harry looked down at Malfoy and said, keep him stunned. Then he lifted up and shot out the window, diary in hand. The spirit of Tom Riddle vanished from the compartment. Do any of you know how to cast a stupefy? Hermione asked. She knew the spell, of course, but hadn't had time to practice it on a person. There were shakes of the head all around, but Neville smiled. I can always do it the Muggle way, he said. Always wanted to hit a Malfoy anyway, he added. Harry had only traveled far enough to not be seen and then operate back home and directly into the vault, where the rest of Riddle was kept. Where did you find that? The older Tom Riddle asked. That's what I wanted to know, the spirit from the diary asked as it appeared. Harry ignored them both. They couldn't project out of the vault, since Remus had added wards that stop spirits. It was intended for ghosts, but it seemed to work on the annoying spirit, too. The book was put in a secure locker and Harry took a moment to ward it from tampering. Then he went upstairs. Moony, Padfoot, he called. Get both your furry arses down here. Only Remus appeared. Harry? What happened? Did the elf finally show up? Yes, but it seems Lucius had other plans this time around. Harry spat. Where's Sirius? He's at one of the undressing clubs at a wolf resort, Remus said with a roll of his eyes. You'd think he'd learn after the last villa almost burned his face off. He gets in free. Harry scoffed. It's the melons. He can't resist a nice pair. Anyway, I got the diary. It's in secure lockup and the riddles are talking. Riddles? Remus asked. The book started to manifest already, Harry said. Lucius probably gave it to his son earlier, then he gave it to Ginny last time around. I need you to keep a watch and ensure he doesn't become corporeal. Done, Remus said instantly. I'll set up a mirror with one of the security teams to watch it when I'm not able, he promised. That had been a shock to Harry. He hadn't known they had security teams, but he understood the need. When you have warehouses stocked with transport items, you needed security after all. The wolves in charge were very, very dedicated, since they loved to hunt down thieves. They were all in one location and watched mirrors set up in the warehouses to monitor everything. When something happened, they took a port key and started to hunt. Thanks, Remus, Harry said. I need to get back to the train. Hopefully the others have kept Draco unconscious. And with that, he operated away again and flew along the train tracks. It didn't take him long to find the train and re-enter the compartment, where the others were sitting in silence, watching Draco. Did I miss anything? Harry asked. Darn, Neville swore. I never even got to hit him. Neville, Hermione exclaimed. You shouldn't use such language. I'm sorry, Hermione, Neville said. You're right. I'm proud of you, Neville, Harry said. I really enjoy it when people use the English language to express themselves so passionately. You already did what you went to do? Susan asked. How did you fly like that? Yes, and I'll show you another time, Harry said, glad they were talking to him again instead of just the floor. He realized that they were happy with the idea that he liked them and this had broken their spirit a bit. But he couldn't undo what Dobby had done. He could teach them some things that would help them get over it, though. Let's memory wipe the unfortunate jerk, Harry said as he put his hand on the boy's head. He closed his eyes and concentrated, casting an obliviate to remove the memory from the moment he entered the Hufflepuff car. Then, for good measure, he added an aversion to writing in diaries, to counter the no doubt already implanted compulsion to do so. Then he picked the boy up and walked him back to the Hufflepuff compartment, ignoring the once again staring students. Here you go, guys. Don't be too hard on him. He was controlled by an artifact his father gave him that would have killed him and caused the rebirth of Voldemort. Cheers, he said as he sent an enervate at the boy who was now laying on the floor of the compartment. Draco's eyes shot open and he looked around. What am I doing on the floor? When did we leave for school? Harry didn't care to stick around and returned to his own compartment. When he sat down, he asked, "Are you guys feeling better yet? I'm just angry at myself for being so excited about something someone else sent me." Hermione admitted after a moment. "I should have just asked." "How could you have known?" Harry asked. "The handwriting looked like mine, at least. I didn't read too much into the letter. Only the first sentence or so." There was quiet again. Harry would just have to give them time, probably. He didn't like waiting, though. "So, the next project will be putting a house on the moon. Are any of you interested in discussing the design?" That opened things up nicely as everyone looked at him in awe. "A house?" Padma asked. "On the moon?" Parvati added. "Is that even legal?" Susan asked. "Who's going to stop me?" Harry chuckled. "Besides, we intend to place it under a Fidelius, so nobody will even know it's there." "What's a Fidelius?" Padma asked, already wanting to learn more. "Well, Harry started." What followed was a lecture that got them all talking about the possibilities of magic. Harry had known that the Fidelius was an obscure magic, but he had thought it would be more widely known about, even if Remus had ended up needing to buy the information from the goblins. A short while before they arrived at Hogwarts, Susan asked, "If I wanted to date you, would you say no?" "I wouldn't know how to answer you, Susan," Harry said. "The fact is I like you all quite a bit, but I don't have enough lordships to go around." "Take them," Pansy said instantly. "Challenge for the titles on the pain of losing your own. People would underestimate you because you are so young. Also, you could have yourself tested with the goblins to claim any hereditary titles that you may not know about." Daphne added, "I do know that one of my ancestors was a Peveril." Harry mused. "Perhaps they had a lordship, like from the tales of Beetle the Bard?" Susan asked. "The same," Harry said. "I'm currently the owner of all the Hallows, too. I have the stone and the wand used to be Dumbledore's, but I've currently got its allegiance." "The cloak of invisibility?" someone asked from the door. "Family heirloom," Harry said, smiling at the new arrival. "Hello, Luna Lovegood. Call me Harry Black, please." "Okay, Harry Black," she said with a smile, not having reacted at all to him knowing her name. "Are you going to join us?" Harry asked. "I've never been in a harem," Luna said dreamily. "Is it a lot of fun?" "Never had one, wouldn't know." Harry smiled at her. "Maybe one day, though. Have you seen how pretty all these girls are?" he asked in a stage whisper. "I'd be one lucky bloke." "I'll think about joining you later," Luna said. "I don't know that I like all the nargles in the air just now." "I completely understand," Harry said solemnly. "And I'm working on fixing that." "Good," Luna said. "Nargle infestations can fester and attract rackspurts." "I'll do my best," Harry promised. "Okay," Luna said as she closed the door and walked away again. "What just happened?" Hermione asked. "What are nargles and rackspurts, and how do you know that girl?" Scene softened for platform guidelines. Hermione started rubbing her temples and repeating over and over, "Trade secret, trade secret, trade secret." "She really hates when you mention things you don't explain properly," Padma said conversationally. "I know, but there really is a reason for that," Harry said. "If my missions this year go to plan, I'll be able to inform you all about it. But you might need to swear magically binding oaths to protect the secrets. It is literally life or death stuff." Hermione sighed. Then, "At least the end is in sight," she allowed. "Until then, what do you mean you're the master of the Hallows?" "He who has the allegiance of all the Deathly Hallows becomes the master of death," Daphne recited. "It's a childhood story in the magical world." "What does that mean?" Hermione asked. "Nobody knows," Harry said. "And who cares? It's a story. I don't need any of the Hallows. I can disillusion myself and don't need a wand. I don't want to speak to the dead either." I'd much rather leave them to their rest. Speak to the dead? Hermione asked with wide eyes. It's supposed to be the power of the stone. Pansy put in, looking interested in his statement about not needing a wand. Harry was obviously hiding a talent. The Master of Death may be a useless title, but it holds weight in the magical world. If you used it to your advantage. I like to make my own fortunes. Thank you very much, Harry said. Why do you think I'm Harry Black and not Harry Potter? Because the name is too well known? Padma offered. Yup, Harry said. Harry, what did she mean by harem? Hermione asked. You know what a harem is, Hermione. Harry chuckled. In the magical world, a lord is allowed one wife for every noble title. So if I wanted all 6 of you girls to be my wives, I'd need 6 titles. 3. Susan corrected. What? Harry asked. You'd need 3 titles, Susan said, while Daphne and Pansy nodded in understanding. Bones, Greengrass, and Parkinson are already 3. We can be the ladies for our own titles and you'd become the lord for those. All you'd need is 1 more. Padma spoke up. Our older brother will become Lord Patil. Parvati nodded along. And you would be okay with that? Hermione asked incredulously. Then she turned on Harry. And who said that I'd want to be in a harem or marry you? The letter made me realize that I might need to share Harry, Susan admitted. Since I'd have my own title already, it would be expected that he'd need at least 2 more wives. It's tradition. Aren't we moving a bit fast here? Harry asked. I mean, we're only 12. You might find someone better. Better? Pansy scoffed. I don't think so. You're powerful, wealthy, and intelligent. You've got the whole of Hufflepuff behind you for your attitude, Susan added. The fact that the study group has representatives from all houses helps. Ravenclaw is more after him for his intelligence, but they'd stand behind him if needed. Padma said. Slytherin is afraid of you, Daphne said. After you broke down that wall to protect us, the girls all support you and so the boys are all too scared to cross you. They'd all likely swear loyalty, just for your protection or protection from you. Gryffindor thinks you're the second coming of Merlin, Parvati added. After you made the twins your apprentices in the first year and showed no fear of the professors, ordering them around and skipping classes as you please, you can do no wrong by them. You even attacked Dumbledore and received points for it. So you're all just going to go with this harem idea? Hermione asked scandalized. That's not really my idea, Harry admitted. Sirius did mention the protection and advantages we can offer to people and strongly advised me to start claiming to be dating many girls, while I look for my future wife or wives. There are reasons I don't like that idea myself, but I'm only a man, and the idea of being surrounded by beautiful girls and one day women isn't something I would ever complain about. You also don't have to make up your minds right now, Harry continued. I don't intend to get married right out of Hogwarts. I'll probably spend a couple of years working on projects and expanding the company first while I work on new and improved ways to do things. If any of you want to give it a shot after school, we can give it a go. If you want to remain only friends with me, that's fine too, and I'd love to keep that relationship. He turned to Hermione. I'm sorry that letter disappointed you so much. When it turned out I didn't write it. The fact is, I do care for you, but we're too young to know what love is. Right now, let's stick with the relationship we can all understand. Friendship. Hermione looked like she was going to complain, but finally nodded. She realized he was right. Her mother had warned her that things might get a little confusing over the next couple of years, because she was entering a new time of her life, where she'd start becoming a woman. She was still upset, but happy that Harry was being reasonable, at least. That's probably a good idea, she finally admitted. I'm assuming this plan is also supposed to stay secret? Pansy asked, for clarity. She knew that this could become an issue for Harry later on, but for now she could cement her position as his supporter by taking his concerns into account. She personally didn't think she'd be interested in anyone else. She had been raised to think of these things and to look out for her future husband, a powerful, influential person to strengthen her family. Her mother supported the idea, even though her father wouldn't comment. She feared he was up to no good. It was a quiet moment, and the 5 pureblood girls looked up and around, realizing that the others were probably having similar thoughts. The suggestion for them to spend more time with the future Lord Potter and Black, and become close to him, had been reasonably universal. They were also warned that he'd start becoming more attractive to other girls and that they should try and make it difficult for said other girls to approach him, to protect their friend, if not their claim. The conversation started up slowly again, and Harry decided to allow the conversation to be drawn back to the point he had made about not needing a wand. He demonstrated his skill and asked Hermione to show them her own progress. During the school holiday, she'd been practicing a lot and was able to cast most of the simple spells that they had learned the previous year, and one or two ones that were from later years which she thought might be useful. This obviously led to a discussion about how they had trained in the skill, and everyone got the crash course, deciding that they simply had to learn the ability. It was too useful not to. The fact that Harry's way of doing this could be considered his own family magic was mentioned, and everyone agreed that it would be too good to share, since it gave them an advantage no one else had. Neville was just happy to be included. Harry hadn't hidden anything from him, and while it seemed that the girls were seemingly spoken for, at least they didn't throw him out and still treated him like a friend as they always had. He decided to continue to listen and learn from Harry, who had very quickly become his best friend. He wouldn't deny him what he was planning, even if he was slightly jealous of him. What boy wouldn't be, after all? By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, Draco had turned up to apologize for his behavior, even if he didn't remember what he had said for some reason. He had noticed himself losing time over the school holiday but felt a little better now, and had needed to prove himself to the higher year students by making the apology. The fact that the magic diary his father had given him had disappeared bothered him, but only a little bit for some reason. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Before the feast ended, Harry made eye contact with Snape and indicated that he needed a moment of his time, mouthing, "We need to talk." Snape's eye twitched, not liking that the boy, though he could summon him like this, but the fact that he had never done so before intrigued him, so he nodded slightly. As the other children made their way to the common rooms, Neville and the Gryffindor girls waited for Harry as he entered a nearby classroom, when Snape exited the Great Hall and followed him in, closing the door after himself. "What do you want, Black?" Snape asked. "Surely you couldn't have already gotten in trouble already? Draco Malfoy is your godson, correct?" Harry asked instead of answering. "He is," Snape said as his eyes narrowed. "Last year I made the hat place him in Hufflepuff for a reason. To keep him out of trouble," Harry said. Snape made to interrupt, but Harry held up a hand and continued. Unfortunately, his father didn't like his personality change and decided to take steps. "Do you know who Tom Riddle is?" Snape's face showed a moment of shock before he nodded, but he kept his mouth shut. "Good. That will make this simpler," Harry said. Tom Riddle once gave a diary he enchanted to one of his loyal followers. The diary had the specific purpose of keeping a part of himself alive, even if he died. The diary contained his memories, you see, and would compel people to write in it, draining their life force as it became stronger until it could manifest and become alive. "What does this have to do with Draco?" Snape asked. He was no fool, but he couldn't imagine Lucius doing this to his own son. "You suspect correctly," Harry informed him when he saw the look. "I found the diary on Draco on the train ride here and went to go deposit it in a secure location. The spirit of Tom Riddle was already able to manifest, but not completely. I need you to keep an eye on your godson to see if he starts losing time, since part of the purpose of the diary is to take control of the victims as they become connected to it." "Couldn't you destroy the diary?" Snape asked, having lost some color. "I do know how, and I have my reasons for not doing so immediately," Harry said. "If you want me to do it in a few days, if you discover any erratic behavior, I will, but you must let me know the minute he goes missing or becomes unaccounted for. I've got people monitoring the diary as well, to ensure that the manifestation disappears." Snape looked at Harry for a long moment, before nodding. "One of these days you will need to tell me how you know these things, without the flimsy excuse of family magic. It will only work for so long. This is a human life we're talking about, and the most feared Dark Lord of all time. I've already mostly disposed of the Dark Lord and his artifacts," Harry stated easily. "That would need to remain between the two of us, though, since there's still one that I haven't gotten my hands on." "He made more!" Snape exclaimed. He knew what Harry was talking about was the darkest of magics. He didn't know how it was done or what it was called, but things of this nature usually attracted people like Tom Riddle. A couple. Harry nodded. We should have the last one tracked down and put in a safe location by the end of the month, he assured the man. We intend to place them all in a Fidelius on the dark side of the moon. He smiled evilly at Snape. Give him his immortality. In a place where he will never have any human contact, ever again. Snape was impressed, despite himself. I understand, he said as he too sported an evil grin. I've underestimated you, Black. I always thought you were a smart Gryffindor. Turns out you are conniving too. You'd have done well in Slytherin. The hat wanted to put me there, but I convinced it to put me where nobody would suspect I am secretly running the school from the shadows. Harry smirked. Snape understood this was a joke, though, so he didn't respond. Well done, Black. 50 points from Gryffindor for your effort. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. I'm wondering if the house point system can show negative values. It can't, but it will take a while to show any points coming in, Snape said as he turned and walked to the door. Before opening the door, however, he turned back. And Black. Thank you. Only a pleasure, Harry said. Draco is still an innocent at this point. His father wanted to change that, and I suspect he didn't know what he was doing, not completely anyway. I know he loves Draco. Snape nodded, opened the door and left. Lucius may not have known what he was doing, but he still endangered his kid with a dark artifact. He'd be keeping a very close eye on him. He'd also be talking with Pomona, to ask her to keep an eye on him as well and to have her little minions do the same. He knew the Hufflepuff stigma as well, but it wasn't talked about. Harry rejoined his friends and left for the Gryffindor Tower. They arrived to find Luna Lovegood waiting for them, with Ginny sitting next to her. Hello, Harry Black. Thank you for putting me in. Gryffindor. You're welcome, Luna, Harry said easily. What is she talking about, Harry? Fred asked. Well, Fred, I suspect she's referring to the fact that I can control the sorting hat with my pranking skills, Harry said easily. Why would you do that, though? George asked. They had long since stopped trying to fool the boy. Luna is a special case, much like Draco was last year. Harry smirked. You did that? The twins chorused, looks of awe on their faces. Who else would put Draco Malfoy in Hufflepuff? For freaking sake? Harry swore. I'm very disappointed in you boys. You really should know your master's handiwork by now. The fact that a lower year had just swore and talked to the twins like they were below him was met with smirks throughout the common room. How could we know? Fred asked. He didn't mind playing along for now. You were an ickle furs tie, George said. I've never been anything of the sort, Harry said. I started school this year. Last year was my twin brother, who I now keep locked away, so that nobody can know we switched places. The twins laughed at the obvious joke until another Harry Potter, looking like he had just been through hell, hair singed and a black eye, limped through the portrait hole. Harry turned to him and said, You, how did you escape my Vila prison, the same way you escaped it last time? The other Harry stated as he caught his breath. It was just an illusion. I had to satisfy all 20 of them until they changed allegiance and gave me the key, of course. There was a flash of red and the new arrival dropped unconscious. Darn. I knew Harry Black wouldn't be held in check by only 20 Vila. That's it. I'm doubling the guard. Can't have him escaping again after all. He did a bit more of an illusion and made it look like he had made a port key to take the other boy away and dispelled the illusion after a flash. Harry turned to see a lot of confusion in the room. Some of the people even had wands drawn on him. Is that really you? Hermione asked, uncertainly. Sorry. I can't tell you, it's a trade secret. Harry shrugged, ignoring the wands and going to sit by Luna. So, how was your first feast? He asked. At the mention of his standard excuse, all the wands dropped, many realizing it had been a show for their entertainment. The older years, while impressed, had to explain it to a few. Some seemed like they still believed it was real and looked at Harry suspiciously. 20 Vila? Some were asking. The feast was nice, Luna said. The entertainment here in Gryffindor does seem more enjoyable, though. More enjoyable? Hermione, who had finally taken a seat nearby, asked. Then in Ravenclaw, yes, Luna said. I can't imagine that they have a master illusionist in their common room. I'm glad that Harry decided the hat was wrong. I even have a friend here, she said, indicating Ginny, who had yet to speak. Good on you, Luna. The Weasleys can be nice people. They all do get kind of passionate about things, though. Harry said in thought. It was true, he realized. They all tended to get obsessive about what they do. Ron had eating and Quidditch with a little chess thrown in. Bill left home to explore Egyptian wards. His passion was curse-breaking. Charlie had the dragons. The twins had their pranks. Arthur had his plug collection. Even Percy wanted nothing more than to be respected and overdid things on that front, till everyone thought he was stuck up. What do you mean, passionate? Fred asked. The twins had yet to leave, since they wanted to know how Harry had done that and hoped he'd explain himself. Luna had given them a clue, though, and they suspected they now understood. You two are the easiest. Harry scoffed. You can't go 5 minutes without thinking of pranking someone. There's nothing wrong with it, of course. They always say, do what you're passionate about. You should watch out for Ginny, then. Fred smirked. She's passionate about Harry Potter, George said, sending his little sister into a furious blush. That's not nice, Fred, Harry said. How would you like it if I told Angelina you fancied her? Fred suddenly became the one to blush, as Angelina was clearly within hearing distance, especially when Harry had raised his voice on purpose. George smiled at his brother's discomfort, but that was a mistake, as Harry added. Or that George likes Alicia? George was soon blushing as Harry turned to the boys. What do you girls think? Should I tell them that you like them too, or is it none of my business? He asked the girls, who had been smiling at the revelation. Okay, Fred exclaimed, taking the attention off the now blushing girls. We get it. Sorry, Ginny. We should have minded our own business. George added. Harry could be mean when he was making a point. Do I need to teach you this lesson every year? Harry asked. One more time will most likely do the trick, Ginny said softly as she finally spoke. Harry was not who she had thought, but she didn't mind him coming to her rescue, even if he wasn't nice about it. She speaks, Harry cheered. And here I thought you were mute. In the Weasley family? Fred asked, glad to be off the subject from before. You'd have more luck finding a banshee than a mute, George said. Good old Mum, the twins said together with a sigh. There was a bit of laughter and things settled back down again. How do you tell the twins apart? Ginny asked, having noticed that they didn't try to deny who they are. Not even Mum can tell. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Honestly, Harry, Fred tried a bit later. With what you did earlier, you could have so much fun, George said. You could give people days off while you make copies appear in class, Fred said. Or you could take a nap under the desk while a copy sits in for you, George said. Magic takes concentration, Harry said. I thought you'd have learned that by now. But you're Harry Black, Fred said. Defeater of Dark Lords, George added as they started switching. And defense professors, smartest kid in school, highest point earner, and loser, and most of all, heir to the Marauders, they finished together. Marauders? One of the other students asked. My uncles and father considered themselves pranksters and called themselves the Marauders, Harry explained. They liked to make people laugh, seeing as how there was a war on. Tried to lift spirits, you see. Anything good? Another student asked. As I recall, they once snuck into Slytherin and changed all the mirrors to show the girls as boys and vice versa, Harry said. The plan backfired, though, since all the boys spent the entirety of the prank walking around topless and looking at reflections. You wouldn't happen, Fred started, to know that spell, do you? George finished. If I did, I wouldn't tell you wankers, Harry laughed. Still better that the X-ray goggles. Those would get you killed and all the girls in school would hate me. You can make X-ray goggles? Hermione asked, aghast. Why do you think I don't wear glasses anymore? Harry smirked. Remus and Sirius got tired of me using them to find out where they hid all the candy. The unexpected explanation was met with a couple of laughs, while most of the girls giggled through their blushes, realizing he was joking. But you could make them? Hermione clarified. To be honest, I do know how to make a version of X-ray goggles, but they look through not just clothes but also skin and muscle. The healers use them sometimes to help work on broken bones and stuff. Harry explained. Why do you ask? I was just thinking it would be nice to give my parents access to something like that. Hermione said. I don't see why we can't. Harry thought aloud. But you have to remember that it's highly likely that these things will only work for magicals, and we're not allowed to share magic with muggles. Hermione slumped. That's too bad. I really would like to give them something that they can use, and they'd find something like that ever so useful. Don't worry, Hermione, Harry said. If you really want that, we'll look for something, okay? All else fails, I'll just have to make a new spell for it. Hermione smiled at him at that. In the meanwhile, I have something else to show you once we are back in study group. What is it? Hermione asked excitedly. It's a surprise, Harry said with a smirk. He didn't want to bring up her insecurities in front of so many people after all. He could teach her the magic and she could practice it until she could do it wandlessly and show her parents. With the ability to restore the teeth to normal, they would likely get used to the idea and stop arguing with her. Why did you tell her now then? Ginny asked. It's fun to tease her, Harry said with another chuckle as Hermione fumed at him. The evening turned out rather calm and all the first years had settled in nicely. Harry waited for everyone to be asleep, then he snuck downstairs to do some late-night reading. He remembered Luna mentioning that she sleepwalked and wanted to be sure she didn't hurt herself or something. He couldn't always do this, but in the beginning he wouldn't mind doing the extra effort. Nothing happened that night and Harry was disappointed that the arithmancy book didn't cover things like making things work for muggles. He resolved to make another trip to the restricted section at some point in the next week. Chapter 8. End. See disclaimer on Chapter 1. Chapter 8. The next morning, as McGonagall handed out class schedules, Harry asked her for a bit of time at the end of the day, after classes, and she told him to meet her in her office. Classes went like they normally did, with Harry ignoring the professors as he no longer wanted or needed to hide his skills and knowledge. As far as he knew, nothing could affect the cup, which was still stored in Gringotts. The only people able to enter would be the owners, who were in Azkaban. Harry went to McGonagall's office and knocked on the door. Enter, she called, and he walked in and stood in front of her desk. How can I help you, Harry? Did you know I've never been called into your office this time around? Harry said. Besides detentions, I thought I'd have been here a couple of times by now. Despite your attempts to subvert the rules and the way you like to cause distractions, you are actually quite the exemplary student, Harry, she told him with a smile. You could put a bit more effort into homework when you decide to do it, but your dedication in class, no matter what you are studying, tends to make the others work harder. I find your classes to be the ones in which the students focus the best. They do tend to look for your example during practical work as well. I hadn't noticed, Harry said honestly. Why are you still standing? Sit down, she said with a fond smile at the boy. Oh, right, Harry said, before he stood up straighter. Professor McGonagall, I have a request to make. I would like the use of a large and used room, which I can use to set up a new project I have been working on. McGonagall noticed his back straightening and the fact that he referred to her as Professor, rather than the more familiar Auntie Min like he usually did. It seemed this was to be an official request. She sat up straighter as well and asked, What were you planning on doing in this room? Should I deign to allow you the use of one? I would prefer to keep that as a surprise, Professor, Harry said. I assure you that it would have a positive effect on the students' morale, and you could use it as a form of reward or punishment, whichever you prefer. I'll also show you the finished product first, so that you may decide whether I may proceed. This is an official request? McGonagall asked. Yes, Professor, Harry confirmed. Then I am afraid that without further details, I couldn't allow you to proceed, McGonagall said officially. Then she sat back with a smile and said, How about you enlighten me? Harry sighed. Well, there goes that surprise, he said, before he sat down and proceeded to tell her his plan. It wasn't all that difficult, really, and he'd already prepared all the spells and special items he'd need. She finally agreed to the plan with a smile on her face, as long as he gave the school staff the opportunity to use the room first, as a proof of concept. In the meanwhile, he'd be allowed to set up a room which she walked him to directly after the meeting. It was an auditorium, most likely set up specifically for large presentations. In other words, it was perfect. Harry then went to the study group. Luna was sitting nearby with Ginny. They were doing their homework as well, and Hermione, having heard Harry's statement that Luna would be joining them, had decided that she'd offer her help for her classes. They weren't in their group because it would be impossible for them to all study the same material after all. They were nearby, though, and asked Hermione for help every now and then, as Harry took questions for their group at that time. It meant he was interrupted more often, but he needed to ensure Luna was kept safe and happy this time around. If it kept Ginny safe as well, he wouldn't complain. He still hadn't changed his mind about her, though. When study session ended, Harry stayed with the group to chat a bit, joking around and encouraging the girls with physical contact that now made them blush, but accepted happily. He also continued his farce with Daphne and Pansy, so that they'd be left alone whenever Slytherin students were about. This now included hugging them from the side, over the shoulders, and smiling at them whenever they spoke to him. The other girls knew the reasons, but that didn't make them feel better about being left out. So Harry ended up walking around the table to check work and would place his hand on their shoulders and encourage them through squeezes and other methods of physical contact. He was in such a position after the session, bent over Hermione's shoulder and resting one hand on her other shoulder as he made a correction on her diagram for the spell he was teaching her, as he felt something behind him. One of the older girls had squeezed his rear as she walked by. He looked back and saw a smile disappearing behind a bookshelf. "Excuse me a moment, ladies, if you please," Harry said. He turned to the bookshelf and followed the frisky older girl, to thank her, but ask her not to, only to come face to face with a wand. "Imperio," he heard her whisper, and he allowed his face to go blank, waiting for the command so that he could refuse it. "You will sneak out and meet me on the next Hogsmeade weekend at the Hog's Head." A voice said in his head. "You will tell no one." Darn. If he resisted now, she'd know. He didn't know if she had co-conspirators, but he also didn't need to, since the girl could come down with a sudden case of Veritaserum poisoning, like what tended to happen at the school these days. There was unfortunately also the chance that the girl was being controlled as well, though. He couldn't risk it, so he allowed the command to settle in. He could still resist it later, after all. The girl felt the curse settle and smiled at her victory. "You may carry on as normal until then," the voice said. Harry nodded and turned around and went back to his friends. The next Hogsmeade weekend could be interesting, as he recalled it was scheduled for 2 weeks from then. He'd noticed that the girl was an upper-year Gryffindor. He really disliked finding that out. She was pretty too. If she was being controlled, he didn't want to know what she had been through or for how long. Harry left the session with many smiling girls following behind to go to dinner. That evening, he was lying in bed, chatting with Sirius and Remus, updating them on the project, when Harry said, "Oh, and I have instructions not to say something." "What?" Sirius asked, confused. Remus didn't take so long to catch on. "Is this immediate or planned?" He turned to Sirius then. "Possible coercion, moron." "Right, sorry," Sirius said. "I have no plans for the Hogsmeade weekend in 2 weeks," Harry said. He wasn't telling them that it was on the Hogsmeade weekend after all. "I'm assuming you can't tell us what or who?" Sirius tried. "What or who what?" Harry asked, confirming that he needed to keep it secret. "Any chance you can tell us a location?" Remus asked. "Not one of the bars," Harry said. "Especially the one where the headmaster's brother works. Are you unable to resist? Or are you playing along?" Remus asked. "Don't want to tell you." Harry confirmed that it was his choice. "Okay, good. At least you can still exert control." Remus sighed. "We'll be there, Harry. In the meanwhile, carry on with your normal projects. Leave this to us." "I trust you, Remus," Harry said. "Hey, what about me?" Sirius asked. "Would you trust a stoner when you're not compromised?" Harry asked as he felt the mind control spell fighting him. It really was a weak spell. He'd almost broken it just then. As it was, he had quite a bit of freedom to play with the instructions to bend them without breaking them. "Fighting the spell?" Remus asked, worried. "Opposite," Harry said. "I understand, and I'll explain it to Sirius," Remus said with a smile. Hey, I Sirius began, but Remus ended the call. Bloody mongrel, Harry muttered with a fond smile as he decided to tuck in for the night, but then he remembered that he was watching out for Luna, so he sighed, picked up a book from the restricted section, which he had disguised as a complicated ancient runes book, and went down to the common room for a couple of hours of reading. Nothing happened that night either. Harry started on his project the next day. With classes and study group, the only time he had to work on the project was after dinner, which meant he only had a 2-hour period in which he could work on it. It would take him all week with that. If he wasn't who he was, that is, he was able to set up most of the presentation and test some of the features before his time ended on that first night. He left the room, locking it with the password McGonagall had provided him, and went back to the common room. That night he didn't want to read, he had another part of his project to plan. He was sitting in the common room examining a plate of glass that was floating in front of him, when he heard footsteps coming from the girls' staircase. He quickly hid himself with a spell and waited to see who it was. He was surprised to see it was Hermione. Making himself visible now would likely scare the girl, so he just sat there and watched as she sat down on an armchair near the fire inside, staring into it. It seemed she had something on her mind, so he decided to come out of hiding. First he cast a silencing charm on her, and then he revealed himself. As he had suspected, she seemed to scream when he said, "Hi," casually from where he sat. "I silenced you so your scream didn't wake the house. I'm undoing it now." "What are you doing here?" Hermione asked in a harsh whisper as her heart raced. "I was working on one of my projects," Harry said. It wasn't a complete lie. "Why are you working on it at this hour?" she asked. "I was also keeping an eye out for sleepwalkers," Harry confessed. "But I don't have a lot of time to work on surprises these days, so I make time at the end of the day, when the common room is empty." "Have you found any?" she asked as her heart rate finally calmed down. "Sleepwalkers, I mean." "Not yet," Harry said. "What about you? Why are you up?" "I couldn't sleep," she said, but she didn't make eye contact. "Something I should know about?" Harry asked. "No," she said a little too quickly. "I can drop it if you want, but I can tell something is bothering you," Harry said. There were a couple of minutes of silence as they both looked into the fire, before Hermione finally said, "I think I'm jealous." "Okay?" "Jealous?" Harry prompted. "You keep on giving the other girls more attention than me," Hermione said. "I noticed the effort you put in to be friendly and hug and touch them. Since the thing with the letters, I didn't notice giving them more attention," Harry said. Had he been doing that? "You still put a hand on my shoulder and come close to me. But I don't know, okay?"
I'm confused.
"That's why I'm here. To think," she finally said. "Should I leave?" he asked. "No," she said with a sigh. "I don't dislike your company, Harry. Quite the opposite. I'm just not sure about this many wives thing. Feels wrong to me. That being said, I don't want you to leave me behind, either. I like spending time with you. You're my best friend. I don't want to lose that," she exclaimed and turned her head as tears started running down her face. She'd never had friends, and Harry had always been such a wonderful one. She didn't want to think of her life here at Hogwarts without him. She wanted them to be friends always. She couldn't say that she wanted more either. She didn't see herself in that kind of relationship yet, especially the kind the other girls had in mind, but she knew he wasn't just a friend to her. Not after the letter. It had changed things. "Can I tell you a secret?" Harry asked as he looked at her. "What?" she asked, not looking at him. Scene softened for platform guidelines, then remembered she'd not know him. How would he even introduce himself? The idea bothered him so much he ended up not visiting her at all. "Really?" Hermione asked, finally looking at him. "Why?" She couldn't help adding, "I can't tell you that yet," Harry admitted as he got up to go sit by her. "It has something to do with what I need to tell you at the end of the year." Hermione was shocked when an arm enfolded her and pulled her onto his shoulder. "But I'm not lying to make you feel better, I promise." Hermione felt a smile break on her face, even as the tears continued, but a few happy ones joined the confused ones. "Thank you," she whispered, "for being my friend." "Always, Hermione," Harry promised. But do me a favor and don't tell the other girls that you're my favorite. I don't want another scene like on the train." Hermione giggled despite herself and closed her eyes on his shoulder as she nodded, silently, as Harry held her to him. Then a thought occurred to her. Even more than Lavender? Why would I like her more than you? Harry asked. Well, when we were swimming. She trailed off. Oh, you mean how Neville couldn't stop looking at her chest? Harry asked with half a smile. He knew Lavender would grow faster than the other girls and would be very open about how proud she was of her size, judging by the clothing she wore later on. Hermione nodded again, blushing, but glad Harry couldn't see it. Don't get me wrong, I'm a boy, I like melons, but she hardly has anything and I'm not really interested in the size of melons yet. I know I might like that later on, but I thought you looked very pretty in your swimsuit too. Hermione's smile only grew and she snuggled into Harry's side contentedly after that. It wasn't long before he realized she was asleep. He could just imagine McGonagall storming into the common room, looking for answers, but she also knew he wasn't like that. So he sighed and floated her off of him and levitated himself up the girls' stairs to her dormitory. He didn't know what bed was hers, but fortunately there was only one open bed and it was empty. So he took her there and tucked her in, before going back downstairs, never touching the ground, since he knew there were wards on them to detect boys. He was not really surprised to see McGonagall standing in the common room, waiting with her hands on her hips. Well? She asked dangerously. Hermione had a bit of a difficult time and needed to talk. She fell asleep down here and I didn't want to wake her, so I took her to bed. Harry said as he sat down and pulled out the glass he had placed against the sofa he was on earlier. That's very gentlemanly of you, she allowed. But it doesn't explain how you bypassed the protections to the girls' dorm. Magic! Harry shrugged. I know you used magic, Harry, but the stairs detect flight as well. Boys have tried brooms in the past, you know. She said. Does it detect banishing charms? Harry asked. He didn't know everything about the magic protecting the girls' dorms, after all. He'd just tested a theory. McGonagall stood there staring at him for a while longer. Do you honestly mean to say that you were seriously worried about my intentions, Auntie Min? He finally asked, looking up at her. No, she said. I don't worry for your intent. I worry for the safety girls feel at entering their dorms. If they knew you could bypass them, they'd likely leave their curtains open and hope I'll jump in. Yes, I know, Harry said with some self-deprecating humor. I don't intend to tell anyone and hopefully tonight was the only time this will happen. I promise I'll try and wake the girl. Should I ever comfort a crying girl until she's asleep again? She was crying? McGonagall asked in concern, walking closer and taking a seat. It was about the thing Sirius wants me to do, Harry said. The other girls don't seem to mind, but it's bothering Hermione about as much as it used to bother me. Before Sirius pointed out all the protections such an arrangement would offer the girls. McGonagall sat back and thought about it for a bit. Should I speak to her for you? She finally offered. She hadn't been behind it until the revelations of the previous year. Now she just wished Harry could do something for all the girls. She still wasn't behind the idea of all those wives, and especially calling it a harem, but she knew how the girls in his group were protected by his association, especially the Slytherin girls. According to Severus, the rest of the Slytherin house treated them like spun glass, not even fighting with each other in their presence. I don't think that would be a good idea, Harry denied. She'd feel betrayed that I talked to you about her. I don't want to keep things from you, but I also don't want her feeling that I discussed her insecurities with you. You have to understand that she is in a fragile stadium of her mental and physical development, McGonagall warned. She knew he knew this already, but thought she should point it out anyway. Chances are, you'll have to comfort all of those girls a few times over the next few years, if you plan on proceeding with this plan. I know, Harry said, and I'll enjoy the highs with them and support them through the lows. It's the gentlemanly thing to do. Just don't enjoy the highs too much, McGonagall warned. You're also entering an emotional period in your life. I know you're more mature, but your hormones will be doing some interesting things to you as well, and you might get caught up in the experiences. Thank Merlin for a clemency, Harry said deadpan. I've got the emotions in check. It's the physical issues I worry about. I'll be able to resist the temptation of looking up skirts with my skills, but the effects of the thought crossing my mind on my body will be the problem. He wasn't looking forward to the raging libido and spontaneous erections. I do appreciate your delicate phrasing, McGonagall allowed. If you find that you are having difficulties, consult Poppy. She's got calming drafts that are made specifically for such things. I didn't know that, Harry said. Thanks. When those problems start presenting themselves, I'll be sure to go see her. Mentally, I'm a little disturbed at the idea of schoolgirls affecting my body, but whatever happened to me seems to have imparted the knowledge and power, but left my physical desires and growth at the proper place. It would feel strange to date a 25-year-old right now, even though mentally that should be my target age group. It is a good thing too, McGonagall said. Your future would be much harder if you couldn't enjoy the company of your peers. Define my peers? Harry offered. Fair enough, McGonagall allowed before getting up. I'm off to bed. Don't stay up too late, young man, she warned. Yes, Mum, Harry joked after her, not knowing her heart had skipped a beat at hearing it. Had he known, he may have avoided saying it or gone to give the matriarch of their little, strange family a hug before bed. As it was, McGonagall was pleased that he had been forthright with her, and her maternal instinct was humming with contentment. She had helped raise him this time, and he was doing just fine. She'd be purring if she was a cat. Just now, Harry finished what he was doing with the glass and shrunk it back and placed it delicately into a pouch, where he had 23 others just like it. Then he went off to bed. The following week was uneventful, except for Lockhart. Harry enjoyed tripping the man up and having him make a fool of himself. When he did something dangerous, Harry's magic would confine the damage to the professor's immediate location. When he called on Harry, he ignored the man or straight out told him to bugger off, thanking him for point losses. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. The weekend of the Hogsmeade weekend finally fell upon them, and Harry waited until the other students had left. Then he strapped on a similar device to the ones he had given to Sirius and Remus, before he flew off to Hogsmeade under a disillusionment charm. He landed by the Hog's Head and looked inside to see if the person who invited him was there. He only saw Aberforth behind his bar and an old man, seemingly asleep on the bar counter, so he waited. His magic had already detected Sirius and Remus, waiting inside, but hidden. His orders did tell him to meet the girl there, after all. He waited a couple more minutes, and then he saw a small group of girls troop up to the Hog's Head. They seemed to come from Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. They were also not wearing their school clothes. Rather, they were wearing dark, heavy cloaks. Their faces also didn't look too friendly. Where is he? One of the girls demanded. He's probably still on his way, the one who had charmed him said. The girl said she did as we asked. I'd be able to tell if she lied. Let's wait inside. That confirmed it for Harry. These weren't girls from the school, probably other people in disguise. That made things rather simple for him. He waited for them to enter the bar and then walked in. The three girls looked back at him, and the one who looked like the one who had charmed him smirked. You made it, she said as her wand appeared in her hand. Let's go for a walk, shall we? Okay, Harry said, acting slightly dazed for effect. He followed them out, noting Sirius appear in his dog form from behind the counter, while Aberforth looked after them. He couldn't tell where Remus was right now, but didn't care either. He trusted the old wolf. As they made it outside, the girls stayed quiet and led him off into a wooded area. Before the apparent leader turned on him and said, Imperio. It was a much stronger effect this time, and Harry could tell the man was experienced with the spell. You will do as we ask, was all it said. That was smart. You could amend your original order with verbal commands. Harry allowed the spell to sink in for the moment. Did it work? One of the other girls asked. The original girl smiled and said, We've got him. All three smiled then. Tell us how you're controlling the werewolves. The girl demanded. Friendship and money, Harry said. And we don't control them. They are happily employed. Tell us about your family magics. One of the others asked. They are awesome, Harry said, following the command exactly. What are they? The same girl clarified. Secrets. Harry replied truthfully again. Is he fighting you? The girl asked her leader. Not as far as I can tell. Try being more specific. The leader said. What are the uses and effects of your family magic? The girl tried again. They come in handy and make me happy. Harry said. He was having fun with this now. What is the incantation? The leader tried. I don't need incantations. Harry said. He must be lying. The leader announced. He's somehow resisting the spell. Well, technically I did learn the incantation, but when I learned the magic involved, I no longer needed the incantation, so I forgot them. Harry said. It was true. He cast spells by feel these days and hadn't needed an incantation in years. It was just about that time that the anti-apparition magic went up. Harry quickly shook the Imperius off and shot up into the sky after lifting his arm to indicate his direction, before making a lazy turn and returning to the scene, where the girls were already all down, surrounded by 20 men in military combat fatigues. He landed next to Sirius, who was still in dog form and sitting on his haunches with his tongue lolling out. Are they wolves? Harry asked. The dog barked affirmatively, before turning into Sirius. I smelled polyjuice on them. I'm assuming they are the actual ones who arranged this situation. Seems like it, Harry said. You heard what they said. They were after the family magic and were careful not to mention what family magic to protect who they are or who sent them. I'm thinking Pansy or Daphne's fathers didn't like what they heard and planned this little outing for me, thinking that I'd be an easier target. Remus walked calmly up to them. He was also in combat fatigues. How did you like the show? He asked with a smile. Missed it, Harry said. When I turned around, they were all down already. How did they get so close? So quickly. The security teams were picked for their stealth. Remus said proudly. These are the hunters and trackers of our pack. Good idea, Harry said with a nod. I can't understand why purebloods are so stupid about this. Werewolves would make the best oars. Their loss, Sirius said. Our gain. Then he walked up to the men, who had already tied up the girls. First rounds on me, boys. There was a cheer and then the people all disappeared via portkey. Likely illegal ones. You got this from here, Cub? Remus asked. What? Harry asked. There are girls somewhere down there, likely bound and gagged. Remus reminded him. We did the dirty work. Your job is to save the damsels. With the casters out cold, now is the time to break them from the spell. He smiled and winked before he too disappeared, but in a turn of apparition. Harry sighed and started floating up. The device he had come up with to do his Superman impression from earlier was a body harness. He hadn't even made it. He simply went to an outdoor shop that sold hiking and spelunking equipment and purchased climbing gear that wound around the body to support it. Then he runed and spelled it like one of his brooms and connected its functions to one of the connected ropes that were strapped to his forearm. To activate it, a specific movement was necessary as well. You didn't want to wear one and accidentally shoot off while reaching for a knife at the dinner table after all. He was floating using said harness now. He quickly made his way to Madame Putafoot's tea shop and scanned around. Sure enough, he found 3 figures lying on the ground inside the bathroom. Harry was again disillusioned as he floated around and through the people in the shop and then made his way to the bathroom, which was locked, predictably. He cast an unlocking spell which didn't work, so he had to resort to unlocking it manually in the way he had learned 2 years before, and entered before closing the door and locking it again. Fortunately, the idiots, whoever they were, hadn't had time for fun, but that didn't stop them from undressing the girls to take a look. They likely planned to come back shortly after questioning and capturing him, to finish what they started. Harry was just about fed up with the magical world after this. He disillusioned the girls after covering them up and floated them out and flew straight back to school and to the infirmary. Auntie Poppy, Harry yelled. Harry, what's going on? Madame Pomfrey asked as she ran out of her office at the urgency in Harry's voice. Harry made the girls visible again and placed them on the nearest beds. These girls were captured by some people who wanted to use them to get to me during the Hogsmeade visit. I found them unclothed in the bathroom at Madame Putafoot's. I don't think they had time to do anything today, but that girl, he said pointing at the one that had cast the spell on him, was under an Imperius, most likely since before school. I'm hoping she was targeted at the train station. Otherwise, whoever did this will die. Where are the ones that did it? Madame Pomfrey asked with anger in her voice, while she drew curtains around the girls and started checking the girls over inside them. Harry had never seen her this angry before. He could understand it, though. The girl that had been controlled would likely have disappeared after this. She was under someone's control for too long. She would not be able to understand or explain away the missing time if they obliviated her. The Wolves of Marauders Incorporated stopped them and took them into custody. Harry said, "Whoever they are were polyjuiced to look like these girls. The wolves will wait for it to wear off before they do anything else. I'll be going there now to keep an eye on them." "Don't do anything rash, Harry," Poppy said. "Like what? Feeding their genitals to wild dogs while they watch?" Harry asked darkly. "Yes, like that," Madame Pomfrey said. "I'm not making promises," Harry said as he turned and flew out of the infirmary. He exited the wards and Apparat home, where he went to the vanishing room and exited to their Texas house. He walked to the security office and didn't even need to ask the guard, still on duty, where they were. "They are in lockup. Downstairs, Mr. Black," the guard said instantly, at seeing the murderous-looking 12-year-old. Harry didn't even acknowledge him. He simply walked through and to the secure lockup, which was actually set up as a secure place to keep werewolves, if they, for some reason, couldn't get away in time for the full moon. It also served as their drunk tank, for when people got rowdy or territorial, which happened often with werewolves apparently. All their locations had such facilities. Harry spotted Remus and Sirius standing in front of the cell, surrounded by the security wolves, talking, seemingly arguing about something. "But what if the girls?" "Harry, what are you doing here?" Sirius asked as he noticed him. Then he saw the look. He looked back at Remus. "See?" he demanded. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. "As far as we can tell, they hadn't been sexually assaulted today," Harry said darkly. "Thank Merlin." Sirius breathed in relief. They were probably going to return later and do so, though. They were already unclothed. Harry added, "Sir, permission to plan a hunt?" One of the wolves growled. He was a big man with a deep voice and a thick, but well-kept brown beard and shaved head. He was also covered in muscles with thick veins that you could see through the tank top he wore. He seemed dangerous in human form. Harry wouldn't want to face him when he transformed. "Permission denied," Remus said instantly. "At least until we know who they are and if all of them were planning on getting in on the act. We won't do vengeance here, men. We'll do justice." He didn't know he was quoting Madame Bones and her view on how Aurors were supposed to work. "Understood, sir," the man said as he visibly calmed himself and took a step back. The other men also seemed to calm themselves. The hunt was where they released the prey and then hunted them down. They often did this exercise to hone their skills, but today, they wanted to hunt the smartest prey. Harry didn't know it, but all the wolves knew his scent. It was one of the first things they learned when they joined. If Harry was ever in trouble, they fully intended on having the wolves descend on whatever enemies they could find. When they smelled him today, the pack instinct had kicked in and Harry was considered part of the pack. Cub even. They didn't like seeing him in a state of agitation. It was making them want to act. Remus, however, was the alpha. What he said was law. Not by fear or power, but by the fact that he cared for and provided for the pack and well. Respect was all he ever got from any of them. The security force was, perhaps, slightly more zealous in their loyalty, since they worked directly under Remus, while the bikers and other teams had different command structures. Harry hadn't ever seen this sort of behavior, and resolved to find out about it later. For now he stood back and waited, his eyes not leaving the three unconscious people. Remus and Sirius understood. Once they knew who it was and administered the Veritaserum, they'd find out everything they could before they turned them over to the authorities, if they turned them over. Half an hour later, the first one started to change, followed shortly by the other two. McNair, Knott, and Avery, all Death Eaters, all claiming Imperius. Sirius said as he recognized them, "They'd be out of custody in hours if we hand them over." Harry said, "I say we let the men have their way." Sirius said, crossing his arms as he considered the prisoners. They were all rapists, murderers, and torturers in his eyes. The wolves smiled at his statement, but didn't move. "Let's try something different," Remus said with a thoughtful look. Then he turned to Harry. "You need many noble titles, right? I like where your mind is at," Harry said after a moment, his own smile growing. "We'd need to be careful, though. We can't have people find out what we're doing." "I'm sure we can stay under the radar," Remus said. "We do have this hungry group of wolves who'd like nothing more than to hunt down the remaining Death Eaters, one at a time." The wolves were now openly grinning with all their teeth visible in the most wolf-like smiles Harry had ever seen. "I think I'm going to like you guys," Harry said. "Remind me to put more time into finding a cure for the transformation. I want to be a wolf someday too." "Only if we find a cure," Remus insisted. "You can do what you want with your life, but while transformations can't be controlled completely, you're not allowed." "Okay, fine," Harry said with a sad pout. It was completely put on, but it worked and he looked like a scolded schoolboy. The effect for the wolves in attendance, though, was that Harry didn't look down on them at all. In fact, it seemed he looked up to them. Some chests puffed out in pride as the youngest member of the pack accepted them with open arms with his words and actions. "Until then, what do we do with this lot?" Sirius asked. "We keep them," Remus decided. "The security team will keep an eye on them, and we will start expanding on the cells so that we can house all the Death Eaters we capture." "Done, sir," the big wolf said. "We'll handle the expansion and upgrade the wards to block anything short of a directed nuclear strike," he said vehemently. "Thank you, Daniels. I'll leave it in your hands." Remus nodded. "Until then, undressing these fuckers down and only wake them for feeding time." "Yes, sir." The wolves all saluted and set to work, while Harry was led off by Remus and Sirius. Harry arrived back at the school 2 hours after he left and went straight back to the infirmary. "How are they doing, Auntie Poppy?" Harry asked as he stuck his head in the office door, after knocking softly, not having looked behind the privacy curtains. "They are doing fine, Harry," Poppy said as she walked over to him and pulled him in for a hug. "You were right too, thankfully. None of them had been assaulted yet." "What did you find out?" "The men are pure blood and we're all Death Eaters," Harry said. "We'll be holding on to them so that the Ministry can't set them free again." "You're holding them against their will?" Poppy asked. Then she thought about it and said, "Good. Let's keep them contained until your uncles find a way to deal with them. For all I care, they can all disappear without a trace and I would only sleep better at night." "That isn't the plan just now, but I'm sure the plans can be amended," Harry said. "They will use the usual method to ensure they are not also being controlled," he added. "I'm assuming I can't tell the girls any of this?" Poppy said. "Use your own discretion on that, Auntie. I would tell them, but I'm just thinking of their peace of mind," Harry confessed. "Did you tell Dumbledore?" "Not yet," Poppy admitted. "Considering he wouldn't tell the parents, I'm inclined to skip it." "Fair enough," Harry said. "I've been avoiding the old man as well. He keeps on nagging at me to tell him stuff. I'm tired of him sending me knowing looks as well." "Should I tell him to stop?" Poppy asked. She didn't like the headmaster all that much these days. She'd jump down his throat if Harry wanted. "Nah, I think the old goat is just happy that I know everything he has been stewing over for years. I haven't forgiven him or anything, but I can't be angry at him for trying to protect me either," Harry said. "Now he's just annoying. I wish I could put the hat on his head and send him to Hufflepuff, like I did with Colin." "I'm still not happy that you are taking liberties with people's futures like that," Poppy said sternly. "If the boy was just annoying you, there was no reason you couldn't just speak to him to get him to stop." "Hasn't helped me much anyway," Harry said. "He's still following me around with that bloody camera every chance he gets." Scenes softened for platform guidelines from prison, saved many girls from abuse, added security features to a school that was supposed to be safe, created a spaceship and took it into space and stopped the worst Dark Lord in living memory. Let's also not forget saving all the werewolves from a life of poverty and rejection from society. By all accounts, I'm surprised you don't have a bigger following." "Thanks," Harry said sarcastically. "All I need, more Creevies." His brother joining in was bad enough last time. And the werewolves were Remus's idea. He and Sirius did that all on their own. Did it happen last time? Poppy asked. Well, no, but Harry started. Get used to it, young man, she said sternly. I don't see you helping less people in the future. The only way you could avoid getting more famous is if you started wearing a mask and a cape, like those cartoons you love so much. This actually put a thought into Harry's head. Sure, he could copy a lot of things some superheroes could do, but he never saw himself in spandex. No, he had a completely different idea. Thanks, Auntie Poppy. You gave me an idea. You're not seriously contemplating doing that? She asked incredulously.
No.
Harry said with an evil smile. I was thinking exactly the opposite, actually. Harry left the infirmary as he contemplated his current plans. He had to put the thought away, though, because he had a surprise for the girls first. He took out his whiteboard and saw a couple of messages on it. Herm. Has anyone seen Harry? Hermione's writing stated. Parv. He's not been in the common room all morning. Parvati said. Pad. I was in the library earlier. He wasn't there either. Padma stated. Sue. I heard a rumor that he was seen flying out of the infirmary earlier today. Susan said. Herm. What? Is he okay? Sue. Just checked with the prefect. 3 girls were assaulted on the Hogsmeade trip and Harry rescued them before taking off. Herm. I hope he hasn't gone to hunt down whoever did that. Daff. It wouldn't surprise me. Daphne added. Pansy. Wasn't he supposed to meet us at his project room later? Pansy asked. Herm. I'm already here. He'll get these messages when he's able. Nev. I'll come keep you company. Herm. Harry, you better be okay. Nev. As if anyone could seriously hurt Harry, it had been Hermione's ideas to shrink the markers and charm normal markers to different colors. The colors had become a bit much though, so Daphne had come up with the idea of using shortened names to simplify things. Padma had found a spell to make the ink in the pens bottomless. There was an issue in the beginning with the magical ink not wanting to wipe off, but a bit of work and a couple of spells had fixed that too. Harry had missed a couple of messages at some point too, and Hermione had asked her dad how people solve that with modern technology. Adding a scroll function was difficult work and ended up making Harry need to make whole new boards for them, with a railing around the edges and an aluminium bar which slid over the right handrail. Since everyone could now write in smaller script, the messages grew longer and Harry had had the bright idea of adding light gray lines to make things neater. Harry, I'm on my way. He quickly looked through the other messages that were waiting in the personal communications section. Most of the girls had tried to get him to respond at some point and all of the messages showed concern. Neville's made him laugh though. Nev, giving hell Harry. Next time, take me with you. Harry had been amazed at the boy's sense of humor and personality on the whiteboards. It seemed that he had really enjoyed the ability to think carefully before he wrote and as a result had become more outspoken and honest. When he turned the corner and spotted the whole study group looking out for him, he smiled. When the girls spotted him, they rushed at him and hugged him in a large group hug. Even the girls not in the inner circle were waiting anxiously. Are you okay? Where did you go? Did you get them? What happened, Harry? I'm fine. Harry said over the many questions. It's a long story, but this one I can tell you. Let's get into the project room first. Though, before anyone else shows up, Harry led them into the room to a reception area he had set up. He'd added doors and lights and everything he could think to make the experience really memorable. Harry, why does this room look like Hermione asked looking around. Don't say it and spoil it for me. Harry interrupted. Susan wasn't going to wait any longer though. What happened? She asked. Harry took a breath and started retelling the story. 2 weeks ago, I was placed under the Imperius curse. There were gasps and looks of fear, but Harry ignored it and continued. It was really weak and I knew I could break it, but I realized that the caster, a 7th-year Gryffindor girl, could have been put under the same spell and told do what she did. Since I had no way of knowing and wanted to catch everyone involved, I played along. I was to meet the girl in Hogsmeade, so I went there today. The girl was being impersonated by someone under Polyjuice. I followed them and confirmed their plans. Then the Wolves of Marauders Incorporated captured them. I had a way of letting my family know, after all, and the Imperius had been weak enough to break easily. When they were taken away for interrogation, I went to go look for the girls. They were stuffed in a bathroom stall unconscious, so I brought them to Madame Pomfrey. Harry finished. But you were seen Susan started. Oh, right, Harry said. I went to go make sure the prisoners were being handled properly and to confirm who they were. Who was it? Susan asked. I'd rather not say, Harry said. Pansy had noted that Harry wasn't looking at her or Daphne. They were Death Eaters, weren't they? She asked in a monotone voice. She had feared her father may have planned something. Was it my father? She asked then. No, Harry said quickly. Then he looked at Daphne. Not yours either. That doesn't mean they didn't arrange this, Daphne said. I honestly don't know, Harry said. I left the interrogation of the prisoners to the security wolves and my uncles. What will happen to them? Susan asked. She knew the problem with Death Eaters. They were almost always wealthy, well-connected and purebloods, meaning they got away with things. I suspect that they will remain imprisoned for a while, Harry said. Is that going to be a problem? He asked Susan, knowing that she wouldn't want to lie to her aunt. I don't think so, Susan finally decided. When I tell my aunt, I suspect she'll have some questions, but she knows the problem with Death Eaters. If you can keep them secure until you release them to the proper authorities, I don't think she'll be forced to give you or your company up. Thank you, Susan, Harry said. Harry, Hermione asked with a small voice. What happened to the girls? Harry could see her worry. This subject kept on coming up here at Hogwarts. What was it about magic and being able to get away with things that drove people to becoming rapists? He knew, of course, the question answered itself because they knew they could get away with it. At least they thought they could get away with it. He'd have to start making examples of these monsters. Harry! Hermione tried again, when his face darkened and didn't answer her. Please no, she begged. No, Harry said, reaching out to her as she took a step back. They didn't have a chance. Madame Pomfrey said that they were fine and the girls are resting peacefully. Why did you look so angry? Faye asked. She was not unaware of what had been going on either. That was one of the main reasons she had joined the study group. That and making friends. Her timid and quiet nature had often stopped that from happening. Harry sighed. I can't be sure, he lied. But the men may have planned on going back for the girls. Hermione looked like she thought he had lied, like most of the girls, but nobody said anything. Nobody wanted to think about it. Are the wolves allowed to castrate them? Neville asked, his own eyes flashing in anger. If they're not, and the Veritaserum proves that they were planning on doing something, I'll do it myself. Harry swore. Using a blunt instrument, Daphne added. That's what Professor Snape said he'd do. Suddenly I like Professor Snape a little more, Neville said with a satisfied nod. Okay, Harry said after he took a long breath. Let's forget about all of that for now. The bad guys are behind bars. The girls are intact and safe, and I've got a surprise for you. But first, cheering charms and tickling charms, Harry said, affecting an evil smirk, and started sending many spells at the girls and Neville. It took a bit of doing and a couple of rounds of chasing the girls around like he was going to catch them. But the distraction worked, despite the fact that the girls ended up letting him catch them, just so that he could stop tickling them. When the smiles were mostly back in place, Harry led them through the doors into the auditorium. Welcome to the Hogwarts Cinema, Harry said with a victorious smile. The auditorium had had a makeover. Lush carpeted floors and comfortable seats, complete with curtained walls and magical lights, which lit the stairs. The seats even had holders for popcorn and drinks. For now, they'd have to settle for house elf-delivered snacks, but Harry planned on giving the professors the full experience, with popped corn, sweets, and soda. You made a movie theater? Hermione squealed. But how? I thought technology and magic doesn't mix. It really doesn't, but it turns out magic and basic science definitely can, Harry said as he produced his pouch. From within, he summoned 3 pieces of what looked like glass and hovered them in front of him. I can't tell you how, since it is family magic, but I was able to set up a way for light and sound to travel through and be stored in these. Flashback. After the success of the day at the movies, he had worked on the principle for a while. He had gone to the cinema again and scratched a flaw into a piece of glass at the same time as he made the same flaw in the glass through which the cinema projected the movie onto the screen. He had successfully bound them one way, of course, and was able to see the image the projector was projecting through the clear glass, even though he'd had to play with the focus a bit using conjured glass. The sound had been more difficult, as he didn't have something to copy sound like he could do with images or the written word. Sure, the mirrors could transport the sound, but it was hardly cinema quality. He'd ended up having to go to the local library and started studying how sound worked and what could conduct it best. It turned out that metals such as aluminium, which was quickly turning into his favorite metal, and certain crystalline structures like diamond, could carry sound vibrations best. Seeing as how he'd learned enough about diamonds at the library, he'd simply transfigured a large amount of coal he had gone to purchase into the thin plates of diamond that he carried with him along with the glass for the projectors. It didn't surprise him when it took a lot of power to make the plates, but he was very happy with the end result. Then he went about testing ways to record sound and ended up with a nifty little spell that could copy and project sound from a crystalline substance. He'd settled on diamond for the substance to copy the sound through and onto, but hadn't needed to engrave the sound, like one would do with a turntable. Instead, it recorded the sound structure onto the crystal structure of the plate of diamond. Each piece of diamond could contain hundreds of hours of recorded sound as well, but he'd found that the quality increased the more spread out he made it, so he ended up needing to erase the transfigured diamond structure and re-record things until he got the best quality. He'd then needed to go back to the cinema and place strips of diamond, which worked like the mirrors in the speakers of the cinema. They were connected to diamonds he had on him, with which he recorded the transmitted sound onto other pieces of diamond, specifically spelled for quality. After that, he'd needed to work on projecting the sound out. He'd gone to a local electronics store to ask how speakers worked. The younger lads in the store laughed at him and told him to go home and ask his dad. Harry had almost just walked out of the shop when an older gentleman showed up and the laughter died. Turns out the older gentleman both owned the shop and worked on repairs. He took Harry aside and described to him, as best he could, how different speakers transmitted different spectrums of sound. The higher the frequency, the more precise the speaker and the smaller the cone diameter. For lower ranges like bass, you needed to have a lower frequency but bigger cone. That was all interesting, but Harry didn't want to invent a whole new kind of speaker. Fortunately, he had magic and money. He paid the man to show him how a speaker worked and to show him what he could. This had been the most educational part, as he suddenly had an idea of how to achieve his goal. Before he left, he purchased a couple of big speakers and a couple of the smaller ones and carried them out on his own, making it look easy. He'd also given the man a large tip and said he'd have loved to tip his staff if they hadn't tried to laugh him out of the store. The man had smiled at him as he left, before turning on the suddenly cowed workers, who had gathered to see the kid walk away with the equipment that was larger than himself. Harry had found the last part quite simple. Copying the form of the speakers, he created a housing which would project the sound waves through small, medium, and large conical openings. It wasn't perfect at first, but using the original spell form the mirrors, he finally achieved success by letting the sound vibrations from the diamond strips be projected through the newly designed magical speakers. Took a little fine-tuning, but the sound was finally perfect. Then he had run into a new problem. He didn't want to wait for the cinema to start the movie for them to be able to watch the film. In a strange twist of magic, it turned out he had already created the perfect storage medium. The diamond plates were able to record the light in the same way that they recorded audio. Thus, the three pieces of glass, stereo, audio, and light. Setting up the new cinema had been simple in comparison to working out how to make the magic work. Scenes softened for platform guidelines to watch himself. He'd even recorded the other movie trailers so that the audience could see what they might be able to watch one day. He ushered the first guests to the prime seats in the room and went to the projection station. There he placed the light recording of the movie he had chosen onto a pedestal and the two audio tracks into their corresponding slots where they would transmit the audio to the speakers. He had needed to synchronize the audio and light himself in the beginning, which was what he had been working on in the common room for the last week. Now he could join his friends and trigger the start from where he sat, between Hermione and Daphne, who had claimed the seat before a sullen-looking pansy could. The other girls had already decided that they would take turns, but allowed the current seating arrangement. For now, Harry started the recording and all the eyes were suddenly locked on the screen. The trailers played, which they knew to expect this time, and then the movie started, while Harry extinguished the lights, with the sound of a bell, followed by flames and then smoke, which coalesced into the word Aladdin. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. When the movie ended, the girls were all looking tearful, but smiled anyway for the happy ending that only a Disney movie could give. "Thank you, Harry," Hermione exclaimed and hugged him from her seat. "That was the best surprise you've given us yet." There was a chorus of thanks from the other ladies and Neville, who smiled happily as well. "This was so much better than that Buffy thing," Lavender exclaimed. "I wish we could show it to the other students." There would be a stampede to move out of Europe so that they could find their princes and princesses and fly around on magic carpets. Susan said with a giggle. It was suddenly such a romantic idea. "Why are flying carpets outlawed?" Daphne asked. She felt the same way much as everyone else. "I think it has something to do with carpets being considered Muggle artifacts." Harry said. "That's stupid." Hermione said. "Muggles use brooms too." "That's right. What makes carpets more Muggle than brooms?" Lavender exclaimed. The other girls all agreed. "Can we show this to more students?" Susan asked. She could just imagine some of her housemates' reaction to the idea of a cinema. "I'm going to need to show the professors a movie first," Harry said. "Something that they will enjoy, but is also child-friendly." "Are there movies that children can't watch?" Pansy asked. "Oh yes," Hermione said instantly. "There are all kinds of genres. Everything from fantasy to documentary, with age restrictions and everything." Harry nodded along. One of the films he had recently acquired was Basic Instinct. He'd likely not be showing that even to the 7th years. It would likely only frustrate the kids into doing things that really shouldn't happen in a school and get the cinema shut down as a result. He wasn't certain that the wizarding world was ready for something like that. He might set up a cinema for the wolves, though. He suspected they'd be worldlier and be able to tolerate something so blatantly intimate. The girls were soon talking about the movie again, and the study group was soon forgotten as they walked to the Great Hall. For dinner, they all went to their separate tables, but they couldn't talk about Harry's project. So Harry, Hermione, and Neville started talking about how cool a flying carpet would be. During dinner, Harry ignored all the stares. The Hogwarts rumor mill must have been very active today. He was soon approached by McGonagall. "Mr. Black, could I have a word with you after dinner, please?" "Of course, Professor," Harry said, thinking he might know what this was about. He waited for dinner to be over and followed McGonagall out of the hall and to her office. The moment the door was closed, the motherly figure grabbed him into a hug. "When I heard what happened, I nearly decided to go to Grimmauld Place looking for Sirius and Remus. Thank you for bringing the girls back." "It's not a problem, Auntie Min," Harry said, hugging the woman back. "I couldn't leave them there like they were, after all." "How did you know to go looking for them?" she asked. "How did you know they were impersonated?" "It's a bit of a story," Harry said as she released him and gave him a look that said he would not be leaving her office until she knew every single detail. So he told her. "Imperious at the station?" McGonagall exclaimed. "The poor dear must have been terrified the entire time." "I'm not going to argue with you about that," Harry said. "It might be a good idea to have her see a mind healer to smooth over the events." "You might be right," McGonagall nodded. "And you were able to throw off the curse easily?" "I had training in my previous life." Harry shrugged. Moody may have been a fake, but he taught very well. "I needed to act controlled, though, so that we could find out what was going on." "And the wolves just knew to be there?" McGonagall asked. "I let Remus and Sirius know that I was under someone's control 2 weeks ago." Harry shrugged. "They questioned me and realized I was in control enough to give them clues and plan the whole thing out. I think Aberforth was also in on it, since he allowed Sirius to hide behind his bar." "And they didn't tell me," she said with her eyes narrowing. "I might just go visit them anyway." "What would you have done?" Harry asked. "You realize that if I hadn't done what I did, she may have simply disappeared and turned up somewhere in a ditch, right?" McGonagall seethed for a bit before she closed her eyes and counted to 10. "Fine. But I don't have to be happy about it." and your uncles will be telling me in the future if anything like this happens. Even if I must keep myself in check, I don't like being kept out of the loop. I understand that, Harry said. And thank you for your concern, but I think right now those girls should be your primary focus. I've told you before, I can take care of myself. McGonagall sighed and nodded at him. The girls have requested that you visit them to thank you. I don't think you will go speak to them, Harry, she insisted. They are fragile and you are likely the only male that they will trust for a while. Don't break them even more. Harry went back to his common room, having forgotten to tell McGonagall that the project was complete. Hermione, Lavender, Parvati, and Neville were waiting for him, but they didn't look worried this time. They knew Harry and McGonagall were close. Hi guys, Harry said. I'm taking it she wanted to ask about your day? Hermione asked, not wanting to say it out loud, since there were still many people in the common room. She needn't have bothered, since all the heads were looking at him, much as they had been doing at dinner. Yeah, Harry? Fred asked. How was your day? George asked. Because we heard some interesting rumors, Fred said. Apparently you saved 3 girls, flew without a broom, and all of that within an hour of the Hogsmeade visit starting. Interesting, Harry said. I didn't also happen to fight a group of Death Eaters too, while leading a group of werewolves? Not as far as we heard, Fred said easily. But you never know what the students will believe by tomorrow, George added, as both twins smirked at him. Throw a dragon in there if you want to, Harry said. It'll round the story out nicely, I think. But I saw you, Ron exclaimed. You flew right over me as you left the school. We saw you too, Dean Thomas added, pointing between himself and Seamus Finnegan. Those 3 had become close, and Harry was happy that Ron wasn't alone. Really? Are you sure you saw what you think you saw? Harry asked, as he made an illusion of himself over himself and disillusioned his real body. The illusion walked forward and said, because here in Hogwarts, things aren't always what they seem. It walked forward to Dean, who stood up and backed away, but the illusion continued walking, and as every head watched it, Harry became visible again, just as the illusion walked through Dean, who fell over as it vanished. I've heard of stranger things, Harry said, and all the heads whipped back to him. You have to teach us how to do that, Fred demanded. It's magic, Fred, Harry said. You do it with power and focus. If you asked nicely, I'm sure Flitwick could teach you a thing or two. Hermione giggled when she saw Dean fall over, and soon those of the study group were laughing with her. Then the rest of the house started laughing as the obvious prank from earlier today became clear to all. It would not last, though. But you did rescue 3 girls during the Hogsmeade visit, Percy pointed out. Harry sighed. I did happen upon 3 unconscious girls, yes, he said. I didn't want to talk about it because the girls will likely want to keep their private affairs private. I'll ask you all to not bother them with questions. There was suddenly silence and nobody moved as Harry turned serious. Am I clear? He asked quietly. There was suddenly a lot of affirmative nods. Good. If you keep your word and don't bother the girls, I'll have a surprise for all of you by next weekend. There was suddenly an excited whispering and smiles all around. Harry hadn't noticed when he had gained the ability to control the entire house with just a few words and a bit of encouragement, but he wouldn't complain if it got the girls a little peace when they returned. They were all 7th-year Gryffindors, so their absence had been noticed, but it wasn't uncommon for older years to hang out with friends until just before curfew. The evening started winding down and Harry was tired, so he retired to his room. He called up Sirius and Remus, who confirmed that everything was still fine. Harry dutifully told them that McGonagall expected them to tell her in the future if they knew of something that was going on, especially like what had happened, and warned them to be on the lookout. She wasn't in a happy mood when he left her. Sirius had scoffed, but then lost some color and informed him that it seemed they had a visitor. It seemed McGonagall had made plans to visit them that night still. Harry wished them luck and closed the connection before laying back. His recent success with the communications devices and the cinema had all sorts of ideas swimming through his mind. He didn't consider himself an inventor, having copied most of his devices from Muggle technology. It was one such a device that had him falling asleep with a plan for his next project. He didn't need to worry about the cup, That was in Remus and Sirius's hands. They apparently had a foolproof plan. He was wondering about that these days, but they didn't want to tell him and he'd not push. They likely wanted to do something showy and gain some bragging rights in the process. Chapter 9. And see disclaimer on Chapter 1. Chapter 9. The next morning found Harry returning to the cinema to prepare for the guests he would receive that day. He'd had breakfast with Hermione and Neville and greeted his other friends first, though. He didn't want them wondering where he'd disappeared off to. After all, when he was ready, he made his way to the infirmary. He knocked politely and waited for Madame Pomfrey to greet him at the door. "Ah, Mr. Black, you have good timing. The girls' parents have just arrived and wish to thank you as well," she said as she let him in and led them to the now uncovered girls. They wore sad, but grateful smiles as they saw him, and two of the three started tearing up at seeing him. "Mr. P. Black," one of the parents said, correcting themselves, when they remembered that they had been told he preferred to be called that by Poppy 2 minutes prior. "Thank you for saving our little girl. We can't thank you enough." There was a chorus of thanks, and then they proceeded to shake his hand and hug him. Fortunately, only the mothers hugged him. He was never a fan of such close proximity to people he didn't know, but smiled and took the praise humbly, even as he wished this could be over. He didn't do it for the thanks. He greeted the girls next, and they thanked him too, all three breaking into tears. Two of the girls pulled him into hugs and cried on his shoulder for a bit. The other one, the one that cast a spell on him, seemed to be in shock still. She'd been under the spell long enough to have affected her greatly. As a result, she hadn't completely accepted that it was over. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Harry recognized that something was wrong, but couldn't know her mind. Not without violating her once more by entering her mind uninvited, and he'd never been able to master legilimency. He'd have to trust Poppy to take care of the girl and arrange whatever she needed. He still felt like he should try, though. "If you ever need someone to talk to, you know where to find me, yeah?" he offered. She nodded again as fresh tears fell and finally closed her eyes as she lay down and turned around, not to be seen so fragile, by the boy who had saved her, even if he only thought he had helped them return to the castle. To her, he had been the one to arrange her freedom, the one to save her from the fate that she knew would have happened. Harry leaned forward and whispered to her, "He will never be able to touch anyone ever again. I'll make sure of it. Okay?" She just broke down in sobs, and her mother started comforting her with a sad smile at Harry. "Thank you," she mouthed at him one more time. Then Harry left. He went to his project room and shut himself in for half an hour, while he sorted his thoughts. The room was soundproof and completely quiet, so it was perfect to sort through his memories and calm himself down. The worst thing going through his head right now was, what if this had been happening last time? What if it had happened to Hermione and she just didn't know, because someone had modified her memories? He kept on trying to contain his emotions, but the thought wouldn't leave him alone. It started eating at him until he finally couldn't handle it anymore and yelled his frustration into the ceiling. A bunch of the newly installed chairs ripped from the floor as Harry's magic lashed out at the room around him and was torn to pieces with the sound of ripping fabric and breaking wood and plastic. Then the debris was hurled at the walls, and some of the curtains tore and broke from their railings, falling to the ground in shredded heaps. He stood there breathing hard as his frustrations found an outlet on the room around him. This somehow made him feel better, and he took a moment to breathe and calm himself again, slowly finding his center and settling into it. "Harry?" a voice asked. Harry winced and shut his eyes. This wasn't something he had wanted someone to see. "Yes, Auntie Min?" Harry asked. "What was that?" she asked. "I was just venting my frustration," Harry said. "I know the whole world isn't like this, but placing someone under mind control for weeks? That girl will never be the same again. What had she done to deserve that? There will always be monsters in the world, Harry. You, above all, should know that," she said as she conjured a chair behind him and sat him down before kneeling in front of him. "You are a good boy, though. It shouldn't make sense to people like us. If it did, we'd be at risk of becoming like them. The powerful often find themselves unable to distinguish between right and wrong because they feel entitled. Purebloods like to use that as an excuse to cause harm." Another new voice said, "How many of you are here?" Harry asked. He was not happy that Dumbledore had seen his outburst. "You asked the professors to meet you here," Snape's voice said. He had been impressed by the boy's violence in defense of the girls he had rescued. He couldn't worry that Harry would become like Voldemort anymore. The tears on his face and the sheer destruction they had come upon when they entered the auditorium was both impressive and saddening. "You mustn't lose hope, Mr. Black," Pomona Sprout said. "There will always be those who stand against such dark men. We must encourage that until it becomes the norm. For those who don't want to change, there are other options, like imprisonment or re-education, or simply putting them down." Phileas Flitwick said, "I understand your frustration, Mr. Black. There is a reason that I try to encourage awe and wonder in the possibilities of magic. It helps people realize what a gift it is, rather than a right to abuse." As he said it, he lifted his wand and the curtains started righting themselves. Dumbledore also lifted his own wand and the broken debris started righting themselves, forming together into unbroken chairs and holders, which started returning to their original positions. All the while, McGonagall just crouched by Harry and held his hand as he finally found his calm. "Sorry you had to see that, Auntie Min," Harry said. "No need to apologize," she replied instantly. "It was cathartic to see it done. I find myself torn between going to the security cells to make sure those men can never do something like that again myself, and staying here to support you. From your statement, I'm assuming the offenders didn't just disappear, like we were led to believe?" Snape asked. "Marauders' security wolves were on standby during the event," Harry said. "I couldn't risk those in charge getting away with it. If you find you need the services of someone who has mastered legilimency, don't hesitate to ask." Snape surprised him by offering. Dumbledore, unable to stick his nose into Marauders' business, said nothing, but continued to repair the room with the other heads of house. Fortunately, they had shown up first. Harry wouldn't want the entire staff of Hogwarts knowing about this. When everything was repaired, though, Dumbledore asked, "I hear you have something to show us?" Harry took a deep breath before responding. "That's right. This is a cinema. For those of you who don't know, it's a Muggle invention with the purpose of showing films for both education and entertainment. I have worked out how to emulate both the effects of the normal cinema, and that is what I have called you here for." "You've invented some way to use Muggle technology in Hogwarts?" Flitwick asked. "It uses a concept I learned with the family magics, with a couple of innovations I had to come up with, using a combination of both science and magic," Harry said. He summoned the trays he had placed behind the counter in the reception area, where he planned to set up a couple of conveniences, like fresh popcorn stands and confectionery sales, along with some options for drinks. Bottled sodas and microwave popcorn was the best he could do right now. Fortunately, microwave popcorn wasn't difficult to pop with magic, and he soon had a couple of containers of freshly popped corn in containers he transfigured from the bags themselves. He asked the professors to help themselves and take a seat, leaving the summoned stuff out for them to look through as he went to go greet the rest of the professors he had invited. Nearly all of them did show up. When everyone was nearly ready, Harry started the same crystals from the previous day up, seeing as how he had seen it already. He wanted to watch the professors as the movie played to gauge their responses. As the trailers played, the professors started taking seats, and when they were over, the movie started and he lowered the lights on the sides until they were completely dark, leaving only the steps and aisles illuminated enough for someone to follow back to the exit, should they need to leave to the conveniently located bathrooms nearby. The room even had a ventilation system for fresh air, which was kept at a comfortable temperature. By the time the movie ended, the older ladies all had gentle smiles on their faces, while the men smiled at the adventure. Snape didn't show one emotion or another. "What a wonderful experience!" Flitwick exclaimed. "We must make this available to the students. If we can show them films depicting the acts of heroes in a way that make them want to emulate them, it could only be good for morale. And the potential for rewarding or disciplining students by either giving them access or denying them said access would be a wonderful way to encourage them to perform well," McGonagall added. It's what Harry had been driving at with the house point system being broken, after all. "I also intend to set up a space for things like a confectionery stand, with drinks and popped corn and sweets. If you want, we can put the house elves in charge and only charge the cost of the products," Harry said. This isn't meant as a way to make money, really. I actually couldn't charge for the right to watch the movies, since that would infringe on copyright laws. Copyright laws? Flitwick asked. Muggles made this film, Harry said. They spent money producing it and they make money from it by selling seats in cinemas and copies of the films to make a profit. If I made money and didn't pay a percentage of the earnings to the company that produced it, they'd be missing out on the profits and it would be tantamount to theft. What a novel idea, Flitwick said. We don't have such laws, but I can see how the system would work. That's beside the point, Harry said. We'll not be selling this, so we should be safe. Technically, you are spreading the concept to the magical world, and more people might end up going to Muggle cinemas and spend money on gaining access to similar entertainment. Dumbledore theorized. You're potentially increasing their client base. There is that, I suppose. Harry allowed. Anyway, I don't intend to run this operation forever, so I'd need to teach someone how to use the device I have set up for the presentations. We'll also need to consider having screening evenings so that you professors can view the films and decide if it is safe to watch for the different year groups. There are some films in the Muggle world not intended for younger audiences with suggested age restrictions. I'm assuming you come by these films by means of your family magic? Snape asked. You assume correctly, Professor Snape, Harry said. As such, I'm the only one that can get more films for the cinemas. You intend to make more? McGonagall asked. It would be a good idea, Harry said. If we allow only older audiences to watch certain films, we'd need to be able to offer the younger ones something to watch while the older students have the choice of both. It is only fair. Good plan, Mr. Black, Flitwick said. You have my vote to continue as planned, so long as we get to join them for the entertainment. And this screening you mentioned will give the professors the opportunity to watch the films without needing to keep an eye on the students, Dumbledore said with a happy smile. He could see the staff having a bit more free time and having staff meetings during these presentations, while the students are happily entertained and busy, with the prefects keeping an eye. You have my vote too, he said. We'll need to consider the logistics and security, but I can't see this having a negative impact on the student body, Sprout said. You have my vote too, and well done, young man. Besides a sudden influx of flying carpets becoming more popular, Snape said. I'm not against this. The rest of the professors were very positive and all seemed to unanimously support the idea. Some even asked when the first screening will be and wanted to know how many options Harry had. He suddenly realized that he'd soon need to start writing synopses so that they could choose what they wanted to see next. It would be a simple thing to simply copy the information he could find about the movies, so he sighed and told them that he would be in contact about how and when. When the professors adjourned, Harry was happily surprised to see his study group had left a message for him, asking to join them when he was done with his presentation. He found them in the Great Hall, all sitting by the Hufflepuff table. It hadn't occurred to Harry, but it made sense that that house wouldn't mind them sitting with them. He joined them and confirmed in whispers that the cinema seemed to be a success. After lunch, they all asked to see another movie, and Harry had smiled and agreed. He had an idea and went to the infirmary to invite the three ladies, who he knew would be released later today. Madame Pomfrey agreed, grumbling about the fact that she couldn't join them, basically being on duty at all hours. I have an idea in the works that might help with that somewhere down the line, Harry said with a smile. Don't worry, you'll be able to join soon. Thank you, Mr. Black. That would be a wonderful change of pace for me, Poppy said formally in front of the three older students. She turned to them and said, If any of you wish to talk to me, I'll be here. As I understand it, Mr. Black has offered you his support as well, so I'll leave you in his capable hands. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, the girls chorused as they were led out by Harry. He led them to the cinema and gave them some treats at the reception area, before ushering them in, to where his friends were already seated and waiting. They had left the best seats open for the three that would join them. Right in the middle of one of the rear aisles, Harry had fortunately had the idea to include cinemas that showed older movies as well, and had one more Disney movie that had been released the previous year to show. Knowing that it would be a beautiful tale, he had the idea to set up a way to copy movies from tape by setting up a mirror in front of a television to record things that he could purchase, but that was still in the works and he'd be expanding on his collection soon. He was excited about watching the other two Star Wars films on the big screen as well. For now, he started the film when everyone was ready, and soon Hermione was heard excitedly clapping her hands when she heard the familiar music and saw the opening scene of Beauty and the Beast. She had seen that one, but she loved the story. When the credits were rolling, there were more happy tears at the wonderful story. It had affected all of them differently. Harry hadn't ever watched the movie. For him, the imagination of the creators astounded him. The magic, while a bit far-fetched, was well done and gave him a sense of wonder at the possibilities that still lay ahead of him. A world where such a story existed couldn't be as dark as he had begun to fear. The girls all had smiles on their faces, happy tears in their eyes. The heroine of the story wasn't just pretty, but had a thirst for knowledge. It was a wonderful example to set and follow. The three girls who had just been released from the infirmary finally felt better and thanked Harry profusely for allowing them to watch the movie. He graciously accepted it and told them that they could spread the word if they wanted. He had no doubt that the rumor mill was already hard at work about his upcoming surprise. Better to give them an idea than for the escalating nature of the rumors to raise expectations too much. Better to give the girls something else to focus on when people started asking questions, which would inevitably happen. Harry spent the next week working on another auditorium, since not all of the student body could fit into one of these cinemas. He also had another idea that he had to focus on for the last 2 days of the week and ended up making another set of whiteboard communication devices for the professors and staff. He had called them all together in the infirmary, since he wanted Madame Pomfrey to have one of these too. When the staff were all gathered, it didn't even occur to Harry that he had basically called a staff meeting on his own. He wasn't even staff. "Good evening," Harry said as he stood before the staff, seated in chairs before him. "I'm sorry to have interrupted your Thursday evening, but I've got some security issues to discuss and a new toy for everyone here," he said. He smirked when he noted the headmaster had sat with the rest of the staff and smiled at Harry with that bloody twinkle in his eyes again. Harry was shocked to realize that it wasn't an indication of legitimacy, as he had thought. "How do you make your eyes twinkle like that?" Harry asked bemusedly at the old man, interrupting himself. "I'm afraid that's a trade secret, Mr. Black." Dumbledore smirked at him. "I suppose I should have seen that coming." Harry allowed, shaking his head. "Why am I here?" Argus Filch asked, standing off to the side. "Because as far as I can tell, you're in charge of security in the school, and I want to have a word with you when the other staff leaves," Harry replied. Then he turned back to the gathering. "First off, I'm tired of having no way to contact you, and have recently come up with a quick and easy new form of communication. Scenes softened for platform guidelines." He demonstrated the functions and explained how the scrolling function worked, by pulling up the study group's most recent communications and scrolled up and down. "You'll have to work out how you want to describe yourself, but I suggest you drop the professor and full names. I can just imagine Professor Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore will become a little tedious to write and read every time the headmaster wants to say something." Harry joked. There were a couple of chuckles at least. "Now, only the heads of house, headmaster and Mr. Filch will be able to contact me on these. I don't want to be on the darn thing all day, and I already get too many messages as it is. Fortunately, there are group functions so that those of you who wish it can communicate in smaller groups, but I'll have to modify or add groups for you. The family magic is well protected, and any attempts to tamper or discover the magic will destroy it. If you have any queries, please feel free to direct them to my head of house, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you," Harry said with a mischievous look in his eyes, directed at his Auntie Min. She didn't look upset at all. In fact, she beamed in pride and wanted to hug the boy. This would be an invaluable tool and minimize the need to travel around the school, just to find something out. "I'll be happy to answer what I can or direct any questions to Mr. Black, should there be a need. That being said, I am going to be informing the screening group, which is a group that the heads of house, headmaster and myself are on, about the upcoming schedule for the newly created cinemas. If anyone would like to join the group, it would be up to the heads to inform you of the times. During this time, our caretaker and head of security, Mr. Filch, will be on duty with another project I have in the works for him." Harry finished. "Thank you." That is all. There was a sudden influx of questions and Harry smirked at McGonagall, who suddenly realized she had accepted this responsibility. Harry then walked to Filch. "If you'll follow me, Mr. Filch?" Harry asked, indicating to the door of the infirmary. Filch grumbled but followed Harry. He led the man to an abandoned classroom that was close to his office and led the man in. "What are we doing here?" the man asked. "This is the room I'm going to be setting up as your security office." Harry said, "I'm not the head of security. I'm a bloody janitor." Filch sneered. "You're also on patrol at night and make sure students aren't running about after curfew." Harry pointed out, "What I intend to do here, tonight, is give you a demonstration of something I've been working on," he said as he pulled 2 plates of glass from his pocket. "This is a little something I've created for you. It basically functions like a security camera. Do you know what that is?"
No.
Filch said, looking at the plain-looking pieces of glass. "Let me demonstrate," Harry said. He lifted up one of the pieces of glass that was round. "This functions like a camera. It's got a sticking spell on it and will turn invisible once placed against a wall. Like this." He took the round piece and placed it on the opposite wall to the blackboard. There it stuck and vanished. "This is the projector disc," Harry said, holding out the rectangular disc. "It projects what the round one sees in front of it." Harry went to the blackboard and placed the disc on the board, where it stuck as well. Then it began to glow for a second, before it projected the view of what the round disc saw a few feet in front of it. It worked on the same illusion magic as the map and the other displays Harry had made so far. He stepped to the other side of the room and waved into the round disc that he had placed, knowing that Filch would see him on the wide-angle circular projection. "As you can tell, you will be able to place one of these," he said, pointing at the invisible round disc, "anywhere and be able to keep an eye on that location. I'll give you a set of 30 to begin and 1 extra that you can use to monitor the rest wherever you are. Once you've set up all the cameras, you'll need to arrange them in front of the last one and keep that projector disc on you." "I don't understand," Filch said. He'd followed until that point. "Okay, let me explain," Harry said. "You'll place these round discs around the castle in places where students and people often walk, like at the end of long corridors so you can see more. Then you will place their projector discs on the board and arrange them so that you can make out where they are and so they don't overlap and things. When you are done, you place the last disc on this wall and it, in turn, will monitor the monitors." Harry stepped to the door and indicated for Filch to follow, taking the projector disc from the board as he went. "When you are not in the security office, but want to see what's going on, you simply place the disc on a wall, like so." Harry demonstrated, putting the disc on a nearby wall, and soon the image of the classroom was shown. "Then you'll be able to watch the others. I'm hoping that this will save you time and the effort of having to run around the school too much. I also request that you put one of these discs by every common room so that you can monitor their comings and goings. Does that make sense?" Harry asked. Filch had finally caught on. "Why are you doing this?" he asked suspiciously. "I don't like what's been going on in the school. Innocent girls and boys used as toys, never even knowing that their rights were being violated. Can you honestly say you don't care?" Harry asked. "Of course not," Finch argued. "But why me? When all your cameras and monitors are set up, I'll set you up with a recording function. I basically invented the magic for that so nobody will be able to tamper with it. Only you will know how to access and manipulate the recordings to go backwards and look through them. Not even Professor Dumbledore will have that power without your say-so." Harry said, "I know you're a squib, but that doesn't bother me. I can easily make this work for you. That does, however, impart a responsibility to you. Do you accept the responsibility for the convenience and power this would impart onto you?" Harry asked seriously. "I'll have to think about it," Filch said. How did the boy know? "It does look useful, but I'll have to see how it works out. The board things will come in handy, at least. I can accept that," Harry said. He pulled out a cardboard container, wherein the discs and plates were. "You can set these up so long and see what you think," he said, handing the box over and opening it to show the man the neatly stacked contents. "Contact me on the board once you have made up your mind. Until then, I won't be setting up the recording function." "Thank you," Filch finally said. Then he turned and walked off. The man was never the friendly sort. Harry had learned in his other life that the man resented his lack of magic. Hopefully giving him this power would raise his self-esteem and temper his mood a little. Perhaps Harry should make him the one in charge of the movies as well. It will likely make the students grateful to him and help too. Harry heard his board pinging, as it had been doing for a while, and pulled it out. He really needed to add a function to tell him who was massaging him. He had to cycle through a couple of displays until he found the new screening group had become quite populated with questions for him. Snape hadn't said a thing, and Harry suspected the man would seldom be writing on the board. The most common question was when he planned to open for the first show. Harry, I'm planning on opening tomorrow evening after class or dinner, but I still need to speak to the house elves and arrange the snacks. Albus, I'll arrange the treats for the students. The house elves have already agreed. Minerva, are you showing the film you showed us in both cinemas? Harry, I don't have 2 copies of that. I'll be showing Aladdin in one cinema and Beauty and the Beast in the other. Pomona, we've not seen this Beauty and the Beast. Perhaps a screening tonight. Harry, I'll arrange it and start the film for you. The study group already watched it over the weekend. It's a nice story. The same people that made Aladdin mad this one. Phileas, perhaps I can help making copies for situations like this? Harry, nice try. You're not getting your hands on my family magic that easily. Phileas, I wasn't suggesting that. I was merely thinking that with a few charms, you may be able to play the same thing in both locations. Harry, now that you mention it, I should be able to arrange that. I'll work on it for next time. Albus, I'll arrange the snacks for tonight. See you at 8 p.m. Harry, can do. Harry put the board away and continued on his way to the library, where the study group was already working. Minerva was really enjoying the comm board. Albus Dumbledore, she said, tapping the board with the marker, which was how Harry had spelled these. He couldn't leave Filch without the ability to change between the different connections, after all. Minerva, these boards are simply marvelous. There was a short delay before Albus responded. Albus, I agree with you, Minerva. That boy of yours has been making changes, and now he's given us quite the advantage we never had before. Minerva, he is quite innovative, but I'm told the idea was copied from something the Muggles already have. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Minerva, according to Harry, Hermione Granger's parents told him about some of the things that they are working on. Instant global communication is something they've been capable of for quite a while. Albus, the things Muggles will think of to make up for not having magic. It still astounds me to think Harry has plans to go to the moon. Minerva, I'm not happy about it, but I was there for the initial test and everything seemed to work as he had planned. Phileas and Rolanda have already booked their seats on the first trip there. Albus, do you think he'd allow me to go? Minerva, I don't know. You'll have to ask him. Your vow doesn't stop you from accompanying him. You're only bound from taking steps to interfere. Albus, they told you? Minerva, of course they told me. I'm family. Albus, and I will be forever grateful to you for being there for Harry. Did I ever thank you? Minerva, every time it comes up. Albus, does he hate me terribly? Minerva, he thinks you're a fool, but a well-meaning one. Sirius and Remus wouldn't shed a tear at your funeral, but Harry seems to believe there's hope for you. I'm still undecided. Albus, it makes me wonder at the strength of his character. If it was me in his shoes, I might have fallen into a depression and pushed everyone away. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Albus, is he getting everything he needs? Is there anything I can do? Minerva, Harry's family are aware of the situation and handling it. Don't stick your nose into it. Albus, of course, Minerva. I understand. Thank you again. There were many conversations that first night as the new device was put to the test. People soon discovered that they hadn't understood the immense impact that this would have on their lives. Until that evening. The next morning, when everyone was at breakfast, Dumbledore stood up and got the students' attention. Good morning, students. I would like to take a moment to bring up a subject which I understand has been discussed throughout the school in the last couple of days. Let me confirm some rumors. Harry Black has recently been working on a project as I'm told he often does, and has created something that I suspect you will all find at least mildly enjoyable." His twinkle betrayed the fact that he was making an understatement. As a result of his efforts, there will be a demonstration of his new cinemas this evening before and after dinner. The Muggle-born and half-bloods who knew of them started whispering to their friends in excitement. "Yes, I believe that you will all know what to expect by the time you arrive for the 2 films that will be shown. I won't be spoiling anything and ask that you don't spoil anything for your fellows between the 2 showings while we adjourn for dinner." The important message this morning, however, is that Mr. Black has unfortunately succeeded in gaining over 1,000 house points over the course of the last 2 days. Dumbledore said with a smirk. "What?" Harry exclaimed, looking at the sandglasses that reflected the point standings. "Not to worry, Mr. Black. We wouldn't want to encourage you to destroy the castle to earn enough deductions, so I have taken the liberty of deducting the points again, the sum of which was an astounding 1450 points." Albus continued, "You do not need to unleash the Weasley boys on the school either. I feel that they find the excuse to cause mayhem much too satisfying to encourage. So, for the rumors that have been spreading throughout the castle, there will be no dragonback riding or live Death Eater executions in front of the school. Nor will there be a duel between Mr. Black and myself. I dare say such a challenge might prove too much for my tired old bones. Please put those rumors to rest," Dumbledore said, "and enjoy the rest of your day." "Were there such rumors?" Harry asked. "Not that I'd heard," Hermione said, shaking her head. "Me neither," Neville said. "Do you think that he was using that moment to start those?" Parvati asked. "I wouldn't put it past him," Harry said as he narrowed his eyes at the teacher's table, where Dumbledore was twinkling at him again. Harry concentrated for a bit and a flashing neon sign appeared above Dumbledore's head, with an arrow pointing down. "Dumbass," it read. Then Harry continued on with the conversation, ignoring the incredulous looks, which soon turned to snickering as everyone, but Dumbledore seemed to notice. It disappeared once or twice as staff tried to dispel it, but it just reappeared, saying "idiot" and "nincompoop." "Mr. Black," McGonagall exclaimed. Dumbledore finally noticed when it was pointed out to him. "He started it." Harry called back instantly, not looking up, as Dumbledore tried to dispel it, only to be replaced with "nitwit." Shaking his head, Dumbledore decided to get up and inspect the magic more closely, but it moved with him as he moved. Harry was actively keeping the magic up and replacing the sign when it was dispelled, so there was no magic to dispel, really. It wasn't an effect, it was a constant application of an illusion, like his banishment-based flight was constantly applied. Harry ignored the calls to get his attention and finally got up and walked out of the Great Hall followed by his friends. Once he left, the sign disappeared as well, since he wasn't there to apply it. Dumbledore wasn't angry, as much as curious. He had decided to play a prank on the boy after all. It was only fair to expect return fire. His smile assured everyone that it was just harmless fun, and that he accepted it in the manner it was meant. The fact that he couldn't dispel it had caused more rumors, though. The first round of films, played simultaneously and ended almost at the same time, with Beauty and the Beast ending slightly before Aladdin. Knowing the running time of the films had helped coordinate things as well, and a note was made to keep that in mind in the future. The dreamy looks and smiles all around made Harry's day, though. There wasn't one person that didn't enjoy the shows. Even Mr. Filch had shown up to stand in an aisle and watch. After dinner, while the second showing happened, he pulled Harry aside. "I'll do it," he said. "It would be useful to be able to prove things with evidence that can't be altered." "I'll go set you up in the morning," Harry said. "When you're all set, you can show the headmaster your new capabilities. You might even be able to get a raise for this." "He doesn't know?" Filch asked. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Filch seemed to consider him for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Thank you." Harry could tell the man was grateful for the consideration. "Not a problem, Mr. Filch," Harry said. "I had another proposition for you, if you were interested." "What?" Filch asked. "Would you be interested in running the cinemas?" Harry said. "There are a couple of perks, like the snacks and being able to watch any films you want when the cinema isn't in use." "But the magic," Filch said. I can set it up so all you'd have to do is insert the proper movie and soundtracks and press a button. Harry promised. You'd have to remember to switch the lights off and on for when the movie begins, but that can be tied to another button. Why? Finch asked. Because I think you've got a raw deal, Harry admitted. Surrounded by kids who flaunt what they have and don't take your limitations into consideration. If you did this, though, you'd be the man who brings them their entertainment. You'd have some power in their eyes. You're the man in charge. What do you get out of it? Filch asked. I get to not have to be here every time a movie needs to be put on, Harry said. And between you and me, I don't want to teach magical people how this all works. Otherwise, they'd try and steal my ideas. You're uniquely qualified for the job. That's why you gave me access to the security magic too, isn't it? Filch asked. Of course. Imagine what would happen if someone asked you how these things worked and you telling them it's a squib-only secret. Throw what they think is an insult back in their teeth, Harry said. Filch liked that idea. Power only a squib could wield. I like that. I thought you might. Harry smirked. I'll stop by your security office tomorrow and call Professor Dumbledore so that you can show him what you can do. Filch nodded and walked away again. He needed to set up his new office. By Saturday evening, Harry had finished both setting up the projector rooms for Filch and his recording capabilities. He'd even showed Filch how to use both and given him access to his stores of movies. Harry, Headmaster, I have something to show you, if you are available. Albus. You may call me Albus on private communication. Harry, I'm available. Do you want to come to my office? Harry, that will take some getting used to. And I actually need you to get over to Mr. Filch's office for what we have to show you. Albus. I'll be there in a couple of minutes. When Dumbledore arrived, it was to find both Harry and Filch waiting for him. Good evening, gentlemen. What is it you have to show me? He asked. This way, Headmaster, Filch said, leading the way to the classroom Harry had annexed for him. Dumbledore followed bemusedly and entered into the classroom, where he saw a desk in front of a large display of illusionary images. What's this? He asked. This, Headmaster, is our new security system, Filch said. Harry had decided that it would be best if he made the presentation. These displays show what is currently happening in the school. Did you make this, Mr. Black? He asked, inspecting the full-color displays showing some students chatting as they walked. There was no sound. I set this up for Mr. Filch, Harry confirmed. The purpose of which is? Dumbledore asked. This way we can confirm what is currently happening. If something happens and I don't see it, I can also go back a while and see it again, Filch said, pressing a button on his desk, freezing the images, and then another, one left from that button to start going backwards. There are different speeds of going back, so I don't have to stand here all day, he said as he pressed the next button and it started going twice as fast. The next did twice that, and so on. Apparently there will be a week's worth of going backwards, Filch said, until I can produce more of the recording media that we use. Harry confirmed. Then we'll be able to stock up as far as we want to. What is your recording medium? Dumbledore asked, noting that Filch had frozen the image of him walking down a passageway and scratching his beard. That is a secret, Headmaster, Finch said. If nobody but me knows, nobody can try and tamper with evidence. As Mr. Black puts it, this is squib-only magic. Dumbledore considered this. It was truly a useful tool, one he'd love having access to himself, but it was likely that this was something Harry would claim was family magic, so he had no right to interfere. It was his school, though, and he had rights here. How do I know that this is being used responsibly? Are you worried that there are monitors in the girls' bathrooms or something? Harry asked. No, I know you wouldn't do something like that, even though I suspect you'd be able to if you wanted. Dumbledore qualified. I'm more interested in knowing that you're not watching duplicate feeds in another location. Why? Harry countered. I have other methods to know what is going on in the castle, much like the heads of house know what is going on in their common rooms. You'll note that there are no feeds from inside the common rooms, for people's privacy. Dumbledore looked at the feeds fast forward, when Argus pressed a button on the other side of the line of buttons until it caught up with real time. I can see that this would be useful to you, Mr. Filch, I don't see that you are invading anyone's privacy since the hallways are public anyway. He turned and looked at his new head of security. Very well. You have my blessing to continue using this. Let's hope the Board of Governors don't find out about it until it has proven its usefulness. I doubt that they would support this. Thank you, Headmaster, Filch said, resolving not to let anyone see him using the projection disc which he intended to carry with him at all times. This is a wonderful advancement, Mr. Black, Dumbledore complimented as he watched all the halls of his school displayed on one wall of illusionary projections. It's a Muggle advancement, Harry said. They've got security cameras everywhere these days. One day soon, a wizard will be caught on camera doing something that people shouldn't see and it will go on the internet. Then we're all likely to need to come out of hiding. He said with a smile. This is no matter to be happy about, Mr. Black, Dumbledore said as a new worry suddenly appeared in his cluttered head. Of course it is, Harry scoffed. It's not the 16th century anymore. People don't burn people at the stake anymore. We just need to get out ahead of it. Give them reason to trust and need us, you know. Please tell me that this isn't one of your long-term goals? Dumbledore pleaded. Not yet, Harry admitted. But if someone doesn't plan for the inevitable, who will? Harry left the two in the security office with that thought. Sunday was spent setting up the idea he had to transmit the same movie from one cinema to the other, so that the entire school could watch the same thing at the same time. It meant another piece of glass that needed to be put in place on both sides. But with his experience, it was simple enough. The sound was a bit more difficult as he needed to adjust the volume, since the volume halved on both sides for some reason. He decided to look into it later and added a slider with a simple amplification spell on it for Filch to use. Then he set up another projector platform in the first booth and connected it to the second cinema as well, so that Filch could run both cinemas from one booth. He even added a new feed so that Filch could confirm that both were playing what they were supposed to. The success of the cinemas and putting Filch in charge left Harry with some time on his hands, so he started planning his next project. It had been on his mind since he put up the first cinema. He now had a way to transport audio the way he could transport video or both at once. What he was thinking was a new form of communication that would take advantage of the audio portion only. Like a telephone, the idea would be that he would make devices that could dial each other, but he had no idea how to make the pairings work. His current form of communication worked on permanent pairings. Every one of the comm boards used multiple connected flaws which were synchronized with all the others. Then he would make or break connections to set up groups and so forth. A connected pair of flaws allowed them to synchronize the boards and then replicate what it showed. For only two people out of a group to be connected, he needed to break the connected flaws between those two flaws and the rest and pair their use with the command words he set to activate them, being each other's or the group's names. He'd used a rune to buffer the messages waiting to still come in and to absorb the messages and their magic when the board was changed to a different one. Every flaw needed said buffering rune to be able to do this. Otherwise, they would be cleared every time when the connection is broken to show another flaw's buffer. Harry didn't know that he was basically using some principles of programming to make these things work, and since he didn't know anything about the subject, he needed to come up with everything on his own. He had an idea, but he didn't know of a magic that could retroactively pair things over large distances. He was sitting in the common room, considering this, when he heard footsteps from the girl's staircase. It was Luna, and it appeared that she was sleepwalking. Finally, something to distract him from his dilemma. He watched her as she walked to the common room door, smiling and nodding to someone only she could see in whatever dream she was having. Harry got up and followed her, to ensure she didn't hurt herself. He waved at the location where he knew the camera disc was, in case Filch was monitoring and mimed sleeping and walking before pointing at Luna, hoping his meaning was clear. Then he continued following her. He couldn't make out what she was saying, but it seemed she was calmly chatting about something, just walking with her dream companion. They walked all over the school. She never made one misstep, even skipping merrily over the trick steps on the stairs as she went. At some point Filch had headed them off and Harry had indicated for him to stay quiet and explain the situation, quietly. It was supposed to be very bad to wake someone while they were sleepwalking. Filch took out his tablet and started writing something as he walked away. most likely updating McGonagall about the students out of bed. The heads of house were obviously told about the new security system. Otherwise, Filch couldn't report anything he saw through the system. Harry continued to follow the girl, and she eventually returned to the common room. But she didn't head back to bed. Instead, she sat on a couch and continued her nonsensical non-conversation. Harry sat down as well and went back to his thoughts. How would he make those pairings? So far, he'd been using letters, words, and symbols as his flaws for the pairings. He made it simple for himself by using combinations like Harry/Hermione for the flaw that connected their private board communication. If he wanted to mass-produce something and sell it to people he didn't know, that would simply not work. The most important part of anything he sold would need to be the protection magic, so he couldn't spend mass amounts of energy spelling thousands upon thousands of connections, just so that all the devices could contact each other. Harry Potter, Luna's voice said, and Harry looked up to see her looking at him. Were you keeping me company? I was in the common room when you went for a walk, Harry said. Does that happen often? Only sometimes, Luna said. You really don't need to worry about me. I'm capable of waking up if it's necessary. Oh, okay, Harry said. If I see you going for a walk again, I might decide to join you anyway if you don't mind. You find the most interesting places. The castle is interesting, Luna said. Yeah, but you walked me all the way to the dungeons on a route I've never taken. It was strange how quickly we got there actually. I might decide to take that path from now on, Harry said. Are you going to bed now? I was thinking of sitting by the fire for a bit, Luna said, looking at the fire. I like to watch how the fire constantly changes. You could look at a fire for an hour and never see the same pattern twice. I suppose it's just the nature of fire, Harry said. It's a force of nature. It is always unpredictable, even caged. Not always, Luna said. Apparently, when someone uses the flu, the fire looks the same on both sides. I think it has to do with how the flu network works. It's all centrally managed, you know. I didn't know that, Harry said bemusedly. But then, I've never been on two sides of a flu connection at the same time to see. You should try it, Luna suggested, like she was talking about personal experience. You never know how useful it could be to be in two places at once. How would I even attempt such a thing? Harry asked, looking at the fire as if the answer to his questions lay there, even as something she said tickled his brain. I'm sure you could find a way, Luna said. It was true. Off the top of his head, he could call Sirius on the mirror while looking at a flu connection from two locations. He could do the same with his newly created security system too. You might just be right, Harry admitted after the thought. What were you thinking about when I showed up? Luna asked. How to connect a lot of things together over distance and still be able to differentiate between connections without a hefty process like connecting every single one at the same time, Harry admitted. So, like the flu network? Luna asked. No, not like the flu network. That's it, Harry exclaimed as he got up and went to her to lift her up in an exuberant hug. Of course that would work. He didn't need to connect all the devices together. All he needed to do was connect them to a central location or device. You're brilliant, Luna. Daddy sometimes says the same thing, Luna said with a smile he couldn't see as he spun her around. Of course, he says it when I'm talking about features for the Quibbler. Do you read it? She asked as he set her down. If my plan works out, I'll become a lifetime subscriber, Harry promised as he sat down again with the smile still plastered on his face. With this idea, he knew he could do it. He just needed to figure out the application. So, I was able to help? Luna asked. You'll have to wait and see, Harry said, smiling at her. Then a thought hit him and he asked, would you mind telling me who you were talking to while you were walking? You heard that? Luna asked, a small frown appearing on her face. I heard you talking, but I couldn't make out what you were saying, Harry said. It seemed like a friendly conversation, though. It was, Luna said, turning back to the fire but not elaborating. Sorry if it's personal. I didn't mean to intrude. Harry apologized. I don't blame you for asking, Luna said. Then she just sat back and continued staring at the fire. Apparently their conversation was over, though. She sat there for another couple of minutes, before abruptly getting up and walking back to the girls' dorm. Harry was only slightly disturbed to see her talking to whoever she had been earlier, in the same tone as when she was sleepwalking. Was she still asleep? He shook himself and decided to rather get to bed than think of it any longer. The idea that she was never awake, but had that conversation with him, bothered him for some reason. Like the person she had been speaking to was just standing there, watching them and allowing Luna to have a conversation with him for a while. Chapter 10. And see disclaimer on Chapter 1. Chapter 10. Scenes softened for platform guidelines for Marauders Incorporated to use. He'd had to take a bit of time setting up a recording function for them as well, and he had needed to teach the head of security, the big wolf that went by Daniels, how to use the system and how to handle and store the recordings, mentioning that the millimeter-thick plates were made of pure diamond. As he went, the wolf had laughed, until he explained that he had made them himself. Apparently, it hadn't been possible for anyone to transfigure diamonds in the past. It was supposedly impossible. The respect he saw in the big wolf's eyes, at being entrusted with such valuable items, and at the ease with which Harry had done it, made him happy. The Alpha's cub was mighty indeed. The study group was doing well as well. He'd made some progress with the girls, and they were very comfortable in his personal space, which was what he had planned all along. They needed to be as comfortable with him as he could make them, since he wanted them to show him affection in public. Anyone that saw them should wonder if they were all his girls, which only some of them really were, in his head. It would protect them better that way. Hermione had not complained about him giving the other girls more attention since that first time, and had stopped complaining about his plans for the future. He treated them all with respect and tried to never make it seem like he cared for any one of them more than the others. Her only problem at this point, by his reckoning, was the way she had been brought up. Neville seemed to be completely fine with the current plan. He actually seemed to relax more, now that he thought of the girls as spoken for. He didn't get flustered around them like he did with Hannah Abbott, who had recently caught his eye. As Harry recalled, the boy had been making eyes at her for years, his last time around, but hadn't made a move by the time Harry had quit school to go on a Horcrux hunt. He suspected he'd fare better this time, though. The school had fallen in love with the cinemas. The second one had become the designated one for the younger students, and there was always something on show there that anyone could watch. The first cinema where Filch sat was the one for films rated higher. The professors had stricter ideas of what was acceptable than the official ratings, and some films were only shown to the 7th years due to their graphic violence or depictions of more adult relationships. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Harry had taken some time to consider how he would try to make one, but he never got any inspiration. He could do a blade of force magic and even emulate the light and what heat it was supposed to have, but it would never feel right without the sounds and the edge, which could cut through seemingly anything. When he realized that, he gave it up as a bad job and moved on with his life. It was nearing the end of the school year, when Harry finally got word that Sirius and Remus had gotten the cup. They didn't tell him how, but they confirmed it was the real thing by using Tom's reaction as a gauge. He had stopped making demands at that point and had started pleading to not be destroyed. Harry didn't care for their reassurances. He arrived home 10 minutes later, having sent a message to McGonagall to inform her of his whereabouts, just in case she got all twitchy again. He didn't like her angry at him. He walked into the kitchen to find both men sitting there bloody and bruised, sipping on tumblers of fire whiskey. "What the hell happened?" he asked. "You made it sound easier than it was," Sirius complained. "Flying a dragon out of Gringotts is at least off my bucket list." "You used the plan I used?" Harry asked incredulously. "Why? You have much stronger magics than I did back then. And Remus, why would you go along with that insanity?" Remus looked ashamed of himself. It did sound like fun to ride a dragon and being the first person to successfully rob Gringotts. "How did you even get some of her hair to impersonate Bellatrix?" Harry asked. "We went to visit her in Azkaban." Sirius shrugged. "We're family, and being wrongfully incarcerated gave me the leverage I needed to make the arrangements. Remus took some hairs wandlessly from her and her husband. At least we didn't stick entirely with your original plan." Remus interjected. "We do have a way to smooth things over with the goblins." "Yeah, what's that?" Harry asked. "An upgraded security system. Remus said with a smirk at him. That, and we'll claim that we didn't steal anything publicly. The idea is for us to say that it was a test to see if we could do it. Then we'll offer to help them make it so it can't happen again, and make them an offer to install a centralized surveillance system with recording functions and everything. Sirius added as he chuckled, but winced when his ribs didn't like the action. We even hid ourselves and the dragon before it left Diagon Alley, so there's no chance of a muggle having seen us. Remus added, and we arranged with Charlie Weasley to bring some dragon handlers to recapture the beast. He didn't know what we were planning, but he was there, waiting for our escape and followed with his people on brooms. Hope you don't mind, but we had to give him access to a monitoring plate with a tracking charm connected to a camera plate, which we left on the beast. Sirius said, we thought it best to not have a magical dragon on the loose in the muggle world. At least you didn't leave as many loose ends as we did. Harry allowed, taking out his board and writing a message to Madame Pomfrey. Harry, could you do me a favor and make a stop by Grimmauld Place? Remus and Sirius did something stupid and need a little attention. Poppy received the message and sent one to the heads of house. Poppy, could someone look after the infirmary for the next hour, please? I have a couple of patients outside of Hogwarts that need a little attention. Minerva, I'll go with you. I have a suspicion about who. Pomona, leave the infirmary to me, Poppy. I'm on my way. Poppy changed to Harry's message and replied, Poppy, I'll be seeing you in a couple of minutes. Keep the flea bags away from alcohol. I've got a potion or two with their name on it. Harry, too late. Harry didn't need to wait long. Poppy arrived with Minerva and marched into the kitchen and directly to the two men. What did you two do this time? She asked. We robbed Gringotts, Sirius said proudly, but then winced as Madame Pomfrey started checking him over. Careful. I was injured, woman. You're supposed to be a healer. Poppy stood back and looked at him. Would you rather I don't help? She asked with an upturned eyebrow. Sorry, Madame Pomfrey, Sirius said meekly. That's better, Poppy said. What could possibly make you do something as foolish as trying to rob the goblins? McGonagall exclaimed then. We didn't try. We robbed them, Sirius said through his teeth as Poppy cast a couple of spells to support his cracked ribs. Then she started adding a salve to help with the bruising. It was for Voldemort's last missing item. Remus said, it would have been simpler to infiltrate Azkaban and just kill the Lestrange family. Then you could claim to be the last blood relation and walk into their vault, Harry said with a shake to his head. Both the older men looked up at him in shock. What, you didn't want to discuss things? Harry said. While I agree with Harry, McGonagall shocked them by saying, I would have simply told the goblins that they had a stolen Hogwarts founder artifact in that vault. There are laws that would have forced their hand to go confirm and retrieve the item. Or you could have claimed the vault without killing anyone. Poppy added, the Lestrange family are all in Azkaban for life. They've been declared legally dead. You could have walked in without any attempts to steal. You should know this, Sirius. I'd think you'd know all about it after being sent there yourself. Moony, ever think that we should get these people to consult for Marauders Incorporated? Sirius asked. Padfoot, my friend. I think you might be right, Remus said as Madame Pomfrey moved to him after having taken care of Sirius's last injury. It might be useful to have a talented healer and mistress of transfiguration on our side as well. On the bright side, we can still claim to have broken into Gringotts and escaped with our lives, on the back of a dragon, Sirius said, deciding that he could still claim the experience as a win. Why not just fly out using the flight harness? Harry asked. He'd given them both one, after all. We had them on, for a backup, Sirius said. But come on. We flew a dragon out of Gringotts. Harry shook his head as he turned around and walked out of the kitchen, intent on visiting the vault. Where are you going, young man? McGonagall asked. I'm going to check that they stole the right item, Harry said. Knowing these idiots, there's a 50-50 chance that they got the wrong thing. I'll go with you, McGonagall decided, following him, her wand appearing in her hand. Best not to tempt fate. Harry shrugged and took her with him, Harry led McGonagall into the Fidelius-protected vault, and Tom Riddle instantly appeared before her. "Professor McGonagall, they are going to kill me," he begged. "Don't let them kill me, please." She looked at him with an expression of loathing as Harry went to the place where the cup was kept. "Tom Riddle, you are a murderer who led others to murder, rape, and torture. You will receive no sympathy from me. I hope they destroy you in the most agonizing way imaginable for all the harm you have done." Tom looked aghast at the woman. He had never been a student of hers, but he knew who she was. She had joined the staff of Hogwarts after Dumbledore was elevated to the station of headmaster and couldn't teach Transfiguration anymore. He had always heard that she was strict, but fair. "I didn't want to do those things, but I needed an army to protect the wizarding world." "You should have joined the Aurors then," McGonagall said as she watched Harry returning with a smile on his face, ignoring the apparition as he usually did. "It's authentic then?" she asked him. "Real as it comes," Harry agreed. "It's a shame the idiot here decided to corrupt these items as he did. If it was me, I'd have used a diamond and then thrown it into the ocean. Way safer than items of historical value that will always be mentioned in books." He was likely hoping to have the items used so that he could return one day, McGonagall said, thinking of how the diary was going to take the Malfoy heir's life to come back. "Still," Harry said as he led them from the vault. "With so many Horcruxes, one of them could have been something indestructible and inconspicuous. If he was after real immortality, he should have become an alchemist or gone after Flammel from the beginning when he had the manpower. Fortunately, we'll never have to worry about that monster again. Once you've taken the time to secure his items and the phylactery on the moon," McGonagall said. "If that's still the plan anyway." "It is, but we're letting Tom think the plan has changed. We may need some information from him one day, and the threat of his destruction keeps him nice and compliant." Harry smirked, knowing the man couldn't hear them anymore. They went back upstairs and Harry confirmed that they had the right item. They found Sirius writing a letter, which he intended to send to the goblins. It was being dictated by Madame Pomfrey, since she had been the one with the idea. They would send it that evening still to claim the vault that they had robbed, stating that they were testing to see if Gringotts was as safe as it could be to keep their fortunes safe. Then they would make the offer to fix the flaws they had used to bypass the protections. When the letter was done, McGonagall asked, "You two wouldn't know what's been happening to all those missing purebloods, would you?" The purebloods had been experiencing a decrease in their number for several months now. "I have no idea what you are talking about," Remus said with a straight face. "Don't lie to me, young man. I've seen that face at least one too many times." McGonagall said, "The wolves have been gathering Imperious Death Eaters and keeping the ones that confess to having joined willingly under Veritaserum and obliviating the innocent ones," Sirius said. "Remus can't tell you since he's the leader of the pack. He must look out for his people." "And how many people have you let go?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "2," Sirius said with a shrug. "Turns out there were actually Imperious purebloods." "Who knew?" "I didn't," Harry said honestly. "Is that why Pansy and Daphne's fathers are still around?" he asked hopefully. "Actually, no," Sirius said, pulling out 2 small diamond discs and handing them to Harry. The smaller discs were still the same thickness but much shorter, even if they contained audio and video. Pansy's father admitted to joining willingly as well. Daphne's father was the one that tried to get our family secrets and arranged your little meeting. "Why haven't you told me?" Harry asked, looking at the discs. It had become standard practice to record the interviews. "And why are they still free?" "We didn't want to upset your girls, just yet," Sirius said. "We've got both their signed and sworn confessions, along with the recordings, and have obliviated them of the experience, so that they could be brought to justice when it suits us. Daphne's father thinks he was beaten in a bar fight. The wolves had a little trouble containing their emotions when they found out he was the one who tried to have you abducted." "They were going to abduct him?" McGonagall asked. "Yes," Sirius said. "They have ways of persuading people to give them information. They intended to do what we've been doing, obliviating you of the experience after getting all your secrets. They were questioning you under Imperius to try and ascertain if you knew enough to be useful. How am I going to tell them? Harry asked as he frowned. This could end badly for him. I suggest honesty, McGonagall said. I think they'd both appreciate straightforward answers. This will have a big impact on their lives. But they are both strong-willed, Madame Pomfrey said. Sit them down and tell them frankly. Offer them the opportunity to make arrangements, too, if you can. It will allow them to make preparations. Thanks for the advice, Harry said as he thought about how to broach such a subject. Oh, Daniels asked me to let you know that the coal you requested is in storage, Remus finally said. Coal? McGonagall asked. I use it to make the storage for recordings like the films, Harry said, holding out the discs for her to see. I thought those discs were glass? McGonagall said with a quirk of her head. Then her eyes widened. No, you couldn't. Really? She asked finally, when Harry just looked at her, like it was obvious. But how? What are you two talking about? Madame Pomfrey asked. Diamond, McGonagall said, looking at the discs in his hand. He's been making diamond. Isn't that against the laws of transfiguration? Something about permanently making something more precious than the base ingredients. Madame Pomfrey asked. Diamond is a condensed form of carbon, Harry said. Apply enough heat and pressure and the crystalline structure changes until you are left with diamond. Then I simply transfigure that into a solid plate that is useful to record information on. The process is obviously not something I'm sharing, so no telling. That process has been tried, McGonagall exclaimed. The best that transfiguration masters get is a substance known as graphite. You need to add more pressure and heat, Harry said. If the carbon atoms bonds with 3 other carbon atoms, you get graphite. You need to take it one step further to bond for atoms with each other. What are you talking about? McGonagall asked. Science, Harry said. Atoms are at the base of every substance, including air. If you know how, you could potentially make anything from the structure of something else, as long as the correct atoms are present. Where can I learn about this? McGonagall asked. If what Harry said was true, there was a whole field of study that would enhance her own capabilities greatly. Permanent transfiguration of substances never before heard of in the magical world, with just a bit of knowledge that this boy possessed. I've got a couple of books, Harry said with a smile. I'm almost done with my high school chemistry education. Hermione could likely teach you a thing or two as well. She's a better teacher than me. Outdone by a 12-year-old? Sirius chuckled, happy that Harry's mood seemed to be improving. Doesn't feel good, does it? He asked. I've always known that she was smarter than me. Harry shrugged. If she continues at her current pace of studying, she'll be caught up with me by the time I go to college. You're still planning on that? Remus asked. But you've built your own spaceship. 2 words, Remus, Harry said. College parties. But you have all your girls. Sirius objected. He'd spent a long time convincing Harry to start that up. And I'll take them along, Harry said easily. I'm sure they'd love all the attention that they get. As I recall, all of them are going to be quite beautiful by the time they reach 6th year. I'll get into many fights to protect their honor. You wouldn't be thinking of abusing your power, would you? McGonagall frowned at him. Using, yes.
Abusing, no,
Harry said. Some drunk boy tries to hit me. He'll break his hand and I'll not even feel it. I'm not planning on starting anything either. You will not become a degenerate alcoholic like Sirius while you are in this family, young man, Poppy exclaimed. Hey, Sirius exclaimed. I'm not that bad anymore. What is in that glass in front of you? Madame Pomfrey asked with a raised eyebrow. That's different, Sirius said. We were celebrating our success. Well, since that's going to be your only drink, you can take these potions I brought along, Poppy said, producing 2 potions for the both of them. Before bed, okay? She asked with her arms crossed. I'll make sure he takes his medicine, Remus assured her, picking his own up and pocketing them. Make sure you do, she said. I think it's about time we returned to the school, McGonagall said. Next time you plan something stupid, speak to those wiser than yourselves first. As they walked out, Harry said, Technically, they used the plan that we used the first time around and they knew it would work. They even added 1 or 2 steps, but they also used the plan of people who didn't have the options that we do now. McGonagall said, "Last time, the Dark Lord was in control and you had little choice in the matter. There is that." Harry allowed as he pulled the 2 women into a hug and brought them to the border of the wards of Hogwarts. "Harry, I told you not to do that," Poppy exclaimed in shock. "I was coming this way anyway," Harry said, letting go of them and walking back onto the school grounds. "I thought I may as well bring you along," he called behind him. "That boy," Poppy huffed. "He's just letting a little steam off," Minerva said. "He's worried about his conversation with the girls. He started this campaign to win them over, to extend his influence through all the houses and to protect them, but I think he's grown truly fond of all of them. He's really worried about losing them now." "Well, that's stupid," Poppy scoffed. "He saved them from the attentions of not just that first boy, but any that may have done so later. They couldn't doubt his intentions if they tried. Even if he told them to do something they didn't understand, they'd likely do it before thinking of asking why." "That's not good either, Poppy," Minerva said. "He doesn't want devoted servants. He wants friends and perhaps something more, but never subservience." "I know that, Minerva, but he's not just a boy. He's a symbol for hope," Poppy said as they finally started walking after the boy, well out of earshot. "Like those stupid heroes he loves so much, he doesn't just beat the bad guys. He also sets an example that the other boys have started copying when they realized how much attention Harry was getting." "I've noted that myself," Minerva stated. "I'm not going to complain about that either." It was the next day, just after class, and Harry was back in the cinema. There was nobody there, and he had called the 2 Slytherins to meet with him. Just him and them. The rest of the study group had the day off and were focusing on their own studies, as they often did. They preferred company, but with how much time they spent together, a little time on their own was often appreciated. The girls arrived to see him pacing in the reception area. He stopped as he saw them. "Hi," he said lamely. "Hello," the girls chorused. "You asked us to meet with you?" Daphne said, trying for a smile, even though she was nervous. The girls both suspected that this was about what had happened at the beginning of the school year. They both thought their fathers were at least partially responsible for what had happened. "I did," Harry said nervously. "This is about our fathers, yes?" Pansy asked. Harry nodded. "Well, what did your people find out? Are they responsible?" "Yes and no," Harry said/asked. "I think it will be best if you both saw it for yourselves." He finally decided and walked into the projection room after sealing the doors shut behind them. Filch kept the projection room pristine, since it was his responsibility, so Harry walked up to the right place and placed the disc into the projector. It was capable of reading audio, since some of the films in their collection were of lower quality and didn't require 3 separate inputs. Then he led them to the cinema before sitting down. "I haven't watched these, so I don't know how this will go," he said as he started the playback. The girls watched as Pansy's father was brought in unconscious and force-fed Veritaserum. Then he was woken and he was asked to confirm his identity. Then the questioning started. The first of the questions were to establish his status as a willing participant in the terrorist organization referred to as Death Eaters. The questioning was carried out by Daniels, the big muscular werewolf head of security. After admitting his willing participation, more questions were asked. His crimes were listed and his accomplices mentioned. When the interview was done, he was knocked out and obliviated. Pansy's face didn't change. She had known all along, though she was disgusted with some of her father's crimes. Next, Harry quickly loaded the other disc. Much the same interview took place, but the man wasn't a Death Eater. The crimes he had committed were fewer as well, but he did confess to having collected many family magics over the years. It didn't matter if it was friend or foe. He was greedy for knowledge and often hired people who he would obliviate, but paid well for their services. His business was also built off of a lot of manipulation and backroom deals and using knowledge he gained in the Muggle world to make investments that tended to pay out rather well. Daphne was shocked with what she heard, however. She knew her father wasn't a nice man, but she didn't know about the specifics of his crimes. He was one of the ones who had played with people's memories while at school, and she had broken down in sobs at the revelation. "Why did you show us this?" Pansy asked as she hugged her weeping friend. "Because I wanted you to be prepared," Harry said. "These recordings were made a while back. Your fathers will not be allowed to run free forever. We're thinking you might want to make preparations before they disappear, as many other purebloods have." "So your people are responsible for that?" Pansy asked with a frown as she thought about it. But then she surprised him by nodding in agreement. "Good. I hope they are all dead," she said. "Do you know when my father will disappear?" "They are waiting for word from me," Harry said. "You may give the word for my father." Pansy decided. "I am prepared. My mother and sister will need me to be there for them," Daphne said through her tears. "Can we wait till the end of the year with him?" "Of course, Daphne," Harry said. "I'm sorry I put you through this. You didn't make him into the man he is," Daphne said as she extracted herself from Pansy and leaned to the other side, where Harry sat and hugged him, crying on his shoulder. "You're only trying to bring evil men to justice." She cried on his shoulder for a bit as he held her tightly, giving her the comfort she needed, while he held out a hand for Pansy, who took it. Then he squeezed her hand and she smiled sadly at him. When Daphne had calmed down some, she sat back a bit and said, "Thank you for being honest and telling us." Then she leaned forward and kissed him. It was little more than a peck, but it wasn't just a friendly thing either. It was also Harry's first hugging this time around. She then blushed, despite herself, and got up to leave. Pansy soon got up as well, and when Harry joined them, she turned on him and kissed him as well. When she broke the 2-second-long hugging, she looked him in the eyes and said, "That's for being who you are and for trusting us with your secrets. I'll never betray your trust, Harry. I swear it." Then she turned around again and left with Daphne, trying to hide her blush. It had been all three of their first kisses, after all. Pansy may act cold and dignified, but she was just a girl who had just kissed her crush. Harry stood in the door for a bit as he looked after them. He had no doubt that the other girls would know soon. The inner circle were all the best of friends. He was just glad that the girls had taken it in the way he had meant it. He didn't want to shock them, but it would be worse for them to find out later that he had known what had happened to their missing fathers. He went back to the projection room and took out the disc, storing it in a hidden pocket, and left to go to dinner. He doubted he'd see Daphne or Pansy there already. Daphne was still emotional, and they would have gone somewhere private to talk. They didn't want to show their vulnerability in Slytherin House. When Harry sat down, he noted a blush on Hermione's face when she saw him. Did she already know? How quickly had word gotten out? "Hello, Hermione," he said anyway and smiled at her. Hi, Harry," she stammered. "Anything going on that I should know about?" Harry asked. Just then, Parvati sat down next to her. "We were informed of the event earlier. We girls all agreed to let the others know when that eventuality occurred," she said, her own blush on her face as she smiled shyly, even as she spoke with as much confidence as she could. "I see," Harry said. "Is this going to be an issue?" he asked. "No," Parvati said, turning to dish up. "As long as you don't mind doing it again later. To avoid jealousy, you understand." Harry didn't know what to say, so he stuffed his mouth, even as his face betrayed him with a blush of his own. He blamed the hormones. "What are you all talking about?" Neville asked, from where he sat on Harry's other side. He had watched the blushing and smiles and heard what they had said, but he couldn't figure out what they were talking about. "Later," Harry said. Neville nodded at that and continued his meal. When he was done, he asked, "Harry, did you ever make any progress on making a lightsaber?" "The science doesn't exist for it," Harry said. "I can emulate a couple of the effects, but the really cool stuff from the movie simply doesn't work in real life." "What's the problem?" Neville pressed. "Well, lightsabers are supposed to use some form of light, right?" he asked. Neville nodded. "Well, light, including high-density ones, don't make physical contact, so they would pass through each other. Even if you could make a lightsaber, you'd never be able to battle like they did in the films." "But what if we just wanted toys that looks and acts like a lightsaber?" Neville asked. He doubted he'd be allowed to own such an amazing weapon. Anyway, that stumped Harry for a bit. Then he realized he was thinking of it all wrong. They were just kids who wanted to reenact parts and play with the things. No matter how grown-up kids acted, they were still just kids. Why was he thinking of supplying children with real lightsabers anyway? They'd definitely get hurt. You know what, Neville? I didn't think of that, Harry admitted. Let me think about it for a bit longer. I'm sure I can come up with something if it is just for play. Neville smiled victoriously. Awesome, he said. Hey, Harry? Fred asked. Before George could ask, Harry said, Yes, Fred. I can make more than just one or two, but let me figure it out first. Okay? Thanks, Harry, George said with a smile of his own. Harry smirked at them and then he left with his friends. When they were in the passage before they got to the Gryffindor common room, Neville asked, Can you tell me now what you were talking about? I had hoped you forgot, Harry said. Harry kissed Daphne and Pansy. Parvati said for him. Technically, they kissed me, Harry corrected, but a little smile crossed his face. But I'm not complaining. Neville blushed, like the schoolboy he was, and stayed quiet. Hermione was suspiciously quiet as well and left for the girls' dorm as soon as they arrived. Is she going to be okay? Harry asked. She's thinking about what happened, Parvati said easily. She'll be fine by tomorrow. She does like using that amazing brain of hers. Harry accepted. That evening was a quiet one. Harry was relaxing with his friends and feeling much better, now that the Slytherin girls knew what was going on. Before bed, Parvati hugged and kissed him on the cheek and smiled at him. Strangely, this touched his heart more than the kisses that Daphne and Pansy had given him. He blushed as he watched her leave. Anything you want to tell us, Harry? Fred asked. Anything new happening in your life, which your devoted apprentices should know about? George added. Yes, actually, Harry said as he smiled at them. Never let your guard down. He lifted them up and flipped them so that they both landed upside down on a couch looking at him. One of these days, Fred started, not even righting himself and folding his arms, like he was sitting upside down on purpose. You're going to teach us how you do these things. George finished, following his brother's lead. We'll see pigs fly before that happens, Harry said, as two pigs with little angel wings started flying circles above the twins' heads, tweeting like little birds. Is that a yes? Fred called after him as Harry walked away, smiling. Maybe one day he'd actually teach the twins something, in exchange for an actual apprenticeship oath. For now, he had a toy lightsaber to design. It took him a couple of days, but by Saturday he'd finally perfected the process. It wasn't really all that difficult. A rune or two to create a tube of force. A spell to give it the light. The sword would create the sound as it moved, but the best part was that he had made it so that the swords could react to each other. The clashing sounds of lightsabers and the light where they connected was a tricky bit of magic, but he finally figured out how to make the light and sound effects affect each other in the correct way. He walked into the Great Hall and approached Neville. Hey Nev, think fast, he called as he tossed a tube at the boy. Neville did not think fast, but Hermione always did, and she quickly caught the tube right as it would have hit his head with her wandless magic. She'd never gotten over the need to use a hand to point or direct her magic, but she compensated by doing it under the table. Neville was shocked at the floating tube, but then his eyes widened. No way, he exclaimed as he took it from out of the air, where it had hovered. It was all shiny metal and had a button on the side. He pointed it away from himself and pressed the button. A green tube of what seemed like glowing energy extended slowly from the hilt as the power of the force tube built to the preset length. The sound of a lightsaber was met with awe from the boys in the room. Harry smirked at him and held his own tube, pressing the button. From his extended a red tube. Are you ready to join the dark side, Neville? He asked. Neville smirked. Never, he exclaimed as he shot from his seat and approached Harry, blade at the ready. The ensuing battle was met with much enthusiasm and Harry was shocked at Neville's proficiency with the blade. Harry was almost defeated and would have been if not for his magically aided strength. Where did you learn swordplay? Harry asked as people cheered when Neville finally admitted defeat. Fencing, Neville said with a shrug as he switched his blade off, watching it retract into the hilt. Grandmother was afraid that I'd be a weak wizard and had me trained in fencing, so that I could defend myself. Neville Longbottom. Hiding skills and strengths I never knew about. Harry chuckled. If I hadn't cheated, you'd have won. Neville parried like a master and had Harry off center more often than not. I thought you were too strong. Neville nodded in understanding. That last attack almost made me drop my new favorite toy. Yeah, about that, these are still tubes of force. Harry warned. If you hit someone with it, you could still break bones, so be careful. I will, Neville promised. How did you end up figuring it out? He asked as the twins approached with looks of both admiration and hope. Magic, my good man, Harry said with a smile as he threw an arm around Neville's shoulders and led him back to his seat. Magic always succeeds where science fails and vice versa. You made them, Fred said. Did you remember ours? George asked. Sure did, Harry said, as he produced 2 tiny lightsabers and lit them up. They were red and the size of a pencil, fully extended. He handed them over, smirking at them. They looked at the lightsabers, disappointment written on their faces. But then they started to grow in their hands until they were the same size as Harry and Neville's. Red. Since, as my apprentices, you're obviously on the dark side, Harry said with a smirk. They didn't necessarily hear him, as they were already play-fighting. Remember that those can still hurt you, he said loudly. Yes, master, they said together. Mr. Black, McGonagall exclaimed as she approached. I can't have you handing out weapons to students. What? Harry asked, real confusion written on his face. They don't have blades, he said. They are basically sticks that look pretty. Sticks of force magic, she exclaimed. In a toy that people will use to try and bash each other's heads in. We do have wands, you know, Harry said. We carry deadly weapons all the time, but those aren't made in the image of a sword, meant for bashing and hitting. McGonagall said, I can see what you were trying for, but I'm afraid these toys are not suitable for children as young as yourself and the Weasley twins. Hey! The twins exclaimed. What about Neville? Fred asked. As Mr. Longbottom said, he's had tuition in fencing and will know how not to hurt people. McGonagall allowed. Mr. Black and you, 2 troublemakers, don't have such a qualification. I'm afraid that I will have to confiscate those. Harry smirked and held his out to her. I've made others, he said with a cocky smile. If I see you playing with them, I'll just confiscate them too. McGonagall smiled back. She turned to the twins, but they were already running to try and escape. Now see what you've done? She asked. Hey, I handed mine over, like a good obedient student, Harry said, and told me you have more. They don't have that option, McGonagall said as she sighed and walked out of the great hall in long, quick strides, going after the twins. Excuse me, Mr. Black? A voice asked and Harry turned around. It was a teacher Harry recognized, but didn't know. Yes, Harry asked. If the tube of force is runes-based, I may have a solution to your problem. The professor offered. Oh, do tell, Harry said with a smile. Professor? Bathsheba Babbling, Professor of Ancient Runes. She introduced herself and Harry greeted her politely. It is a pleasure to meet you, Professor Babbling, he said. Same, the professor said. You could always modify the rune to exclude certain types of physical contact, she said. In practice, such runes are used in places like the entrance to platform 9 3/4. You know what, Professor? I think I'm going to like you, Harry said. Why have we never met? Because you, young man, have already exceeded the scope of runes that we teach at Hogwarts, if the books I've seen you reading is any indication, Professor Babbling said with a shake of her head and a smile. Fortunately for you, I am also a mistress of the practice and could still teach even you a thing or two. When, where, and how much will it cost me? Harry asked instantly. After your normal classes on Monday. As for the price, perhaps you could see your way to explaining how you produced the other effects, Professor Babbling offered. My own attempt at creating such a device leaves me sadly disappointed. You've made a functioning lightsaber? Harry asked, astounded. How could I not? She asked. The idea was fascinating when I first saw the film. I've been racking my brain trying to come up with all the effects, though. Oh, we'll be getting along swimmingly, Harry said as he bid her farewell. When Harry sat down, Hermione asked, Harry, when you have something that works, could you see your way to giving me one to give to my dad? Of course, Hermione, Harry said. I wouldn't forget the man that showed us the film in the first place. She smiled at him. Thank you, Harry. Harry was glad that Hermione had finally smiled at him again. There was something wrong with the day if Hermione Granger didn't smile at him. I don't want to give one away, but could I also have one? Parvati asked. I'll make one for everyone in the study group if they want it. Harry promised. Suddenly he was inundated with requests to make toys for the whole of the male assemblage and some of the females. Harry sighed. Then he stood up. Anyone that wants one of these will be able to purchase them from the confectionery stands at the cinemas once I've figured out how to make ones that aren't instantly confiscated, and as stock becomes available. Stop asking, please. I want to eat breakfast. That stopped the requests rather quickly. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Most of Saturday, Sunday, and the classes on Monday were boring to Harry, since he couldn't focus on his own work, and the idea of spending time with a rune's mistress made him just want to skip classes. Unfortunately, by Monday, the rune's mistress was likely giving class, so he wouldn't be able to go even if he did skip classes. By the end of classes, he activated his flight harness and shot through the corridors and made it to the rune's classroom in record time. He arrived so fast, in fact, that students were still exiting the class and he floated there impatiently, ignoring the gasps and looks as he looked out over their heads to see the professor, who was looking back out at him with a bit of amusement and a lot of questions on her face. Once he entered, the door was closed and they got into the subject of making toys, and maybe one or two actual weapons. Bathsheba Babbling had succeeded in creating a blade of force, much like Harry had made a staff. Her blade, however, was so thin, if it was visible and aligned with your eye, you wouldn't be able to see it. Since it was a construct of force, however, it was nowhere near as brittle as it sounded. Her problem was making it look, feel, sound, and act like a lightsaber. They started working on that first. And in a short while, her blade glowed and sounded like a lightsaber, but only when viewed from the side. That was resolved by introducing Harry's runes for the tube of force, with a modification to allow it to go through physical matter. That left her with only one problem. The sword needed to be oriented correctly to still cut. She could do it manually, of course, and the button on the lightsaber was placed so that the thumb was in place when the blade was oriented correctly, but that wasn't what she wanted. She wanted it to cut in whatever direction the blade was moved. Science ended up solving that problem. A tiny gyroscope, which Harry quickly transfigured, was placed just below the blade and charmed like he had done on his spacecraft to remember his orientation and elevation. The blade was then put on a ring of bearings to turn with the movement and making whatever direction the blade moved be the direction the blade is oriented. Then they tested it without the tube to ensure it was working correctly, which it did. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. The force blade now had a natural hum, as the force was in constant motion at a tremendous speed upwards. At first, the effect changed the shape of the blade to curve backwards slightly. It looked like a katana, but that wasn't what they wanted. A bit of playing with the structure fixed that as well. What they ended up with was a lightsaber that would cut through anything with minimal contact and which could cut in any direction depending on the movement of the blade. It looked exactly like a lightsaber and, as far as they could tell, functioned exactly like one too. The only thing that would stop the blade was if someone had another lightsaber. Even one of the toys would stop it. The experimentation and modification of the weapon took an entire month, but by the end, they had achieved their goal and were rather happy with the result. They didn't stop at the first one either. They made for more. One for Harry, one for Neville, one for Daniel's, and one for Hermione's dad. All of them had two settings as well. The first setting was the normal staff. The second had the blade. Harry had had to make the actual blade function be very obvious, so he made a slider at the top, which would show green for safe and red for deadly. The color of the blade would change with it. Instead of a standard color, the deadly blade would shine purple. If you see purple, you're going for the kill, not that he expected to need something like that anytime soon. Harry would present the weapon he made for Daniels, the head of Marauder's security, when he was back home from school. He doubted the man would need one, but he suspected his staff-like function would be useful as a baton. He'd likely be making more of those for the other security wolves as well. He'd already modified the other 4 toys to pass through matter and had more like them sold at the confection stand at a decent price. Harry offered the future production of the toys to Professor Babbling. The runes were the longest part of the process and he had other things to do. He took 20 for his effort with the charms and spells that made the effects. Soon children were having play fights all around the school and challenging each other. Neville turned out to be a tough challenger to beat and people started asking him for advice and he ended up making quite a few more friends. Harry even saw him practicing with a few of them on occasion. He was very happy to see Hannah Abbott was one of those. Good for Neville. The school year was nearing its end and Harry had to start spending more time with the study group as Hermione decided that they needed to focus on their studies. Everyone was spurred on by her fervor, but he injected some much-needed levity when things became too stressed. The girls of the group had started hugging Harry on the cheek more often. All but Hermione had gotten in on the action. Harry was fine with that. If she ended up not joining his long-term plans, he could live with that. He remembered how she looked at the Yule Ball every time he tried to think of her only platonically, though, which stopped that thought in its tracks. How she looked at the Slug Club dinner that one time was even harder to ignore. But he prevailed and never once stopped showing her affection in the way he had come to. Just because things wouldn't go further didn't mean that he would stop showing her that he cared. By the time that the exams ended, Harry had other plans in motion. He'd invited those who would join him on the first wizarding moon landing. Phileas Flitwick, Rolanda Hooch, Neville Longbottom, Sirius Black, Poppy Pomfrey and Albus Dumbledore were all on the list. The headmaster had insisted that he goes along, but his vow would protect the mission and the delivery of the items to their new permanent home. Poppy wanted to be there in case of any medical emergencies. Remus would not be joining on the off chance that the moon somehow affected his lycanthropy. Harry had thought about but decided against inviting Professor Babbling. Until this first mission was over, only those in the know and those he could trust with his secrets could go. Remus and Sirius had even made something that they might find useful later and Harry couldn't wait to finish with his mission. To set up shop, as it were. The school year ended with Gryffindor winning the House Cup, despite Harry's success at not adding any points to the tally. Snape had tried helping by deducting points, but Harry's study group were raking them in, and since there were more Gryffindors than the other houses, they ended up making quite a difference. The fact that their diligence had spurred others on made a difference too. Lockhart had also survived the year, barely, and had decided to leave teaching behind him. Harry had arranged a little meeting with the wolves for him once he left. While the man had been useless as a teacher and reasonably harmless to the students, besides his subpar teaching, he was still a criminal who needed to be brought to justice. The school's population had been warned, by those in Harry's group, that if they wanted to learn anything useful, that they should study the material that was available in the library, otherwise they would not pass the OWLs and Newts. The group rode the train back to the platform in their compartment, chatting amiably and enjoying the free time, by planning what they would be doing during the holiday. Luna and Ginny had joined them, and the compartment was a little cramped, so Neville excused himself to go join one of the others. The slight blush left Harry to think that he had a certain blonde Hufflepuff, with the surname Abbott, he would be attempting to join. The compartment was still full, with Harry and the 8 girls all seated around him, chatting happily, but it wasn't overflowing. During the ride, they received many visitors, all wishing them a good holiday. The 7th-year girls that had been impersonated also showed up to thank Harry again and to hug him goodbye, since they would not be returning to school. Daphne wasn't looking forward to going home that day. She knew her father had disappeared the day before. Harry didn't want to wait until she was there and risk some sort of confrontation that put her or her family in harm's way. Pansy was very supportive, having been told of her father's disappearance by her mother a month prior. They were seated next to Harry, with Daphne next to him and Hermione on his other side. When they left the train, it was to find Daphne's mother and sister, Astoria, looking anxious and worried. Harry didn't approach or speak to them, and they quickly left with Daphne. He hated that he was part of what caused them such pain, but the man could not be left to do as he had been. He greeted the other parents of his group, including the Weasley matriarch, Molly. She had no problems hugging Harry and thanking him for helping Ginny with her schoolwork, but Harry denied his involvement, saying simply that Hermione was the one to thank. She was the one that had helped the younger girls the most, considering that she was becoming quite the tutor. He suspected that she might one day decide to become a teacher, with how she smiled every time she helped someone with a difficult concept. Mrs. Weasley thanked her as well at that point. The Grangers were there as well and promised to be in contact, since Hermione wanted to visit Harry as she went through her Muggle schooling revision. They had 2 months to get a head start on their studies for the next year, and only working on those on Saturdays left her slightly frustrated that she had taken on so much. Harry highly doubted she would be tempted into taking every course next year, but wouldn't put it past her. Xenophilius Lovegood was an interesting man to meet. Again, he was quirky and funny and full of energy and wit. Harry told him that he'd be working on a project this holiday that she had helped him out with, and he smiled a knowing smile. She apparently had a knack for things like that. That's when Harry was introduced to Luna's mother, Pandora Lovegood. She introduced herself, smiling at the boy. "Good to meet you, Mr. Black." Harry said intelligently. "We'll be discussing this when we have the meeting this holiday," Luna said, even as she hugged her mother from the side. That shook Harry out of his stupor. "Of course. Excuse my manners, Mrs. Lovegood. Harry Black, at your service." There were a few more pleasantries, but Harry was thoroughly thrown off balance by the presence of the woman he was sure had died in the last timeline shortly before Luna was meant to start school. He was ashamed to admit to himself that her death had somehow passed him by. He'd not even considered saving her as he should have. The meeting with the girls to tell them his story was scheduled for the day after the moon expedition. He would have Remus, Sirius, McGonagall, and Pomfrey there as well for support. He suspected he may be getting some answers as well. Chapter 11. And see disclaimer on Chapter 1. Chapter 11. It took Harry a week to prepare for the expedition. He also had to wait for the moon to be in the correct phase. Nobody but those who would go with them were invited to the outing, except for McGonagall, Remus, and Daniels, who would be staying in the viewing room to monitor their flight. The day of the trip finally arrived and Harry went to go fetch Neville. Phileas Flitwick and Rolanda Hooch would be brought along with McGonagall, while Madame Pomfrey brought Dumbledore. Sirius was already bouncing with excitement and couldn't wait for the experience. When Harry returned with Neville, it was to find the other participants waiting nervously in the sitting room. "Good morning," Harry said with a smirk. "Welcome, and thank you for your time today. Our schedule is set and liftoff is in 1 hour. Now would be the time to ask any questions you may have." "Does everyone know the secondary purpose of this mission?" Dumbledore asked. "No, but you raise a good point," Harry said. "Before his fall on the night Voldemort killed my parents, he created several items that would make him immortal. He succeeded in a manner of speaking. Long story short, we found the items and we trapped his spirit, which was possessing Professor Quirrell during the first year, and we'll be depositing them on the far side of the moon, where he can enjoy his immortality all alone for the rest of time." Many faces paled at the revelation. "Will he be able to speak to us during the flight?" Neville asked nervously. Harry had told them that he had the monster trapped and that he could speak to people from his new prison. "Remus was able to create a ward that blocks spirits," Harry said. "It's been successful in confining him to his prison." "How did you trap his spirit?" Flitwick asked. "The Mauritanian soul trap," Harry said. "It's a form of phylactery, unlike the ones ancient necromancers used in the past to overcome their own deaths. This one does not allow the spirit to interact with the physical world. He's barely more than a ghost, and appears translucent when he chooses to become visible." "Why not destroy the artifacts that he used to attain immortality?" Hooch asked. "Punishment," Harry said darkly. "He strove for immortality and achieved it. Let all who follow after him hear of the consequences of his actions and tremble for the fate that befell him." "Here, Sirius said, in agreement. "Isn't this punishment harsh, even for him?" Dumbledore asked. "Are you numpty?" McGonagall asked, her Scottish roots shining through. "He's the Dark Lord. He planned the extermination of all Muggle-born and the subjugation of all the rest of humanity. But he's already trapped. Dumbledore fired back. He didn't like it when she swore at him in Scottish. Being called a useless, bumbling idiot didn't suit him either, in his opinion. We don't have to isolate him for the rest of time, too. He tried more calmly. I say we vote on it. Harry offered. Those in favor of punishing the jerk and ensuring one of his followers doesn't attempt to free him, raise a hand. Those in favor of destroying him don't. All the hands in the room lifted, excluding Dumbledore. It's unanimous. I didn't vote for it. Dumbledore objected. But your opinion doesn't matter in this. Harry said. You've already sworn a vow not to interfere. I respect and like the people gathered here. They may have swayed me. There was silence then, and Dumbledore sighed, accepting his defeat. He realized he was excluded from the group of people Harry liked. There were a couple of procedural questions and Harry answered everything, before leading the passengers to the vanishing room. He closed the door behind him and it disappeared while another one appeared on the far side of the room, where the exit to their house in Texas was. Sirius and Remus had taken the results from the tests and had come up with a viable spacesuit. Unlike Muggle spacesuits, they could add all the protections Harry would need to an actual suit. So Harry left to go get dresses and soon returned in a tuxedo, his space suit. Harry found it funny and never asked if it was deliberate or a misunderstanding. He tested and confirmed the magic they used, though. It had everything he needed. The group entered the craft and Harry helped everyone buckle in, while the ground team went to the viewing room. Then he went to go take his seat. Okay, is everyone ready? Harry asked. Ground control, are you seeing everything all right? We're all good here, Harry, Remus said. Harry turned to Dumbledore, who was sitting in front of a large amount of displays, all being projected in front of him from overhead. He was facing to the side, away from Harry. You got everything, Professor Dumbledore? He asked. I still don't know why you put me in charge of anything, Dumbledore said. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Understood, Dumbledore said, resigned to monitor the screens. That being said, if anything impacts, we'll all hear it and a ward will inform me that something's happened. So you should be able to watch the main window while we fly until something happens, if it even does, Harry said. Any last-minute questions from the rest of you? He asked the rest of the group. How many times have you gone into space again? Madame Hooch asked, a little nervously, now that she was strapped in. It had been a fun idea, but not being in control was working on her nerves. Just the once, Harry said. We haven't gone further than a certain range, though, so we may lose contact with our ground team. Magic seems to be more difficult in space, so the further we go, the more difficult it will be to maintain the connection. I've estimated the power requirements and added a backup for communications as well, based off what we learned on the initial flight. Inside the craft will work like normal, though, so don't worry about being powerless while we're out there. Powerless? Dumbledore asked. Aren't you going to be raising protections to secure the items? Oh, I can cast spells just fine. It takes a bit more effort, but I'm a good deal more powerful than the average magical, Harry said nonchalantly as he closed and sealed the hatch. Take off in 5 seconds, he announced. It took those 5 seconds for Harry to get in control of the systems and buckle up simultaneously. Then they started to rise, faster and faster. How are we not broken puddles right now? Hooch asked, seeing the world fall away below them. We're accelerating too fast. Gravity runes, Harry said. I'm increasing our gravity from the opposite side, while I increase acceleration. That's a fantastic idea, Hooch exclaimed. Muggles had the idea first, Harry said. It's called inertial dampening in popular science fiction. My system works manually though, and I need to keep a good amount on concentration on it so that we don't start lifting up or losing consciousness. That would be disastrous. Maybe it's a good idea to not speak then? Sirius offered. He was enjoying the view, as they slowly tilted to look up at the morning stars, but he was also part of planning and knew what could go wrong. Okay, Madame Hooch said as her eyes were glued to the view in front of her. A short while later, Harry started manipulating more controls as he started aiming the ship in the direction of the waning third-quarter moon. The others didn't realize the forces he negated as he steered them, seemingly without effort. He had an idea of how to make hand-held controls for this, but he was interfacing with the ship almost directly as necessary and controlling gravity and g-forces through his spell gyroscope to ensure the forces were applied in the correct direction as their angle changed. The ship was still facing away from the sun, but the reflected light, without the benefit of the atmosphere, still started to sting and he had to activate the tinting. He kept on accelerating until he reached a decent clip and then slowed acceleration until he was just keeping them at that speed. When the acceleration stopped, he set the gravity and sighed. Cruising velocity reached. Locking speed. Good, Remus said. How's the new shields looking? He asked. Holding steady, but taking a bit of pressure. Harry said. I'll reinforce before it starts breaking down. That's acceptable. Remus nodded. They knew space wasn't quite empty and the speed at which they should be traveling would be impossible on the planet. What do you mean the shields are taking strain? What shields? Hooch asked. There's still matter in space. Harry said. We're going really fast and we're impacting that matter at a massive speed. How fast? Hooch asked. A little under 200,000 kilometers per hour. Harry said, sitting back with a smile. It was the fastest he had ever moved. Mach 160, in fact. Congratulations! We are all the fastest moving people in human history. 200,000? Hooch asked, her eyes going wide. You mean your shield is absorbing matter that's moving that fast? Kind of, yeah, Harry said. It's mostly to protect the ship from friction, but my ward can't hold out against that much force, so we upgraded the ward with a shield against physical impact. You're insane, Hooch exclaimed. Then her smile grew on her face. I love it. Harry laughed and so did Sirius and Phileas, who was still watching the night sky, marveling at what he was experiencing. Do you guys want to feel zero gravity? Harry asked. But we're moving. Pomfrey objected for the first time. We're not accelerating, Harry said. As long as we maintain current speed and the shield stays up, we can experience zero G. But nobody is allowed to unbuckle. If something does go wrong at these speeds, you'll be flung around the cabin at speeds that will, like Madame Hooch said, turn you into broken puddles. If something goes that wrong, we'll be puddles no matter where we are, Hooch stated with a raised eyebrow. Harry thought about it, then nodded. You know what? You're right. Feel free to unbuckle if you want. Then he slowly released the power in the active gravity rune until he could feel in his stomach that he was not experiencing gravity. He did not unbuckle, since he was closest to his controls in his current position. That didn't stop Sirius, who had already tried the zero-G runes in the empty bedroom in Grimald Place. He released his buckles with an audible click and slowly floated from his chair. This is cool, he said. Strangely, it was Flitwick to follow next, followed by Hooch and then Neville and then Dumbledore with a bemused smile on his face. Madame Pomfrey decided to stay seated. She did lift her arms and conjure a ball to pass between her hands. The others were now jumping from floor to ceiling and throughout the entire ship. Hey, Harry? How long is the trip to the moon going to take? Neville asked. We're currently moving at a speed that should get us there in 2 hours. Why? Harry asked. Oh, and Professor Dumbledore, I realize you're having fun, but you are the only one with a post to man. I'd appreciate it if you do that. Of course, Harry, Dumbledore said, moving back to his seat easily, with a bit of wandless magic to move him closer. I just wanted to know how long we have to enjoy this view. Neville answered Harry's question as he hung weightless in front of the large window. You want to see something cool? Harry asked. Yes, of course, Neville replied. Harry smirked and activated a feature he had been saving for this trip, making the hull of the ship translucent. Then he reclined his seat and lay back, looking up at the stars. Whoa! Neville exclaimed, as he saw the walls change so they looked like one large window. This is fantastic. What Professor Sinistra would give for this view. Dumbledore muttered, also looking up. Back to your seats, people, Harry said. I'm activating gravity again. It can upset stomachs for those unused to or untrained at zero-G. Now he says it, Professor Flitwick said. He was looking a little green. Apparently he had thought spinning was a great way to use the opportunity. Pretty soon the people were back at their seats and gravity was restored. All of them were now laying back and watching the stars. Why are the stars not moving? Neville asked. They are very far away. Harry explained. We'd have to move faster than light or move at a curve to make them move. If we left our solar system, they'd still look like they hadn't moved. The group relaxed and talked a bit, until Remus's voice said, Harry, I think we're losing Dash. That's where the transmission cut out. Ha! Harry said, looking at his odometer. Just over halfway there. Seems comms are down. He opened a panel on his seat and took out a familiar disc. Then he connected it to a panel above his seat and it glowed until a new image appeared of Remus. Backup system is up. Harry said. Good. Remus said with a sigh of relief. How much further do you think this one will go? Probably the rest of the way. Harry said, activating the backup camera plates, showing the forward view and the inside of the ship for Remus. This system works on a completely different principle, and with normal power levels it should be able to go twice as far, but I added enough power to them to go 4 times further than our normal transmissions. It seemed Harry's camera system, while not as versatile as the mirror connections, since it showed a 2-dimensional image rather than a 3-dimensional one, was more stable due to that fact. Okay, we can see everything again. Remus nodded, looking up and away from the small display that showed only Harry's face. Why is this your backup system, if it has a greater range? McGonagall asked. Because I wanted to know what works out best. Harry said. We still don't know what's causing the interference in space. This served as a test. Well, before you go on any other joyrides, please make this your primary system, McGonagall requested. It sounded like a demand, though, with how her eyes were narrowed at him. Sure thing, Auntie Min, Harry said with a smile. Good, was all she said. Of course, there is still a chance that communications will fail when we're on the dark side of the moon, so don't be surprised if that happens. Okay? He asked. As long as we know to expect it, I can live with that, McGonagall said, with a huff which said she wasn't fine with it at all. They went quiet again, as the rest of the passengers considered how they would feel, should there be no way to communicate with those on the planet. The feeling was not a good one. Being alone in a small spacecraft hundreds of thousands of kilometers from home. Harry, Neville asked again. What would happen if an asteroid hit the window at this speed? We'd lose our primary way of looking out, but there's a backup for that too, Harry said. The window was actually a large mirror, connected to another one on the outside. There was even more protection on the front of the ship, for obvious reasons. Wouldn't we be exposed to space then? Phileas asked in realization. Trust me, there is less chance of something entering from the front of the ship than on any other part, Harry assured them. There is a bit of family magic involved with how though. I'm starting to wonder exactly how many family magics you have, Dumbledore asked. Keep wondering, old man, Harry said, flippantly. And for your knowledge, the Windows protections was one of the first applications of the family magics I learned. James and I invented it together, in fact, Sirius said. The first real Potter/Black family magic. You two were inseparable, McGonagall said from her side. No wonder that specific magic was the first thing you developed. You know? Dumbledore asked in shock. Of course I know, McGonagall answered. I could hardly be considered family otherwise. Auntie Min doesn't know the spells, but she knows the effects, Harry said, for clarification. And I'm not telling either, McGonagall added. So forget trying to convince me, Headmaster. I know you're already thinking about it. I'm merely curious, Dumbledore admitted. I wouldn't pry. Yeah, right? Harry laughed. You can't handle not knowing something. You'll be asking for all my secrets on your deathbed still. Well, if I'm on my deathbed, Dumbledore shrugged. You'll die curious, Sirius interjected. Not even then will you get our secrets, you manipulative old goat. You'd fake a disease just to know something. I would never, Dumbledore argued. He did look slightly affronted, but Harry suspected it was an act. He wouldn't put it past the old man either. He was too used to getting his way. How about another vow? Just to satisfy my curiosity. We'd need something of equal value in trade, like your own family secrets, Sirius said instantly. Protected by the same vow, of course. Dumbledore shut up at that. He'd have to consider it. Maybe now is a good time to give Daniels the gift. Remus? Harry asked with a smile. Remus smiled back. Of course, he said. Then he turned to the head of security who was standing off to the side. A gift from the cub, he said, holding out a gift bag, which he took from under the table. Daniels walked closer and took the bag. He opened it and frowned at what he saw inside. Is this one of those toys you were making for the children? He asked, looking up at the screen as he reached in and removed the pitch-black hilt, with a wolf head embellishment for a pommel. It looks really nice, though. Thank you. It's more than a toy, Daniels, Harry said. Hold it away and press the button by your thumb. He instructed and Daniels did it. A red beam and the sound of a lightsaber was heard. That's the training setting. Yours can make contact, so it can be used as a baton. Then Harry smirked. Do you see the little slider with the green part on the right? Yes, Daniels said, looking at it. When you slide it over and it turns red, the staff turns purple, and then it functions like a real lightsaber. Harry said with an evil smile. Congratulations, Daniels. You own a functioning lightsaber, so be careful. It'll cut through anything with almost no resistance. Daniels flicked the slider and the blade changed color. His eyes glowed an unholy purple in its light, and his face became a smile that belonged on a serial killer. Oh, this will work nicely, he said in a low grumble. Then he switched the blade off and slid the slider back, for safety. Thank you, Mr. Black. I will treasure it always. You're welcome, Daniels, and call me Harry, Harry said at the sincere gratitude. If you were wondering, I named the weapon Fong. I know it's cliché, but it just worked, you know? I think it's perfect, Daniels said. I suspect the men will be upset, though. The strongest weapon should belong to the Alpha. You are my strongest weapon, Daniels, Remus said. I'd trust you with the pack if I fell as well. Thank you, Alpha, Daniels said respectfully with a nod. He reached down and withdrew a baton, which he always carried, and placed his new weapon in the holster, holding the baton in his hands behind his back as he stepped away again. Is it wise? Dumbledore started.
No.
Harry interrupted. You will not spoil this moment for me. I trust Daniels with my life. He wouldn't hurt an innocent, and he follows the rules of the pack. Marauders first. Daniels saluted, with a fist over his heart, thumping his chest twice. Marauders forever. He finished in his low rumble. Daniels is my second, Remus said. We don't doubt the loyalty of the pack, and we've never had a traitor. The Alpha provides too well for anyone to want to. Daniels agreed. I didn't mean to insinuate. Dumbledore started again, only to be interrupted again. I think you've said quite enough, Headmaster, McGonagall said. Your prejudices are showing. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. That was not my intent, he said finally. Of course I am grateful to Remus for providing for you and making your lives better. Daniels nodded at the screen, accepting the apology. Don't judge us based on the actions of the few. It was the pack and the Alpha that took out the ones that didn't curb their intents for blood. All wolves in Europe swore their loyalty to the pack, on their lives, and all wolves received the protection of the pack. He doesn't need to know that. Remus scolded lightly. I'm sorry, sir, Daniels said, standing upright and shutting his mouth, eyes front. Don't worry about it, Remus said. He's under a vow not to interfere or go against us. Just don't speak of the scope of our influence around people who don't have clearance. Understood, sir, Daniels said instantly again, posture not changing. The rest of the trip to the moon was rather silent. Little comments and updates on the state of the ship was all that was heard for a while, until Harry started slowing them down when they started nearing their goal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Luna, the theoretical last remnants of a giant Mars-sized planet, which hit Gaia, the early Earth, around 4.5 billion years ago. Muggles know how the moon was formed? Flitwick asked, astounded. Theoretically, Harry said. It can't be proven, though. Still, we wizards have just always accepted that it was there all along, Flitwick said. To think the Muggles have taken the hypothesis so far. I've been studying the moon since I plan on curing the lycanthropic transformation, Harry said. Remus won't let me become a wolf if I don't have that sorted first. What? Was exclaimed from most of the people in the ship with him. McGonagall seemed to have lost some color as well. Harry, you can't be serious, Poppy exclaimed. No, I am, Sirius said with a smirk. This is no joking matter, Sirius, Poppy said sternly. It's a curse, Harry. Why would you let yourself be cursed? If I control the negative side effects, it would be a blessing, Harry said. And by the time I've figured out how, it won't be your choice if I decide to become one. At least let us talk about it, McGonagall pleaded. When I'm done, you'll want to be one too, Harry said. Except, maybe not, considering you're a cat. I wouldn't mind, Sirius said. I'm already a dog. I wouldn't mind the benefits of enhanced senses and everything else that comes from it. You are an irresponsible, childish man, McGonagall stated. He's your ward. You are meant to talk him out of such foolish behavior. Don't bother arguing, Sirius, Harry said as he continued slowing them down. I'll wait until I'm old enough to leave the house, before I make that kind of choice anyway. Pomfrey and McGonagall seemed to relax a bit at that. They would be having a long conversation about that later. Okay, we're about to go to the dark side of the moon, Harry said. If communication drops, don't worry. We'll be expecting to hear from you within the next 30 minutes, then, Remus said with a nod. Good luck, McGonagall said. I don't need luck, Auntie Min, Harry said confidently, as he rounded the bright side of the moon, still slowing down. The ship is well built. I can likely crash land this baby and it will still be in one piece. Try not to, McGonagall insisted. I don't intend to, Harry agreed. The transmission soon died. He was now flying them over the surface of the moon and soon reached the shadow, which was why he had needed the moon to be in this phase. He didn't want to exit onto the surface when it was over 120 degrees Celsius. Nor did he want to exit onto the moon when it was below minus 170 degrees Celsius. It would still be cold just inside the shadow, but with warming charms and the protections on his suit, including oxygen, protection from the vacuum and everything else, he was certain of his safety. He soon landed, just inside the shadow enough to know he was safe to exit. Then he unbuckled himself. You should all stay here. I have to go drop the package and then raise the protections, Harry said. Be careful and apparate back. The moment you feel anything is going wrong. You hear me? Madame Pomfrey said. As the onboard healer, I'd be stupid not to heed your advice, Harry said solemnly, as he walked to the airlock. Then he focused on a part of the hull that was specifically doubly reinforced with extra layers, which weren't part of the rune protections, and transfigured it around himself and the hatch so that it would remain airtight. Moment of truth, he said to himself. Taking a deep breath, he activated the suit's protections. Before opening the door, however, he transfigured a tiny hole, through which he could decompress the newly made airlock, letting the air out. Explosive decompression was probably a bad idea at this time. He waited a couple of seconds to test his protections and breathed a sigh of relief when everything seemed to be working as it should. Then he opened the hatch and became the first human to see the surface of the moon with his own eyes, unmarred by a fancy helmet with glass and other protections. He smirked and walked forward, feeling the low gravity take hold as he left the ship's artificial gravity. He connected the magical tether by the door, which would not allow him to move too far from the ship, but allow him free movement otherwise, and then he walked down the steps that the hatch made. The passengers on the ship were watching and listening what he was doing through a camera disc connected to his tie. They'd be able to see him in front of the ship as well. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Arrow that said, "This side up." It was pointing down, though. Harry chuckled at that. It would drive Voldemort insane looking at that for all eternity. Then he walked out in front of the ship and placed the box down. Then he incanted a spell to lift Voldemort's containment. You did it then? Tom Riddle said as he appeared, looking around at the surface of the moon. He looked resigned. You made it to the moon and you intend to leave me here for all time? That was the deal, wasn't it? Harry asked. You wanted to not be destroyed, and I couldn't leave you on the planet. You've proven your power over me. Couldn't I make a better servant? He tried. You could have me debase myself for your entertainment and it would still be better than this. I'm not a monster, you know? Harry said. I intend to come to the moon again. When I do, I'll bring you some entertainment, as I promised. You won't be able to change what entertainment, but it will be something. Until then, consider this solitary confinement. So I'll be a prisoner one way or another? He asked. Very well. It was the deal. You have proven a worthy adversary, Harry Potter. You have defeated me. I thank you in advance for the entertainment you promised. Harry nodded and then went back to the ship to retrieve the ward stones. He placed them around the man and activated the Fidelius that was already placed on them. Then he added a warding scheme to protect from impacts and some of the sun, so that the crate and its contents were never in any danger. Only I will ever be able to find you. You should hope that I never die. I will not need to, Tom said. The man who defeated me, the greatest Dark Lord of all time, is surely not someone who will die easily. Then Harry smirked and removed a wand from his pocket, placing it in top of the box. The Elder Wand, he said. Nobody will ever die by its curse again. Nobody will ever be able to claim the power of the Master of Death. You are a cruel boy, Tom said with some real hatred in his eyes for a moment. Then he smiled a sinister smile. I would have done the same. I'm nothing like you, Tom Riddle. I'm doing this to protect the people of Earth from both you and it. Harry denied. You wanted power to do as you pleased, to avenge yourself on a world that threw you aside and rejected you. I'll not have that problem. I may have once been treated like trash, but I never became a monster for it. You chose that yourself. We shall see, Tom said before vanishing again. Harry then turned and walked back to the ship, leaving the Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort, Tom Riddle Jr., to contemplate his fate. When Harry returned to the ship, he climbed back up to the door before closing the hatch, sealing the pinprick of a hole and opening the transfigured space. He was hit by a wall of air as it rushed into the void, and he stood there stunned for a moment. He really should have expected that. Are you all right? Sirius asked, as Harry finished transfiguring the wall back into place. Yeah, the air just hit harder than I would have thought. For a moment there, I thought I had apparat, Harry confessed, before he switched off the feed to the display on the left wall, where he heard his voice echoing his words. That's not what I meant, Sirius said. You really are nothing like him. Don't let what he said get to you. There were nods all around. He is right, of course, Dumbledore said. You have a great heart to offer him something to do during his imprisonment. Imprisonment implies possible release, Harry argued. He's exiled from the planet. There's no going back for him. Even so, Dumbledore said, he brought that fate on himself. I am proud of the boy you have become, Harry. Despite the mistakes of this old man, you have become much more than I could have hoped. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry said. Then, are you all ready for the next part? He asked. Next part? Neville asked. He wasn't aware of a next part. You didn't think this was the only purpose for the mission, did you? Harry asked, as some of his good humor returned. We have another landing to make. They were soon moving again and communications were soon re-established. Harry, Remus asked. How did it go? First step completed, Harry said. Riddle is now in his new permanent home. Excellent, Remus said. Ready for the next part? He asked with a smile.
Alréady en route,
Harry said. They were flying over the light side of the moon again, and soon they reached the dark side again, but not on the opposite side of the moon. Rather, Harry took them to a point where there should always be a bit of sunlight near the South Pole, on a hillied outcropping. There Harry landed again, but he didn't intend to get out this time. He opened the hatch again and lifted out another box. This one was heavier and took a lot more power to move, but he soon had it placed. Then he lifted out 4 more wardstones and placed them around the box, a good distance apart, before he activated them. Then he had to focus on setting up another warding scheme. The vacuum of space was more difficult than on the surface of the moon, and the spell took almost as easily as it would have on Earth. And, I'm done, Harry announced as the last ward activated. Did it take? Remus asked. Let's find out, shall we? Harry said as he maneuvered the ship outside of the Fidelius. What do you see? Harry asked Remus, who had seconds before been looking at the box in the center of the ward scheme. It looks like the moon, Remus said in confusion. What should I be looking at? The Fidelius on the warded area. Harry allowed. Oh, Remus said in realization. Sirius also looked relieved, even though he couldn't see anything. Great. Do the last part and come on home. Will do, Harry said. Then he flew them back into the Fidelius. When everyone could see the box, Harry sent a spell at it and the box cracked and broke as a construct grew from it. Is that a bloody house? Neville asked incredulously. Yup, Harry said. It comes with a garage and everything. They watched as it kept expanding until a large 2-story house stood before them. Harry opened the garage door with a bit of wandless magic and then flew the ship inside, in reverse so they could watch the door shut. Harry? What are you doing? Dumbledore asked, as he felt gravity change for a moment, going away and coming back almost instantly. They watched as the door opened again and sunlight met their eyes. What Dumbledore started, but Harry was already flying them out again. They were back in Texas. Surprise! Harry exclaimed. Welcome home. How did you dash? Dumbledore asked again, but he interrupted himself. Let me guess. Family magic? Yup, Harry said again smugly. Does this mean you actually put a house on the moon? Neville asked incredulously. Yup, Harry said again. And you can just go there, by going into your garage and it will transport you between the two places? Neville tried. Yup, Harry said a final time. Merlin, it was great to be him. The professors, Madame Pomfrey and Neville looked at him in shock as he landed in front of the house and unbuckled his safety belts, before he walked to the hatch and opened it. He saw 3 smiling faces, looking up at him. Well done, Harry, Remus said. Yes, Daniel said. Well done, sir. You're both the youngest person and the first wizard to step foot on the moon. In style, too, Sirius said with a smirk from behind Harry. Get down here, so that I can hug you, McGonagall demanded. She was more proud of him than she had ever been. He had achieved his goal before he turned 13 even, at least his body was. Harry smiled and walked down, to be engulfed in a hug from his maternal figure. Thank you for always trying to support me, Harry said to her. Oh, I've not forgotten the wolf thing, but I'll let you have today and tomorrow, before we sit down and talk about that, McGonagall said. She turned, even as she continued hugging him, to look at Daniels. No offense, of course. None taken, Professor, Daniels said. If I had any doubts in the cub's capabilities, I'd be right there with you. I wouldn't want the life of a wolf for my own children. But if he can do as he thinks, I'd be happy to welcome him to the pack. He looked at Harry sternly. But not before. Of course not, Harry said, as McGonagall finally let him go. I know how much you suffered. Good, Daniel said, before his hand felt the blade at his side and he smiled. I really want to try this out, he said as he took the weapon out. Harry smirked and was about to conjure him something to destroy when someone beat him to it. Dumbledore had just exited the ship and his wand was out. He had conjured some sort of training dummy made of straw. It's old-fashioned, maybe, but it should do, he offered. Daniel smirked and lit the lightsaber before flicking over to the purple blade. Then he rushed forward and slashed 3 times through the dummy, from top to bottom. As he stood there with the blade still extended, the dummy fell to pieces, cleanly cut through. Nice, he said as he looked at the blade, before he flicked it off. I didn't even feel the contact. You shouldn't, Harry said. It's supposed to be able to cut without resistance, unless it meets another force weapon. Even the toys I make will be able to stop the blow, but yours is more deadly. Could I have another dummy? Daniels asked before he switched the blade back on, but with the red staff out only. Dumbledore complied and soon the dummy was fixed, its pieces having flown back together again. Daniels didn't wait to attack the dummy. It was a broken wreck in 2 hits. I can use this too, for non-lethal combat. He calls that non-lethal? Neville asked as he watched the straw pieces still coming to a rest after the vicious hits. That would kill a normal person. Nah, only break a few bones. Daniels smirked evilly. I'll avoid the head at least. If you start making work for me, I'll not be pleased. Madame Pomfrey said in a huff. No need, Healer Pomfrey. Daniels said respectfully. We recently recruited a healing staff. We already had one wolf with the required knowledge, if not the qualification. Now we have 7 trained and qualified healers on call. What do you need healers for? Neville asked. Wolves play rough. Daniels said easily. We get scratches and bruises all the time. Then he murmured, especially with the prisoners. What was that? McGonagall asked, having heard. Interrogation sometimes leaves the wolves pent up. Daniels admitted. We're not allowed to kill the prisoners, so we sometimes fight each other to relieve the stress. I thought you had all the Death Eaters already? Dumbledore asked, frowning. The Death Eaters aren't the only evil in the world. We don't just operate in the magical world, you know, Remus said. And that's enough questioning. We'll not be telling you anyway. This is Marauder's business. He added with a stern look at Dumbledore. Good, Flitwick said. Let me know if you ever need a charms master to help you out. He volunteered. The magical world refuses to help people in need, to protect the secret. As long as you can keep the secret, I'm not going to do a single thing to stop you. Filius, Dumbledore exclaimed in shock. They have no right to threaten exposing our world like this. You're wrong, Flitwick stated irrevocably. We've been given the power and we keep it to ourselves, or we fight over it with Dark Lords. We can't even ask for help when we need it because the government doesn't trust us. And why would they? They are right to fear us. We do remove inconvenient knowledge from their minds. If we can do that, why can't we help, even as we do the same? Don't worry about it. Remus smirked. We've got that side covered as well. What do you mean? Dumbledore demanded. Shall we return home? Harry asked the guests, interrupting the argument, as he turned to the side room, which was the Vanishing Room. I've been informed that there is a nice lunch being set up for us. Everyone but Dumbledore turned and started walking along with him. Don't make me make you, Harry called back to the old man, even as Dumbledore started being dragged by a summoning charm. Dumbledore stumbled, but started walking on his own after that. He knew he had no right. The vow bound his hands in this. He wasn't happy, but considering what he'd seen so far, at least they were taking steps to keep the secret and had very capable people running whatever operations they were performing. How long have you been able to cast the Fidelius? Dumbledore asked, when they were in the Vanishing Room and the other door appeared. He'd realized it on the ship, but had decided to wait before asking. The Fidelius was already set up on the ward stones. I just activated them, Harry said truthfully. He'd set them up on the ward stones, but that didn't need to be said. I know the Fidelius, Harry, Dumbledore said, lifting an eyebrow. Only the caster could set the secret keeper. You would need to be the one that cast it originally, even if you cast them on the stones beforehand, to be able to set the secret keeper. Harry sighed. Fine. I've been able to cast it since Christmas break, first year. He admitted. It was necessary to set up protections for the wolves. Plus, Sirius and Remus could set the Fidelius, as long as I cast it originally. They know how the spell works and I add them into the ward stones. And this is all possible, due to your special circumstance? Dumbledore asked, knowing about him being brought back, but not necessarily about his extra power. He didn't know that the Fidelius could be set by someone else. That was news to him, something like that. Harry said, what special circumstances? Flitwick asked as Harry led them to where the old house elf was setting up lunch for them. Is this about Mr. Black's abnormal power level and intellect? It does, Harry said. It's not something I'm telling many people about, he said apologetically. My theories currently include absorbing the Dark Lord's power and experience, or some form of ritual magic that allowed you to boost your abilities or constant and repetitious use and abuse of a time turner. Flitwick said easily. I was hoping you'd tell me one day, but I can live with my theories. If you really want to know and can promise to keep it to yourself, I'll be informing my study group of the specifics tomorrow, for lunch. Harry offered. I had to swear a vow, Dumbledore objected. But Professor Flitwick didn't plan on using me as some sort of sacrifice to ensure Voldemort's death. Harry countered. I trust his integrity. It's yours that was in question. Flitwick stopped dead in his tracks at Harry's words, and when Harry turned back, he saw something he never thought he would. Flitwick looked like he wanted to kill Dumbledore. You were planning what? He all but yelled as his face contorted into a rictus of rage. A child? Used for sacrifice? Now hold on, Phileas. Harry said that in the worst way possible. It wasn't as simple as that. Dumbledore said, taking a step back, as Phileas advanced on him. Explain yourself, Albus. The part goblin said as he summoned Harry's lightsaber from his pocket and activated it. Now, he had a part of the Dark Lord's soul in him. Dumbledore said instantly, still backing away. The only one that would be able to remove it would be Voldemort himself. I was never going to harm the boy. Couldn't. Only the Dark Lord would be able to kill him. The prophecy stated it clearly. In his defense, the prophecy did sound like it stated that, but it could also have meant something else, depending on your definition of the words. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry said, personally, I'd sign a warrant with my hand and send an army. I'd do the same if I was Voldemort. So you chose to see it in the worst possible way and planned on allowing the boy to die? Flitwick asked dangerously, but he had stopped advancing. You are not the man I thought you were, Albus. I would quit my position, but now I fear what you'd do to the children if you weren't kept in check. Goblin culture valued their children as treasures. It would be unthinkable to even hurt a child for any sort of temporary gain. Even he was never mistreated as a child. At least not by the adults. I was wrong, Albus said. And fortunately my plans were stopped by the quick intervention of Mr. Black and his family. I also didn't want this to happen, I swear to you. I was hoping that the lad would have a chance to grow up and live before the Dark Lord returned. Don't speak to me. Phileas spat. You're a monster for even considering it. He switched the blade off and handed it back to Harry, before he left the house through the front door and slamming it shut as he left. Oh, I wish I could be there when he told the other heads of house, Sirius said from where he was leaning against the wall. Dumbledore seemed to lose some color before he rushed out of the house as well to try and do some damage control. McGonagall soon followed, her lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't like having to defend the old man, but she had learned that while his intentions were pure, his method was not sound. Harry looked over to Hooch, who just watched the door in thought. Aren't you going to go with them? Harry asked. Why? She asked. He deserves a sound thrashing, and I don't intend to return to school next year. I've been offered a more promising career at Marauders Incorporated. What? Harry asked, turning to Sirius. The demand for your brooms have skyrocketed after the last school year, Sirius said. We need someone to show the goods around after you teach her your production method over the holiday. But I had plans. Harry objected. I have a project that I want to work on. Then teach me quickly, Hooch suggested. Or get Professor Babbling to help. She can probably learn the runes while you add your magics and protections after the fact. But the brooms take so much power. Harry whined. He really should have found a way to power the brooms in a different way. The first line of brooms will not need so much power, if you'll recall, Hooch said easily. I'm thinking a quarter of the power and speed, and without the windshielding wards, since playing Quidditch at speeds as great as your current brooms allow, would be asking for fatalities. Harry thought of that. If they only needed that much power, and he could skip the rune carving side of things and the ward. Okay, that sounds more doable. He finally decided. He turned back to Sirius. Good call. It'll shore up support for our company from most broom and Quidditch enthusiasts. I also have a couple of ideas for design that I wanted to try out that I never got a chance to, but you're in charge of getting us the supplies. We can't keep buying bats for these. People will get suspicious. And you, Poppy? Remus asked of the healer. Aren't you going to go to Hogwarts to heal the headmaster after the heads of house are done with him? He can wait, Madame Pomfrey said. I suddenly have an appetite and feel the need to chew slowly, she said as she entered the dining room, where a veritable feast was waiting. Soon the rest followed, her with smiles on their faces. Never piss off your primary healthcare provider. The lunch was started with a toast to the success of the mission. Sparkling wine for the adults and sparkling grape juice for Harry and Neville. How does it feel to be a hero, Neville? Harry asked. Hero? Neville asked. All astronauts are called heroes. Harry said. What's an astronaut? Neville asked. Harry had said the word before, but he seemed to have forgotten. Astronaut. Harry enunciated. It means that you traveled into space. That's a title you gained just for joining us. Neville Longbottom, due to be third-year student at Hogwarts, Gryffindor, future Lord Longbottom, astronaut. He said, miming reading a sign in the air. For effect, he made an illusion of the word appear there in flashy lettering. No offense, Harry, but that would probably only work in Muggle or Muggle-raised company. Remus pointed out, not unless we start showing more films about space. Harry said, we can always start showing some Star Trek movies. He said with a shrug. Maybe some of the original moon landing videos followed by the one I'm making about today? You're making a movie? Neville asked. No, it's called a documentary when it shows real-life events. Harry corrected. I'm trying to educate the magical world of the advancements of the Muggle world. They need to know what they are shunning for no good reason. And I'm going to be in this documentary? Neville asked, looking down at his clothes. I didn't even dress nicely. You're dressed fine. Harry scoffed. Like a proper pureblood boy. It's also best for posterity to have things happen naturally. But you're in a fancy Muggle suit. Neville objected. This is a spacesuit. Harry argued with a bit of a smile. I needed it for the mission. That's still not fair. Neville argued. I didn't choose this suit myself, Neville. Harry said. Blame my godfather for that one. I will, when my children one day asks me why I didn't dress up like you did. Neville said. Already planning on kids, are you? Harry asked, smirking at him. Have you and Hannah already decided on how many? Were you planning on starting this family straight out of Hogwarts? Or were you planning on starting later? Neville blushed and stammered to good-humored laughter and a couple of slaps on the back. Don't let them mock you, Neville. Madame Pomfrey said. I think it's great that you already know what you want in the future. Harry has his eyes on 7 girls already. Neville muttered. 7? Sirius asked excitedly. Who joined the harem? He asked. At this point it's 5. Harry said. Hermione doesn't seem like she'd like that kind of arrangement. Luna is also undecided. Oh, right, Sirius said. Luna Lovegood. She's a strange one, but I bet she's all kinds of fun. She is both strange and fun. Harry admitted. She's also very insightful and sometimes scares the living daylights out of me. She was sleepwalking the other night, talking to someone that wasn't there. There was this moment afterward where she talked to me in the common room and then left to go to bed, suddenly continuing her conversation. She was still asleep. Sirius shuddered. That sounds spooky, he said. I know, Harry said. Strangest thing is, she took the time to talk to me, and the conversation gave me an idea about my current project. Oh? What is this project? Hooch asked. It's got nothing to do with flying. Harry said. I'm not that obsessed with flight, Mr. Black. Hooch responded. It's a secret anyway. Harry said. I'll let everyone know when, or if it works. As long as this one isn't dangerous, please? Madame Pomfrey asked. Nothing like the spacecraft or supersonic flying brooms, no. This one will be quite tame, but very useful. Harry said. If it works, he qualified. The rest of lunch was spent in that vein, discussing vacation plans and making them. By the time the last guest left, Harry was in his bedroom working on his project. He already knew most of the parts he would need. The most difficult part would be the central control unit. For that, he intended to steal from Muggles again. In fact, he intended to steal directly from them. His control unit was a phone book. All those unique names and numbers would serve his purposes nicely. He had asked around and heard of the latest trend in cell phone design. It was small, could fit in the palm of your hand, and placed in a pocket without bulging like the older models. Harry recalled his uncle having a smaller one at some point too, which could send short messages. He intended to incorporate both those features, but with a magical twist. By that evening, he had succeeded in only incorporating one of the features he wanted to into the two test devices, so he packed them away and went to bed. The next morning, he woke up nervous. That day would be a big one. Telling the girls that he was basically double their age could backfire badly. He cleaned his room twice and made sure that the room, which he had before turned into their zero-G room, was set up as a mini-theater with comfortable seats, and asked Creature to prepare snacks for the presentation. Then he started working on the storage crystal, playing parts and recording certain snippets to another diamond, to keep the original unedited. He was just finished with it when he realized it was 10 minutes before his guests were due. He went downstairs and greeted the guests that arrived with McGonagall. Then he quickly checked himself over again and started pacing by the front door. "Don't worry, Harry," McGonagall said. "They are your friends. They only know you for the person you really are. It's not like you've changed overnight." She was waiting with the other heads of house, who Harry had decided to invite as well. He didn't necessarily want them all in on the secret, but McGonagall had vouched for them. Considering Flitwick was already invited, he had no problem with Sprout knowing too. Snape was a little more difficult, but considering how he had treated him lately, he would give the man the benefit of the doubt. McGonagall had told him of their reaction to Dumbledore's original plan as well, and he was quite thankful for their anger in his defense. "Of course, Auntie Min, I just can't help it. I'm afraid to confine the emotions using occlumency, because being too calm might work against me in this situation." "Feel them then," Snape said. "But don't let them control you. Take a moment and breathe. Normal people can do that much without occlumency. They will still see your emotions, if they really are your friends." Harry stopped pacing and looked at the man. It was good advice. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before letting it out with a shudder, allowing himself to accept the emotions without becoming a slave to them. He felt better. "Thanks, Professor Snape. That helped." "Don't mention it. Ever," Snape said. "I just don't want you breaking down before the other guests arrive. Then you can feel free to break down in sobs all you like." Harry chuckled. Typical Snape. "You know, you're not as bad as they write in the papers," he joked. It looked like Snape, though he was being literal, though, so he added, "It's just a figure of speech. Don't get all scowl-why on us." That made him scowl a bit more, but Harry ignored it, as he felt someone approach their outer wards. "Someone is here," Harry said. Then he walked to the door and went out to lead the guests inside. They usually told people to meet them in front of the house next door, to lead them in from there, to protect the Fidelius from being too widely known. And I know some of you feel I'm being too liberal with who gets to know about coming back from the future. Here's the thing. I always think that authors could avoid a whole lot of running in circles and needing to lie to friends and then angsting about it by simply telling people. Every time I read one of those, I ask myself, why not only tell people you can trust? You're the author. You know who he can trust. This is my attempt at trying to avoid that. Binding people to oaths, a possibility in the magical world, is just a bonus, which can be used on stupid/selfish/irritating/untrustworthy people. Chapter 12. And see disclaimer on Chapter 1. And 120,000 words down. More than 200,000 to go. It goes without saying that more things are going to happen, but Voldemort will play a very small role in that, if at all, since this is just a story written because I was having fun with it. I'm still considering making a sequel, which would be a crossover with Stargate, as many of you have requested it, but I'll need to do research to do that. It's been a while since I watched the series. Chapter 12. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. After them, Neville arrived with Pansy Parkinson, Daphne Greengrass, the Patil twins, who had taken the night bus. They looked a little shaken, but that was to be expected after using the erratic conveyance. Lastly, Luna arrived. She had apparently walked from the other side of a nearby park, where her father had dropped her. Harry greeted them all and then ushered them to the projector room, where they all took seats for the edited version of what happened the previous day. First, okay, so this first part, some of you know. Harry began. I've taken the liberty of editing the film as necessary, so that you don't have to sit here for 2.5 hours. Long story short, we went to the moon yesterday to deliver a certain package and to set up something for our private use at a later date. Enjoy the show. He started the playback as they entered the ship. It showed everyone that went along and showed as Harry helped strap everyone in before taking the captain's seat and taking off. They watched as the ship exited the atmosphere and switched between internal and external views and what Harry's personal camera plate picked up. There were a few comments and questions. Neville and Flitwick were very proud, when most of those there congratulated them on being some of the first magicals in space. Madame Pomfrey had decided to sit this meeting out, considering she knew what was coming and because McGonagall was there. The video skipped over the flight and the zero-G fun, and continued as they approached and rounded the moon. When Harry landed and transfigured the airlock around himself, Hermione looked nervous, realizing what was coming, despite knowing Harry was obviously fine. When he exited the ship and retrieved the package, the view was from his tie, so they couldn't see him. The feed quickly switched back to the forward display as he put the box down. There were gasps from the adults as Tom Riddle appeared. The conversation that followed had the children gasping as well, realizing what Harry had actually done. Then he secured the area and the view went back to his tie, as the rest of the conversation took place. There were some tears of joy from many there, realizing that Voldemort was finally properly taken care of, and Sprout jumped from her seat to hug Harry and thank him. Harry accepted her gratitude and directed her back to her seat after producing a handkerchief for her from his inner pocket. Even Snape looked pleased at the way Harry had handled the man that had killed the love of his life. No punishment could suit him better than an eternity of life, unable to affect anyone else's. He simply nodded at Harry in gratitude. Harry accepted that with a nod of his own. Then they watched as Harry entered the ship again and flew the ship to another location on the moon. This part happened in fast forward, since nothing interesting really happened on that leg of the trip. The last part, where he placed the house and exited the garage, was the end of the show. And there you have it, Harry said as the playback stopped. Voldemort has been disposed of, as humanely as the jerk deserves, and the Elder Wand can never harm another person again. But you are still its master, Padma pointed out. He had forgotten that he had mentioned that. True, but nobody can get at it by trying to kill me for it, and only people bound by a vow, family loyalty, and you know about it, Harry said. Also, I'm the only one that can retrieve it. So as long as nobody tells anyone, nobody can threaten the people I care for me to retrieve it. That was a smart move, Black, Snape said with another nod. Quite inventive to leave the most powerful wand in the world with the only person who can never touch it. The Dark Lord will curse you until the end of time for that. Won't the crate and the wand burn up when the sun shines on the dark side of the moon? Hermione asked. Neville made to question that, but Harry explained before he could. The dark side of the moon is what Muggles call the side that always faces away from us. It's not always actually dark, Harry explained. And the wards protect that area to never reach any real extreme, to protect the items, and to never suffer any external impacts. It always faces away? Snape asked. He had always assumed it turned at some point. The moon is both tidally locked and rotates in time with the planet, so it turns, but just fast enough that it never shows its other side. Harry said. So, Voldemort will never see the planet again? Snape asked, a bit of a smile coming onto his face. Not as long as we live, at least, Harry said. Unless something happens, like a large meteor strike or something, but if the moon's orbit changes, we're going to have all sorts of other problems, like end-of-the-world kind of problems. Hermione chimed in. Exactly, so if Voldemort ever does see the Earth again, it will probably be the last time anyway. Hopefully thousands or millions of years from now. Harry finished. I am finally free, Snape said as the thought finally reached him, and relief flooded his system. Thank you, Black. I owe you the ability to finally stop catering to Dumbledore's whims now that the Dark Lord is defeated. You being in rear was what Dumbledore wanted? McGonagall asked. Then she quickly put a hand over her mouth.
I'm sorry,
Professor Snape. I didn't mean to say that in front of the children. She apologized. It's quite all right, Snape said. And frankly, yes, he wanted me to portray the role of a man still aligned with the other side. Nobody could know in case the Dark Lord ever returned. With him so thoroughly defeated, I dare say that day will never come. Congratulations, Harry said. Let Remus know if you ever want another job. You whispering at teaching. Snape glared at him, but allowed the comment, considering it wasn't necessarily incorrect. The other kids gaped at Harry. What? It's true, isn't it? Unless that was part of the act? He asked of Snape. I might be able to perform my duties better, now that I don't have to pretend that I blatantly favor those aligned with the other side. Snape said. That being said, I never wanted to be a potions professor. I always had an affinity for it, but my true passion lay in teaching defense. You're skilled at it too, I know, Harry said. And that brings us neatly to the next part of the presentation. My real-life story. I'll ask that you all hold your questions till the end of the tale, please, he said, looking at everyone and waiting for their nods. When they all did, he continued. When I first arrived at Hogwarts, my best friends soon became Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. I was a scrawny, underfed kid because I was still living with my relatives. In my first year, Hermione, Ron and I realized the Sorcerer's Stone was being kept at Hogwarts and someone was trying to steal it. Being headstrong 11-year-olds, we tried to save the stone on our own, when Dumbledore left one evening, and we realized the thief knew enough to proceed with his mission. Our head of house wouldn't listen to us, because we mistakenly thought the thief was Severus Snape, a bitter man who hated me for reasons I only speculated about at the time. So we went through the trials and I was the only one who could proceed into the room to face Quirrell, who turned out to be the real thief. Voldemort was possessing him, you see. Now, my mother left blood protection on me when she died, and that made it so I couldn't be touched by Quirrell, and I accidentally killed him, setting the spirit of Voldemort free again, to try and return years later, which he did. At the end of my 4th year, after I was forced to compete in the Triwizard Tournament against 3 other 7th-year champions, I was the victor along with Cedric Diggory, the Hogwarts champion. We took the cup together and were portkeyed away to a ritual site, where Cedric was killed and Voldemort gained both a new body and an immunity to my protections. 3 years later, I discovered that I had a piece of Voldemort's soul in me and that I would need to have him kill me, to destroy one of the last things that tethered him to an immortal life. He didn't know it, so told me he'd spare the rest of the children at Hogwarts if I faced him, which I did, after sneaking away from the castle and my best friends. Still Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. When I faced him, he cast the killing curse at me, and I let him kill me as Dumbledore, then deceased, due to his hubris and a trap, had planned. Then I woke up, in a cupboard under the stairs of my relative's house as a 4-year-old boy, having somehow been sent back in time, with my memories and accumulated power intact. I realized what had happened and started changing things so that so many people would not have to suffer and die. I contacted Remus after figuring out how to cast illusions wandlessly, and a lot of practice so that I could pass for an adult and not simply be taken in to the police for walking around unescorted as a 5-year-old boy. We tracked down and captured my parents' betrayer and handed him over to the Aurors, who finally freed my godfather, Sirius. He had been wrongfully incarcerated. Then we started to plan and I started to study so that I was capable of making the changes I hoped to see in the world, and to prevent Voldemort from ever coming back in the first place. When I arrived at Hogwarts a couple of years later, I was ready to capture the Dark Lord, so that he could never escape in the first place. I also intended to spread my influence further this time, so that I could reach all the houses and help them to better themselves. Harry then smiled at the girls in front of him. I also intended to help all of you, and to make friends with the girls who needed it most. It was not only driven by the need to help you, by protecting you with the image I intended to create for myself, but it wasn't only because I thought you were all pretty either. Harry said to assure them that it wasn't purely selfish. And that is my story. I have finally achieved the first part of my goal here. The next part depends on how you feel about my actions. There was silence as everyone internalized this. McGonagall spoke up first. You girls must understand that Harry wasn't attracted to you when he formed his friendships with you. Back then, he wasn't physically capable of that sort of desire. The boy you knew then is the same boy you know now. But he's actually, what, 24? Sprout asked. I have 25 years of life experience, Harry corrected. Excluding the first couple of years of my life, of course. Poppy said that his body and emotions are at his physical age, so he'll develop attractions to his peers. McGonagall said. For both friendships and other things. But he's more mature, more intelligent. Flitwick pointed out. A clumancy. Snape said in realization. He's been suppressing his emotional state to stay in a completely intellectual state for so long that he has grown more intellectually inclined. That's my theory, Harry said with a bit of a shrug, as his nerves caught up with him again, and he realized the girls hadn't spoken yet. You're still my friend, Harry, Neville said. No matter how much you know. I think I know who you are, and I like that person. Thank you, Neville, Harry said. This changes nothing for me, Pansy said. Then, I still intend to keep a place by your side, if this isn't the end of your association with us. She finished with a bit of worry in her voice. I'm not going anywhere, Harry said. I care too much for all of you. Then I'm not going anywhere either, Padma said. You're all my best friends. I don't want to lose any of you. Me neither, Parvati said. I feel the same. Thank you, girls, Harry said, a bit of a smile on his face. What happened to us? Susan asked. Back before you were sent back. You were all still alive, but your aunt had died in a Death Eater attack, Harry admitted. Susan lost some color. Then she said, I'm still your friend, Harry, but I need time to think about where we were going. Knowing you are older isn't unappealing, but it also changes things. But thank you for preventing Aunt Amelia's death. You're more than welcome, Susan. What happened to my family last time? Daphne asked. I don't honestly know, Harry said. As an ancient pureblood family, your family would have been approached by the Dark Lord or his people. People that didn't join were threatened or killed. Daphne looked like she was going to cry again. She had already lost her father to his own evil deeds. She couldn't imagine her mother not joining to save her daughters.
I'm yours, Harry.
My mother and sister owe you their lives and freedom, she finally said. Thank you for saving us from that.